standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all my fault. I feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. I have no peace, this pain won't leave me alone. No, I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you.
What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. We doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see it, what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. We doing it big. Look up, there
my dues, do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's right. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. Try and try, never find. Try and try, never find. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know you need, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's right. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me.
I just wanna lay here. Don't know what I'm waiting for. Don't know what I'm aiming for. I've just gotta feel it. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show me how it's done. This is the glow up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. We're gonna show 'em. I've got to keep fighting. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's my life, I rewrite it. Yeah, I'm gonna show ya. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah,
It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's time to have some fun. Yeah, it's my life, that's right. And I've got to keep fighting. We're giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. Come on, this is our time, and we're gonna show 'em.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you.
'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. us be a be a warning.
It's a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it go.
I'll challenge you, I'll challenge him, I'll challenge everyone, I am a king. I'll challenge statuses, I'll challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? You just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all my fault. I feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. I have no peace, this pain won't leave me alone. No, I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you.
Hey, what I'm doing, hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause, wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, hey, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm feeling it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah,
moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. Try and try, never find. Try and try, never find. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know you need, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me.
I just wanna lay here. Don't know what I'm waiting for. Don't know what I'm aiming for. I've just gotta feel it. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. We're gonna show 'em. I've got to keep fighting. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's my life, I rewrite it. Yeah, I'm gonna show ya. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up.
It's time to show how it's bad. This is the glow up. Strike hard up like lightning. It's time to have some fun. Yeah, it's my life, that's right. And I've got to keep fighting. We're giving big love. We're gonna show them how it's done. That's right. Come on. This is our time and we're gonna show them.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and you must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. The throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
So don't you tell me about love is
亚运看哈密 Video， 独家网络转播，6场赛事同时看，299强势应援，运动影视首选哈密 Video。
海报亚运看中华，场场必追，超精彩！还记得国际大赛带来的感动吗？期待已久的杭州亚运，准备海报全场4K 超高画质转播，让你有身临其境的快感。MOD 独家热点回看，夺牌时刻再三重温。哈密 Video 网络独家13个亚运频道，上山下海看好看满，一手掌握激烈赛况。杭州亚运9月23号到10月8号，一起成为中华队的最强后盾。
嗨亚运看 MOD， 独家4K 转播，6场赛事同时看，热点回看，新升装 MOD 加指定方案，加码1200点，运动影视首选 MOD。
布拉格，整座城市都是故事，有卡夫卡的故事，文艺复兴的故事，唯独缺少你与布拉格的故事。7月18起，华航独家直飞布拉格，带你写下新故事，更有多班直飞欧洲6大城。
想吃花雕鸡面呢，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡？现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道。浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep
Roland
character。
哎呦，
我想要对在 PCS 冠军赛现场的自己说，
我想对冠军赛的自己说
If I had a message to myself that made it to the finals.
3-0，赶紧的，我要回家睡觉了。
辛苦了。
不行啦，太短了啦。那有没有对世界赛的期许？
没有妈都还没进。
没有，进总决赛就是进啦。
不是啊。
所以你看到的时候就
现在还那么远。
新日时光屋啊。
现在那么远。
想对冠军赛的自己说，
也是另一趟旅途的起点。
好好打这场冠军赛吧，然后希望可以拿下冠军。
毕竟打了这么多年，
不管你的对手是谁，不管你的对手有多么厉害，你都要相信自己和你的队友一定可以击败他们。
黄一航今年有可能是你的最后一年，所以就放开来打吧。然后冠军肯定是我们的，想办法拿到这次决赛的 MVP。
好不容易从败部组第5、第6名这样，然后一路打到冠军赛，那就
不要留下遗憾，好好发挥，代表 PCS 进世界赛。
你已经拿过一个冠军跟 FMVP 了，这次你一定也能做到的。怎么说？还行吧。
0-3回家了，再见，拜拜。
消失的自然，坚毅的呼吸在安慰着冰山，世界从不完满，变化扰乱，什么也来不及了，只能遗憾，烟花不哭了，什么再继续下去，只能纠缠，闭上眼，闭上眼，看到天地的有些，闭上眼，闭上眼，看到新的爱。我怀疑自己能否好好的去过一天，多久没有好好看你一眼，抬起头，抬起头，我和你之间。谁还会害怕夜晚？简单的一刻，让日子更简单。谁不会渴望永远完满？哦
喜爱电竞、热爱电竞的电竞痴、电竞狂，让我们用最热烈的掌声欢迎2023 PCS 夏季总决赛选手进场。上路 PSG 阿智 CFO Race。Jungle PSG 俊佳 CFO Gemini。中路 PSG Maple CFO 居面。下路 PSG Waco CFO 顺。辅助 PSG Woody CFO 小 C。两军列阵，杀气腾腾，大战一触即发。此时正式宣布，2023 PCS 夏季总决赛正式开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time finally for the Summer PCF Finals. We're live here at the Hepping Basketball Arena. Of course, this is brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, China Airways, Chonghua Telecom, and TTL Brand Noodles. And now, Shock, how are we feeling?
Oh, we are so good. I can't believe we're here in Taiwan to see live PSG take on CFO. It's really a Cinderella story and two very accomplished teams in the final. And, man, I really hope it goes to Game 5, but I think we're getting some exciting games no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope everyone enjoyed that opening ceremony. It was very, very exciting to watch here live in the arena. And if you're just joining us, 2 weeks off of the PCS, and I think these teams got the practice in, and we're about to see a phenomenal finals. I mean, the Cinderella story from CFO from 7th place going into playoffs to now the grand finals up against who looks like an sort of infallible PSG.
That's the thing, right, is that PSG, they've definitely got all the accolades leading up to this. But at the same time, you know, they went to 5 games against Beyond, and so did CFO. And CFO, if you really highly value, I guess, momentum and practice on the patch, I think you might even favor them just for the hellish run that they went through to get here. I mean, they went to 5 games multiple times. I think they went to 4 games against DCG as well.
That's right.
Definitely didn't have the easiest road, but they're here now. And, you know, I think we were coming into this series saying that, okay, it's probably, you know, giving it to maybe PSG 3-1. You even, I think, mentioned 3-0.
I did.
But I think when you look at a lot of the, you know, predictions across the board, there is CFO in that a lot of the time. So maybe we're wrong. We'll see.
Yeah, we did see a lot of the Taiwan analysts actually giving it to CFO over PSG, which did surprise me. I think I really do favor PSG ahead of this finals, but ultimately I don't think it's... So I said 3-0, but I think that's just because minimally PSG are just better, that I think that means they'll edge out on a lot of these games, and it should just be a 3-0 because they are quite a clean team. But CFO, I mean, they came into the playoffs just fresh off an 8-game loss streak to now be here, and they're looking so strong. I mean, we've seen 60-minute games, multiple 40-minute games. This team has really been pushed, and they've sort of succeeded at every single hurdle. Shun especially, I think he's looked like one of, if not the most impactful player in the playoffs for any team.
I think you'd have to agree. You know, the CFO as a whole, they have leveled up. And, you know, you mentioned Shun. I think the bot lane as a whole, Shun and Chelsea have played phenomenally, all split long, or actually all playoffs long, really. And I think the meta right now could be really interesting because, you know, there's still a lot of those engaged supports and the potential for something like, you know, a Blitzcrank for Chelsea or a Vayne for Shun, something like that to come through. I don't think it's figured out to the point where we can only pick those 2 champs. And I think especially as well, we saw kind of towards the very tail end of the PCS, the Kai'Sa priority starting to drop a bit. And I think that's allowing some of the more interesting AD carry picks to come through. And a game with Waku and Shun in it, you've got to say AD carry has to be one of the big factors.
I kind of hope for a 60-minute game because seeing Waku in a late-game team fight is really, really exciting. And the 60-minute game CFO had, I mean, we had Shun getting double kills off Shiv proc executions on Vayne. It was just the most wild thing I've ever witnessed. And I mean, the crowd's pretty electric here. They're very excited. The players are all getting ready, so we will be into Champion Select for game number 1 soon. But ahead of it, I mean, you said sort of 3-1. Are you still sticking with that prediction ahead of this finals?
Yeah, I think I'd say 3-1 to PSG. Maybe it goes to game 5. I still think you're right that PSG will end up picking it up. They do look cleaner overall, but I think you do have to, you know, look at the draft as a place for that because I think that there's a lot of shared champion pools within these teams, and I think Maple obviously has been a really big factor for PSG, but I think that both Jace and Azir are shared by Jimian, right? And Jimian hasn't been a slouch at all. In fact, towards the end of this playoffs here, he started to play very, very well as well. So I think those mid picks could be a place to look at. Again, you can't really ignore the 80 carries in this series, but I think the mid laners definitely have the potential to be the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I want to mention as well, while different lanes, Junjia, he started to pick some more unique things. I mean, we've seen the Zac, didn't look the greatest, but honestly, it didn't also look the worst. And I think it's something that now with more practice, we could even see him look to pick that up in this series and rest. I mean, this guy in the regular season, I mean, we've known him for years now as sort of one of the best top laners, if not the best top laner in the PCS. During the regular season, though, really didn't have a good time for himself. But in the playoffs, once again, leveling up, looking really, really strong. And I honestly think he's more of a carry player than Arja. And so if there is a lead in the top lane for CFO, I think Rest is going to do very well at punishing. Although Arja is pretty good at neutralizing, I do think Rest, in his current form, if he's maintained it over the past 2 weeks, you could even see a carry game out of him.
I could see that, and I think that there are champs in the meta that kind of lend themselves to that, right? There's a lot of blind pick Renekton being picked up. You even look towards some of the more niche counter picks, stuff like the Udyr that can come in for Rest, and I think that Arja, you know, also the kind of guy that has those niche counter picks, but Rest, when he gets those, it almost feels like the game is just decided then and there. I mean, he is able to just carry it over the finish line, so really looking forward, of course, to the top matchup, and I mean, just all across the board. It's going to be such a good series.
I want to bring you down to level a little bit quickly here. I mean, this is 100 to 0 real quick, but thoughts on LeBlanc? Are we going to see it?
Thoughts on LeBlanc?
Are we going to see it first?
I would be surprised. I don't think we'll see it. So I think that PSG have decided it's not really a champ for them. They've been banning it a lot. On the side of CFO, I believe they also won games up against the Beyond when they were playing LeBlanc.
Yeah, that was one of the craziest games too.
I think it'll get through without being picked or banned. Maybe not the whole series, but I hope to see the priority, and it dropped a little. And I really think, you know, champs like Jace and Azir should be very, very high priority.
Yeah, and how about, I guess, the more niche picks that each team see? Junji's Zac. Do you expect it? Shun's Vayne, do you expect those to come out? I mean, maybe backs against the wall type of vibe, something like that. Do you expect it to come out at any stage?
I'm not so sure about the Zac or the Vayne because I feel like they are responses to the enemy team. But I think one thing that's more off meta that I'm pretty certain will show its head is Jimmy's Cassante, because I think that's a champ that, you know, you wouldn't even say Jimmy's really known for that sort of style, but he played a very good game on it. And I think being able to flex that champ, especially when you are worried potentially about Rest coming in with some sort of weird top lane counter, I think if, you know, there are bans put towards mid and if there are, you know, some uncertainties around where that Cassante is going, you could see Jimmy pick it up in the mid lane. Maybe worried about giving Maple the sort of free scaling, not a champ or not a player, I guess you would really want to give that to.
Yeah, and many of you would have seen in the opening ceremony as well, Maple in the time capsule mentioned to himself that this could be his last year. So I think if that is to be true, and sometimes it is, obviously sometimes people get that drive again to compete once more, but if this is something he's looking towards to be his last sort of year, I mean, he's not going to want to lose here. And I think out of all players on the stage tonight, possibly Maple is the scariest one to be in form. That guy, I mean, he's been international, right? He's been over in NA, had success in China. If this guy's on form, it doesn't feel like there's a very good answer to it.
Definitely agree, and I think a lot of that can, you know, come from the LAN experience as well, right? Even though the PCS is played in studio, it's very different playing, you know, in front of a live audience, especially one as loud as this.
Yeah.
Because I promise you can still hear it when the crowd goes absolutely nuts, and that, it's hard to say, you know, how much of a factor is that going to be? I think sometimes it's overrated. At the end of the day, it is just a game of League of Legends, and you've played that game so many times at this point, but there are stage players, right? And I think Maple definitely one of them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm excited really to see what we get here, because it's the first time in a while that PCS has had a live finals, and now we've got two of the most storied teams in the region. We have PSG, of course, won the spring split it was, and then went to MSI, had a pretty good showing for themselves. CFO came first at the end of summer last year, and so they're going to want to obviously repeat that and head into Worlds as the first seed from the region. But I honestly, it's hard to tell who's going to win. Of course, I did say PSG as a 3-0, but that's not, again, because I think they're just going to dominate. I think it's just slight things.
Close games.
Very close games. I don't think we're going to see a stomp, and if we do, it's probably going to be immediately answered back with a stomp, sort of how we saw in both those Beyond series against either team here. And I do think that is a possibility that we might see, but honestly, I expect some long games. I expect scaling and some safe plays, because you're live on stage in front of a massive audience. You're not going to want to lose. On your screens here, a lot of CFO fans. And honestly, I've observed that. That's something that surprised me in the audience. I think there's more CFO fans than there are PSG fans.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, it is a bit surprising. I guess both orgs have been around a pretty long time and have been, you know, very successful, obviously. And yeah, there are a lot of fans. There's just a lot of fans in general here. I mean, looking behind me right now, there's a lot of people here in the crowd.
It's very, very exciting. Obviously, PSG there on your screens. They've been on your screens many a time this season. And for one last time, of course, it will be for this summer split finals. Ahead of Worlds, obviously both of these teams already qualified, but winner really takes all the sort of momentum, and that is so important when you head into an international event. If you can say you are the best team in your region, it gives you a whole lot of steam. It also can open up possibilities of scrim partners too. You're more likely to have people want to scrim you if you are the best from your region. I mean, Taiwan, not a slouch when it comes to their League of Legends gameplay. I mean, we're going to see it here tonight. I'm just so amped for these games. I want to see some unique champs. I don't want to see the same champs. Honestly, I'd be happy to see the same champs if it's exciting games. But some unique champs would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I want to see honestly some big team fight ultimate champs, because I think that is when you really get the crowd going, right? You get something like the Azir 5-man ult, you're going to hear that. So I'm really looking forward to something like that. What else is some big pop-off champs? I think Xayah could be another one of those where you get the flash E and suddenly, you know, it's a completely different game.
You can sort of say the same for those playmaking champs, like the Vayne or some of the Assassins, which doesn't get a whole lot of play, but champs like that can often get those awe-inspiring plays, and we are now headed into our champion
select. First band.
The Blitzcrank first band. PSG, they don't want to give that over. Chelsea looks phenomenal on the champ.
I like the Renekton ban as well. I think that PSG have definitely done their research. I think making sure that Rest doesn't have something that allows him to bring a lot of top pressure. And I think also other champs other than Renekton, a lot easier to counter for Arja. So I do like it. On the other side, LeBlanc ban does surprise me, given that PSG have just completely dropped priority on it. So it might be a scrim thing. You know, obviously these teams will have practiced against each other plenty of times, and you have to say that CFO, they would be banning it for a reason. Rumble comes through as well. I think that's really good to take away from CFO. They are one of the better Rumble teams. You maybe even group PSG with that, but I think just the flexibility that they have could be a problem. Now, what is up? I mean, obviously the Kai'Sa, but I think the Rel could be something that gets looked at. We've seen Jinjia.
Poppy. I think Poppy has had so much impact in our last series up against BYG it was. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Poppy immediately lock. And I think more importantly as well, for PSG, it is not only a jungler, it can be a top laner too. So you don't have the certainty of where that's going, especially for the side of PSG. But Rel,
looks like it will be that
very
Rel,
similar
yeah.
too.
So I think that I like the Rel first pick. I think it gives extremely strong engage, of course, and it is a double flex for the side of PSG, which is, of course, really, really nice. Now, on the other side, CFO, they could look to pick up that Jace that has just been terrorizing the Rift lately. It most likely would get answered by an Azir. And Talia, the hover, I would be surprised to see it picked up so early.
It almost feels, if it does get picked up, that it's forcing you not to take the Azir. But Xayah now the lock-in, and I think that makes a whole lot of sense. The PCS teams in general all really love this champion. Early on in the draft phase, it has a lot of success.
Xayah, Azir. It is the lock-in. I think it's good. I think that both these champs survive Rel's engage very well, and it's probably the strongest backline you can get.
I do worry. While we don't see a whole lot of it oftentimes, there is Jace open. Does very well into both the champs already shown by CFO, and you can pair it with the likes of a Sejuani if you want. Alternately, you could try and get something AP up in the top side, like the Gwen, which is something that RJ has looked really good on, and I think the Jace is just going to get locked in, while the first two picks, phenomenal on their own accord. The Jace just counters them both, and Maple on Jace especially.
For sure. I think the real question comes, like you said, can they find some strong AP around it? You don't necessarily need an AP threat. You know, if you can get the Sedge and force out the Merc Treads, that can be good. And it's almost a shame that the Rumble is gone now, because Jace Rumble Rel would have been a really nice pickup here. Do just take the ADC? I think you probably
Kai'Sa,
do.
AP.
Yeah, can just go for that AP Kai'Sa. And we saw this so much previously, where if you gave over Jace Kai'Sa, the game would just be so hard. And you wonder maybe a little bit here, because I think that Azir and Xayah good into basically any form of engage, but if it's now just PSG who play a poke comp, you know, perhaps those picks aren't as powerful. And third pick, the Poppy, feels like one of the stronger junglers and also pairs very well with the Azir.
Yep, I think the Poppy most likely will get locked in here, but I do have to worry. I think Poppy, honestly, pairs well with her champs, but doesn't do all that much up against the side of PSG as to what they're showing so far. Yes, you could hit away the Rel, but in reality, you're not going to be able to do a whole lot against the Kai'Sa and against the Jace. You can have those lucky team fights where you're able to get that safeguard up against the Kai'Sa ult, the Killer Instinct, but that seems like Wako has to misplay for that to happen more than Gemini to outplay.
So second phase bans, the Sejuani is taken away. I think that's a smart choice, you know, just because of the potential Merc Treads value. Now, on the other side on PSG, I think you do just try and take away engage. Question is that going to be from support or top? Because I think banning away, you know, something like the Rakan from Shalcy is probably the right way to go. Alternatively, I mean, if you were to ban a top laner, which would it be? I don't think you can ban something like the Ornn. So they ban away that Rakan. Will it just be another engage support, do you think? Because there are so many, right? There's still the Nautilus, the Leona. Alistair as well. I think banning Alistair might be the way.
Yeah, Alistair could be a good ban, especially against Shalcy. I think, yeah. I imagine that Shalcy probably wants the Alistair, so maybe it's something that PSG look to ban. Ornn will be the ban taken away from RJ here. Obviously, I think in general, PSG are the best team at using the Ornn most times, and so it makes a whole lot of sense to get that gotten rid of. Obviously, pairs well with a poke comp because it can allow you to pull the trigger when the time comes. Also is pretty good for disengage a lot of the time. So now, last ban, are we going to look towards that Alistair? There is the Nautilus, of course, that could come through, but I do feel like Alistair is the obvious choice.
Yeah, I think I'd prefer that as well. They do ban it away. It makes a lot of sense now. What is your pick here? I think, yeah, you can just take an engage support, right? You might as well save top for counter in this draft, and I think that at this point, the engage supports are pretty interchangeable. So he does lock in the Nautilus, gives them some point-and-click engage, which is much needed at this point. Now for PSG to round out their comp, really all they need is a bit of frontline to be in front of these two poke champs. If they can get some AP, that would be nice. Can be difficult, I think, to blind pick AP in the top lane.
Yeah, I think you can just live with an AP Kai'Sa.
Yeah, it probably will be enough.
I don't think you need to build any more AP necessarily, but...
Yeah, so I guess they want to...
AD Kai'Sa,
right.
I think.
Do you think so? It might just be to avoid the triple AP top side, or triple AD top side.
I mean, it could be, but I do think that the Kai'Sa and Lilia both lose value if they both go AP. Now, admittedly, the Kai'Sa loses value inherently by going AD against like what is a short-range comp, because if you do just go for that AP build up against Xayah Azir, you feel a whole lot better about the game than when you are that AD. Now, Cassante is the answer to getting some front line. will have that now. And of course, it is going to be Rel as well paired alongside it for pretty decent front line. And now Rest.
Fiora the
He's
Hubba.
looking for Fiora.
I'd be surprised. I think I prefer the Gwen.
I would also prefer the Gwen. It's going to be hovered now. Almost certainly should be locked in, and it will be. So here we are. We have our first team comps locked in here for the summer split grand finals between PSG and CFO. We have a lot of comfort here. We have Maples, Jace, Waco's, Kaiser. We obviously have Rest on the Gwen, which is very exciting up against Kasante, and then Jimmy and Shun on Azir and Zaya.
Yeah, I think very, very scary late game coming out from the side of CFO. I mean, that is a comp that, you know, if this game goes to 30 or 40 minutes, they're going to be the ones that just absolutely murder from then on. I do think PSG, though, should have control around that mid game, which it can be very crucial, right? If you, especially if you can get those first couple dragons and then force CFO to contest you on that third and fourth. I think that could be their way in, but I'm at least glad that it feels like in game number 1, there are a lot of win conditions for both teams and some very exciting matchups across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very exciting game and very, very exciting moment as we have obviously our live event here in the Hipping Basketball Gymnasium. You see the stage there. It's a very pretty stage. And the trophy in the middle, of course, which is what these players are fighting for. Coaches now fist bump.
Fist bump.
That's right.
Very respectful.
Now, it is time. That's the stadium. That's where we are.
It looks nice, eh?
It is. It's a very nice stadium. I was pleasantly surprised. Especially in this humid weather, it's managed to keep it nice and cool, but I think more importantly, this game, I mean, looking at the team comps, who have you got?
I don't know. I think it's close. I really feel like if CFO can keep things together, their late game is so strong that it feels like it'll be hard to contest them. But I feel like if you're asking me, you know, what is the strongest mid-game combo on the patch right now? Jace Kaiser would be my answer, right? So it could depend a lot on what build the Kaiser ends up going. I think it should still be AP Kaiser and just put your eggs in the Maple basket. There is, of course, you know, some AD damage that comes from the Kasante as well, and I think that it's just so important to have that poke. But here we are getting onto the rift for game number 1 of our grand final, and what a rift it is.
It is. It's a beautiful rift. You see the teams up on your screen. PCS Summer Finals 2023. This is for all the marbles. And what a crowd it is. Looks like, at least for now, Jungle's on the same side of the map, but very early on, I'm presuming it will just be looking for some wards somewhere.
Couple interesting things, I think. You know, no Ghost on Rest, which sometimes you see this obviously just for a bit more safety, but I think you do suffer a lot in the team fights and maybe just in that side lane. So we'll have to see how that ends up panning out. And I also think Cleanse on Shun, you probably need it right up against Lilia. Feels like if you get hit by it, it can be a death sentence. Again, though, having Ghost on the Xayah just makes it so much more difficult to deal with her in a team fight. PSG, looks like they're going to come up here, maybe drop a ward. Gemini, though, he will spot them out. Does he have Sweeper? Someone might. He does. Okay, so he's going to ensure that Jimmy hits that level 2 off the first wave, which can be a pretty big difference in some matchups. Now, I'm not sure he'll get the priority up against this Doran Shield Jace. It is also the first strike on Maples, so doesn't have phase rush for some of those earlier skirmishes and for some of those trades, but I think is going to have a lot more money for it in the mid game. Does have to be careful, of course. You know, this is Zia, Poppy, and Nautilus is a very effective combo for killing a Jace, and level 1 fight coming out here already as RJ will be found on the way to lane by Rest.
Yeah, there's no way you can contest the Gwen as oh, sorry, not RJ, as Kasante even from RJ, so obviously Rest getting the best of his matchup early on, and first blood comes out bottom lane. We'll have to take a replay of that, but Wako already claiming himself as first up against Chelsea on the Nautilus.
What a start for PSG. You know, we talked up the CFO bot lane as being so good coming into this final, and they just go down immediately. I mean, what a loss of confidence that can come out of that as well. Wako, probably the person you want to have that first blood, is just going to be able to snowball crazy out of control and get towards those items even faster. Make sure that mid-game comes online. Do have to make sure they can crash this, though, and importantly, Gemini is pathing down the map, so he might be able to put some pressure here eventually.
Yeah, Junjia, very fast on his clear, is already down on this bottom side as well, of course, so if they need it, obviously Junjia can hover to try and get this push into the tower. Take a look at the replay, though. Take us away.
Chelsea just caught disrespecting. Walks up way too far and is CC'd up, and just so much damage that can come out of the Halo Blades Kaiser early. Even traded back an Ignite for a little bit of fun, but that's not a kill you want to give over.
No, absolutely. Now, admittedly, their wave is in a pretty perfect position for them.
Yep.
And Junjie not yet in the lane to help get this to crash, but should be very shortly as he clears up these Krugs.
He's finished his clear already and is here to protect before Gemini even has the window to gank. So PSG, they should feel very safe around here. And with that with that bot priority as well as the jungle tempo, you feel like the scuttle should be looked at. But hang on, there is mid priority for CFO. It's an Azir though. Do you want to bring him to this? We'll see.
He is headed down. This should just be taken by Junjie. Has Smite available. Is going to take that one away. Also crossing mid perhaps to look for his second is still Gemini yet to do his blue buff.
That's going to be a big lead in the jungle. And I think Junjie, despite the fact that he's pretty much always on the tankier junglers, he is exceptional when he gets these tempo junglers. We saw his Kindred before, as Lilia is looking strong already.
Yeah, we don't often get to see Junjie off these tanks, and when we do, it always looks like something special, but we'll see if it's a trend for this series. Obviously starting off game one with the Lilia. What do you reckon he builds? Do you think he's going to go for that Rod of Ages build, or more likely the Liandry's?
I think he probably will go the Rod of Ages build, but I hope he goes for the Liandry's. I think it synergizes very well. Now, big wave here for CFO, forcing Wako away. Without the flash, he feels unsafe walking up to this one.
Yeah, he's going to get stunned up, and it's going to be a first kill there on Woody. It is picked up by Shun, so both AD carries now being the benefactor of these kills on the bottom side. Nice pathing by Gemini to secure that one, and he's still in the area.
Yeah, he's not done yet.
Wako's going to lose so many minions for this. Is it going to force out a teleport? It could be something that PSG need to look at, but at least for now, it's just going to be Wako losing a bunch of minions and Woody losing his life.
Yeah, really, this is just traded for Junjie's camps on the other side, and as long as Rest doesn't die here, which I don't think he can, you feel like despite the start the CFO's bot lane had, they should feel ahead now with how much gold they denied. And take a look at that. Shun resets, grabs himself the full Noon Quiver, as we'll get a replay of this. And PSG, they know that they're on the weak side here. They know that Junjie is getting camps on the top side, so ideally they just play to survive, but it's a big wave to give up, and they're perhaps feeling that as healthy as they are, they could do something, but not on the same page here. They end up very split. And you can see that Woody was just taken out in that time. Probably needed committed to staying together or leaving together. As shall see, he's going to use that window of priority to walk mid, shove this out, and that could give Jimian a nice little reset here. It's hard to get out of this lane as he is here, but Woody's around.
Yeah, Woody is here to sort of counter the roam from Shall See, although it should just result in both of these mid laners going back to base in the very near future. A lot of cookies on the Rift yet again. Love to see it.
Bunch of hungry boys here. Dragon is now available. It is watered out by Woody, though, so will not be looked at. And Wako, he managed to pick up a Noon Quiver of his own. There was an extra plate, I think, picked up for CFO, but of course it was shared. So that can't be used just yet. Jimian, he's got a Ruby as well, so it looks like he will be going towards the Crown, which I'm not sure how much I like it against the double poke. It does mean you can survive a Jace combo.
Ooh, could have a 3v3.
Yeah.
Woody being looked at. Shall See. Is he going to throw that dredge line? They don't know Junjie is here, and they go forward. Woody stuns up Shall See, but he's getting blown up. Does get that crash down. He's 1 HP, and Shun flashes forward and secures the kill. But Junjie going forward will pick himself up one in return as Wako and Junjie look to take out Gemini.
This early in the game, we've already had 5 kills, and so many of those have gone over to those 2 AD carries. 2 players who are going to do absurd things with it, I'm sure. And that was flash burned by Shun, importantly, who still went down. So a really nice counter gank from Junjie. Favors the side of PSG there. Now, Dragon wasn't looked at. I don't think there's much time to go for it now either, as eyes will probably be put towards his Herald. Wako, he is going for the Shiv, which I'm glad. I think it will be the better buy this game. Dirk, importantly, now here for Maple, so going to have the edge over the Azir in any of these early skirmishes. And I think if you're PSG, you want to keep the pressure on. You want to be able to get that Herald, drop it for your Kai'Sa, and just let Wako do what he does best.
Absolutely. And one thing that we should mention, of course, is that currently Junjie is up 20 CS in the jungle, so quite a lot of farm has been picked up by that man. But take a look at this replay. I mean, it started off, I felt a little bit scared for CFO.
They did see Junjie there, but they go for the engage. They get almost the one-shot, but I think they overcommitted. You know, once Shun, importantly, not one-shotting him, had to commit forward, and it's just punished so hard on the way out. And I think it's probably not worth it. Probably should have just taken the sums and left, but it's hard to say, right? You see in the moment that there's just a kill on your screen, and hey, most players are going to take it. Now Herald up very soon. There is some presence shown here by Shall See. It's not level 6, but it's importantly closer than Woody, who's still only level 4. with 2 deaths here, it's going to be some time before he gets up there. And Ping's already onto the Herald from the side of CFO. So despite their losses in the bot side, they feel confident, particularly with the support move, to start this one up.
Yeah, Shun coming up too, but I think he should realize he doesn't need to and head back to that bot lane very shortly. There's not even a look for a contest here for PSG, and maybe they'll head towards this dragon. It does make logical sense.
Feels like as Jinjie, he's just going to keep putting the camps on cooldown. And sometimes the Herald can be a bait if you end up giving over too much for it, especially when it doesn't feel like they have enough pressure in any lane at the moment to really send this one home. Jinjie, he's going to try trade the dragon on the other side of the map. But CFO, I don't think they can get in here, not with the control that PSG currently hold, especially over that bot side as well. As Shun is forced to just clear up under the tower. So it will be neutral objectives traded. PSG are the ones that walk away with that first drag, which I think is very important for them. Again, making sure CFO have to fight you before their scaling really comes online is, I think, very important. And we'll see what exactly Gemini gets done with this Herald. Feels like bot lane might be the place to look.
Yeah, I think personally I generally like the Dragon instead of the Rift Shield in the most cases, because really all the Herald's used for is a little bit of gold and some damage on the mid tower. But it feels like Dragon is just always the end game win con, basically, where you end up losing a fight because it's a 3rd Dragon for someone or a 4th Dragon for someone, and that kind of dispels the game. So I think PSG getting that early feels really good, and it also feels good having the Jace and having the Lilia. That's very hard to walk into, right? So if they're getting priority over this mid lane, which they probably should for the next foreseeable future, they're going to end up just being able to take these dragons, or at least set up for the dragons at will, which could be an absolute win condition.
I think as well, getting a dragon early when you've kind of got this strong mid-game spike that's not necessarily online super early, but this dragon will really become a threat right at the right time, right? You've got this Rod of Ages already picked up for Jinjie. It's going to be scaling up to that. Wako, he's got the Shiv, but really wants to work towards those 2 items, right? And 2 items feels like the time for PSG to just really take over this game as Jinjie looking for something top potentially, but they're not going to be able to take Rest through the wall.
This feels pretty impossible. I think Rest feels pretty happy about how the game's going in general, as does Arja. You don't really expect to be getting a whole lot up against the Gwen, and honestly, the Gwen, once getting to that first item, will just start to shred. Become very, very difficult to deal with, of course.
With Jinjie spotted on that top side of the map, though, perhaps they can look to Herald bot. Maybe not, as Jinjie actually just moves down the map so fast that their window closes. And Gemini could look towards mid. Azir Poppy has a lot of threat onto Jace and Maple. You need to be careful. Oh, finds Gemini, though.
Yeah,
Grab himself a little bit of gold. And there are a lot of people around here. Herald will be dropped mid, which will accelerate Jimmy, but I don't think much damage can be dealt to this tower.
Yeah, doesn't feel all that impactful. Maybe it'll be 2 plates, it will. So, the effect of gold of a plate there for Jimmy, all things considered. Feels definitely good to get that early onto your Azir, of course. As you start to get those items, you become a very real threat in these games.
For sure, it does feel like the Azir and Xayah are also fairly reliant on hitting their second item spike. So if you can make sure you get those before the side of PSG does, that can make navigating this 3rd dragon especially a lot easier. But not up to that point yet, as 2nd dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes. Arja and Rest both complete their mythics. So we'll have those for the next fight. And Gwen especially, I think, massive mythic spike.
Riftmaker up against the Jack Show, especially when it's Gwen versus Cassante. It feels like Cassante really is going to struggle against this Gwen. But it isn't the easiest to punish in all things considered. You do have a lot of mobility as the Cassante. You're also very tanky. But you can never really pressure Rest really out of lane or anything like that anymore.
No.
Teleport now from Maple, has his Duskblade completed. And ahead of this dragon feels very, very good.
Yeah, Spike's coming online at the right time. And I expect both teams to look to fight this. It's still very close in terms of gold, but also items as CFO. They may be looking here. They have the ward onto PSG, and Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy finds 2, but a flash over the wall from Woody gets him to safety. Flash right from Maple, but the hook will commit onto Jinjie, who uses that ult, but will go down before it can pop off, and it's just a kill. Given over to Gemini.
The re-engage from Maple cost Jinjie his life there, as well as a bunch of flashes being used. And I think if you'll CFO, getting those flashes out ahead of this fight is a big win. Maple. He's being looked at. I think he can just run this one out, but Gemini might not let him.
I don't think you can really chase him, but Rest is on the way. Does not have the speed up that's available. If you do go phase rush and he gets tied up against World, needle work coming out here from Rest as Maple's still trying to turn it around but won't be able to, and Rest picks himself up his first kill of the series.
It's a very uncharacteristic mistakes from PSG. Cost them pretty big here as a couple kills given over, and so importantly, before that Dragon will allow gold to be spent. And I hope we're going to replay that first fight because it feels like this one here, it was pretty decent for PSG. I mean, you see that despite being on a ward, they actually get a reasonable trade here. They get damage, they trade flash, and it's fine. But you see here, Maple, he Qs in and then has to flash out, which allows Junjia just to get caught up by that hook. And of course, with the no flash, was then looked at later on the mid wave. And flash committed here by Gemini. Knows that with that advantage, it's going to be too hard for him to get away. Now, who did this kill go over to? I think it was Gwen, yeah. And that's scary, right? Especially Rest in his current form.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to use that so well.
Absolutely. Happy faces there on the side of CFO, of course. It's PSG, they are setting up around this Dragon, and they're certainly not out of the fight. In fact, you might even still just favor them ahead of this one.
Yeah.
Have to be careful of the Azir, but Azir does not have flash anymore, so if he does commit to go in, is going to be stuck in. Wako also will be a part of this fight, has first move over Shun.
Rest is basing. I wonder if he's going to try TP in for the fight.
Yeah, RJ also has teleport available, so we might just see a 5v5, but this Dragon's very low. They are going to take it away. They did not even commit the smite there. I'm not sure what that's about, but Woody does get hooked, and teleports will be coming through. It looks like Woody's going to get eliminated, but that Smackdown shield keeps him up and alive. Chelsea now one shot, as Maple does have to knock back this Gwen, and a lot of ults have been used, but the fight fizzles out.
Nothing ends up coming of it, although it is the second Dragon picked up by PSG, which starts to become a problem for CFO because you would like more time to scale up, hit, maybe 3 items on your Azir and Xayah, and then maybe a couple on Gwen as well. Wouldn't go amiss. But instead, it was just those TPs committed and nothing found. CFO, though, with the tempo, are able to pick up this Herald, and I think this will be the second one that will end up going mid, and that could allow them to break that tower, which can be pretty difficult, especially up against a Shiv user like the Kai'Sa, who's not easy to dive and also just has a lot of wave clear now. So if they can get a window on those side lanes, bring them mid, maybe that can be the way to break this open.
Yeah, Junjia continuing to clear out camps and getting himself a nice CS lead, but obviously going to have to turn that into more. Stacking up this Rod of Ages at 6 stacks now, so 4 minutes time when it fully pops was really when you expect to see this Lilia start to do a lot. Tower does go down here.
Yep. First tower mid does go down. They should get a crash on the second one, although maybe not, as they're just going to leave it and go do other things. If they can put some pressure towards top side, it looks like Rest might be able to grab himself a top tower as well, which feels like what CFO need. They need gold at this point since they have given 2 Dragons over. They have to make sure they're strong enough to contest this next one, because otherwise PSG could find themselves quickly running away with the game, especially if Wako can grab his 2 items ahead of this next one.
Yep, definitely. It is CFO, of course, at this current time, ahead in the gold, but they have given over, of course, 2 Dragons, so Air Dragon, while maybe not a definitive game-ending sort of Dragon, it does mean that Elder is in open, and if Elder is picked up by PSG, it will be a whole lot more impactful than it is for CFO, and so that's just things to consider, of course, as Wako continues to get pressure in this mid-wave with that static Shiv. Roaming down the lane now, but just trying to find vision.
Yep, we'll just drop vision in that bot river. That will allow Maple to continue to push on the side lane. It can be pretty scary, I think, pushing as a Jace up against something like the Azir, because if there is a Poppy in the area, you can find yourself caught out. But nice to see PSG just following the steps, push mid, drop some vision, allow your side laners to continue to push. And that's something that PSG have always been very good at. They make sure not to skip steps, and they play very standard, very solid League of Legends, and it's always paid off well for them. CFO, though, on the other hand, they just like to fight, and they're damn good at it.
Certainly are. Came up all the way through the losers bracket, doing mostly nothing but fighting, just beating out every single team. And now Gemini is invading. He's getting very far here into Junjia's jungle. He's going to use that blast cone, and perhaps he's looking for something here onto Maple. Chelsea takes a lot of damage from this Lilia.
He's still fishing as well, drops a couple wards down, which you feel like should be cleared ahead of the next Dragon, but just maintaining control for now makes it easier to continue to do so in the future. As Woody, you can see there, is clearing this all out. Now, are there any big spikes that could come in before this drag? Doesn't feel like anyone's super close. Maybe the Nash is on Jimmy, and I'm not sure how far away he is.
Also, possibly Mirror Mana. Depends
Yeah,
on
okay.
how far away Maple is from that as well, of course. But
Yeah, you won't have it stacked though.
yeah. Still
There's
just
a
the
locket
item.
on Gemini.
Yep. Has the locket. I guess it's probably for Lilia.
Yeah.
If you get combined ulted, it's nice just to put up that shield and sort of negate as much of that damage as possible. RJ having a pretty quiet one for himself, but I guess that's kind of expected when you have picked up the Cassante and then just get counterpicked.
Yeah. So Marco got his base off. He didn't grab the Nashes, so won't have enough. We'll see what Jimian ends up buying. He's going for a reset now. Okay, has the Nashes completed, and this is a very, very strong Azir. In fact, you might even say that Azir is the strongest person on the map right now without those 2 items picked up for the PSG carries. Honorable mention Arrest, I think, who is also extremely strong, is going for the Shadow Flame, although it could be a Horizon. Probably the Shadow Flame second.
Shouldn't be Horizon.
We'll see.
I think that only procs off his ult.
Okay, 30 seconds away now. PSG, okay, the Manamune is completed, but not upgraded.
I think just the extra damage
Yeah,
is
it's still
at
nice.
least good.
Okay, Jajir will be able to finish off this top side and move back towards bot. So both tops, I think, should be looking to TP into this one. And CFO, they want to maintain as much control as possible. Try not give the poke team the opportunity to set up. Try and make them come towards you so that you can engage on them. And just make it so this dragon doesn't come down to a 50-50, because at this point, you need to get at least 1 on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Maple gets a ping.
TP comes in. They're going to TP early.
Very early. Rest isn't TPing, so he's going to be able to walk here and
Jimmy
have that
lost his
advantage for
crown.
later. There's the crown gone now. Jajir throwing out bowling balls, will not commit. Is going to use the keeper's verdict. Doesn't actually connect onto anything, and the dragon does reset. Rest and Shun are split away from the team, and Shun,
Yeah, Shun
he's
can't
not
get
going to be
in.
able to get in here. This is a 4v5 until Shun can come around the blue buff, but CFO are doing a good job of denying any engage here to come through for PSG.
Yeah, the Azir
Wako and
soldiers-
Maple need to find some poke, find someone to Jimmy, and this dragon's
Jimmy.
very low. Bowling ball comes through, it's onto Chelsea. Dragon picked up now, though. It was Gemini who picks that up with the smite, and Needlework coming through here for Rest on the Gwen. Very, very close situation as Junji and Woody are running forward, and Chelsea's going to get stunned up. The Magnet Storm connects onto Shun as well. Feather Storm comes out, he flashes over the wall, and the Steadfast Presence means that Shun is safe for the time being, but it might not be for long as Junji is pursuing. Woody's also nearby, and Rest offloading a lot of damage here onto this Lilia. There's no minion wave, but Wako, he's clearing these minions. They're getting round
the
up,
poke.
and Shun gets hit. Junjin flashes forward with a 2-man lasting lullaby, and then comes Wako with the killer instinct. The Emperor's Divide will not mean anything as Rest going down on the top side of your screen, and Wako looking for a kill onto Gemini. It's going to be the ace. It's 4-1 in favor of PSG.
PSG come up huge there. They may have lost that dragon, but they get exactly what they want. So much gold in their pockets now. And that was a fight where CFO, they got the Baron, but just getting out wasn't clean enough. And PSG, they punished so hard for it. Just look how much gold Wako and Jinjia have now. They're so strong. And even with that dragon given over, you have to favor PSG so heavily in this game now. They have a lot of Baron DPS, a lot of poke, and all the control they could possibly ask for. Let's take a look again at this fight. There was a lot of poke landed onto Jimian. But you can see that CFO, they actually force PSG away. All they need to do is walk the safe way, but you can see the greed coming out of Chelsea is what ends up starting this off, passed aggressively. And then the rest of CFO feel the need to try and turn this fight, but it's just impossible. The front line and the back line, they're not on the same page whatsoever and forced to run with their tails between their legs. And running away from a poke comp, never something you're going to want to do. As you can see here, trapped between these two towers, nowhere to go, and the poke continues to land. And unfortunately, you know, without being able to put that front line up and allow your Azir and Zyda DPS, they're just cleaned up.
Yeah, absolutely. And all the gold just going to exactly who you'd want it to go on as well. A bunch of gold for your Lilia, bunch of gold for your Wako. A lot of late game scaling between, obviously, Wako and Jinjir on that Lilia and Kai'Sa. Feels pretty good. Oh, he's a happy man.
He is, and who wouldn't be after that one? So next dragon is some time away. It feels like this one is not as important as the previous one, because while CFO bought themselves some more time to scale, it is PSG who are well and truly online right now. And CFO have to be quite careful about a Baron possibly being given over, because there is a lot of DPS that can come out. And it's also so hard to maintain control over this area. You know, you're just going to have the Kai'Sa W, the Jace QE, and the Lilia bowling ball just thrown at you non-stop.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, you still do have a strong Gwen, Azir, and Isaiah, so it's not like you're out of the game yet, but it is just PSG that, in reality, should have control over the setup around objectives, which makes it very hard for you to play, as you just touched on. But we'll see, of course.
Yeah, we've seen the poke comps fall apart before when it just comes down to a straight 5v5. PSG feel like they might be the best team at executing this, though, when it comes to the more difficult styles. And CFO, they do have a fair amount of engage to still shut this down, especially if Chelsea can find something. He hasn't had the best game for himself just so far, but we've seen what he can do, right? He is the man that will find the engages when they need to be found.
Yeah, for sure. I think...
Yeah, they're controlling the Baron area. I don't think they can ever start this up. While they have a ton of DPS, I think you'll just lose so much health doing it to this double poke that it's probably never going to be worth it. But on bot side, Rest continues to make headway. He's up 2 levels in the 1v1.
Two-man bowling ball connects here, and Woody goes for that Magnet Storm, does only commit and connect onto Chelsea, and it's going to be that keeper's verdict that comes through from Gemini. But with that, that's a pick found, that's your support dead, and it could be the Baron being looked at by PSG after collecting this mid-wave and this mid-tower.
I'm going to take this away. Jimmy may be looking for something over the wall, but isn't going to see the angle. So at least for now, Baron is not picked up, which is nice, I guess, for CFO. They want that time to continue to scale, but more kills being given over and accelerating these carries further and further, it delays the time you need to scale, really, because you need a bigger advantage than you had before. And Waku is already at 3 items, and you almost feel like, just because of the type of player Waku is, he's not getting outscaled.
Yeah, I think in general, maybe you could argue that the Kai'Sa Xayah scaling is very similar when they're both AD. And while DPS-wise, yes, they still are in this case, but you just can't do as much damage as Xayah compared to the Kai'Sa. And wow. That is insane.
How was that found? That was a ridiculous angle. And they really followed up on it. I mean, credit to Woody, who just absolutely pulled the trigger there, flash forward, gets himself the kill.
I almost can't be mad at sort of Shun.
Yeah, that felt pretty unfair.
Yeah, that looked invisible as well. It's just, I don't know. One of those things. It does cost Shun his cleanse, of course, which is a big cooldown. So that means if Junjie finds him with anything, and it's in fact Chelsea who's going forward, and Junjie is going to have to flash himself away. Teleport committed. Crash down from Woody does connect, but it's only onto Chelsea on that Nautilus, which is not all that meaningful. And now, no teleport available for RJ, but Rest does, and that could be your window back in this game.
For sure, Rest now should be able to go on the bot side and just make so much headway. And they have such insane DPS, I think, that if Arja ever shows bot, the Baron can just be started. PSG, they might even just try start Baron and pull Rest away from this side lane. I think that's what they're going to do. They're comfortable giving over a dragon. They know they don't need it, and just force this Gwen to use her TP.
Poppy ult available.
Ooh, finds 2.
Yeah, it does find Junjie. Teleport coming through, but the Baron's resetting. The health's coming back, and Rest now in the pit.
That's the TP down, though.
It is the TP down. You got exactly what you wanted. Dragon will be picked up here for the side of CFO. But you did get that Gwen teleport, which is arguably more important at this stage of the game.
And are they just going to go back to hitting this? Jimmy and his bot, they could get another TP out of him, but have to be careful. If they tank this up too long, will take a lot of damage for it. Rest, though, he's found.
He's getting looked by Mission. Does come out with that Twilight Shroud, so will not be able to find any damage as Junjie on the Lilia, but that is the teleport for Jimmy. And
it might not be done here, though.
Low health bars. Needlework coming through. Does connect there onto Lilia. And 4,000 health left on this Baron. It's down to 3k, and Gemini's waiting. He's got his Hex Flash. He's channeling it.
Yeah, PSG, they're a bit low, though. They need to be careful.
Off. Both teams really, really close here.
Yeah,
and honestly,
playing with fire, really.
What a scary moment.
Yeah, it's going to diffuse. As Waku, he's going to clear out that vision in the back.
And we're back.
Yeah, perhaps they can re-threaten it.
There
are no TPs, yeah. As well. He's thinking about it. They are back to hitting it. So the Baron dance continues. Keep bringing CFO forward.
Azir does not have teleport, and he is not there. So this is a 4v4 for now. Chelsea does.
Oh, he missed the Baron health.
Oh, he did. Oh my God, they don't see it. This Baron is so low. In goes Rest. He finds out the health with that Twilight Shroud. He can't take any damage, but it is the Baron picked up by PSG. And a 3-man Magnet Storm. Jimmy and with that Emperor's Divide trying to answer back. But it's going to be the all-out, and Rest going down, as well as Junjie hunts down Gemini, who's the last remaining. PSG with Baron and a clean team fight win.
PSG annihilates CFO on the Baron there. A fantastic engage found by Woody. Seals their fate. And with that, they're going to be so far ahead in the gold that it feels like they should be able to bring this one to a win eventually. Going to now Siege up on this mid and bot, try and take a couple more towers before they go for their resets. As we'll get another look at this. And Gemini, he struggled to find the position here because he missed the Baron health, and then I think because he didn't know what health he was at, he didn't want to Hex Flash in. And so was eventually left with just being unable to get into this fight. And you can see he split on the side, but can't really do anything about it. And just so low HP on the engage. Shalcy taken out pretty much immediately by this huge engage. And there was no Xayah ult, I believe, up and available. So this is just PSG forcing cooldowns out of CFO non-stop until they have nothing left, are forced to fight, and then that's when they take him out. Look at the damage done by the carries.
Yeah, just everyone there.
Yeah.
Everyone that needs to do damage, absolutely doing damage. Not even close to being matched. Rest doing his best. You almost wonder if maybe that's the sort of team fight where you just rather have the Ghost, because Flash on cooldown would have been back up if it was Ghost, and honestly, just have a lot more impact in these fights. Wasn't to be, and it is now PSG, of course, pushing with this Baron. Wako did pick himself up that bot tower while we were taking a look at that replay, so even more gold onto this Kaiser, who at this stage, honestly, doesn't really need anymore.
No. I believe she's got a Zhonya's as well, so if you ever thought there was a way back into this game by picking Wako, doesn't feel likely, and the gold, it really tells the full story. As Rest.
Oh my God.
He's gone.
Wako really playing for keeps here, and this is going to be the depth charge used onto Woody. No flash, no ult now onto Wako, but still does retain that Zhonya's, and he's also taken out Gwen, who you'd argue is one of the most fed members here of CFO. And with that, Baron now, minions charging down this top lane. Wako raining on them with W's. There you're seeing the accelerated Shock Blast, and these Void Seekers, the Shock Blast, they're really doing a number here to the health bars of CFO's carries, as Shun now going to this mid wave to try and answer Arja, who takes down the Sandcastle.
It's so hard, I think, for CFO to keep this up. They don't have the strength to force an engage, and if you can't engage on a poke comp, you're going to be taken out in rather short order. As Shalcy being looked at here, forced to flash defensively. Another big loss.
Yeah, Jimmy in getting so low. There are no minions, but they are coming right now, so this will also be, obviously, the top inhib picked up. They're looking now for this mid lane, and Shun is just taking so much damage anytime any of this poke lands. And now you are seeing the problem of the Xayah and Azir. Very strong champions, not so good against range.
Shun does pick up his BT, but you wonder how much it's actually going to help, just because it feels like a lot of the time these fights are happening away from the creep waves or away from jungle camps. And that means there's nothing actually to lifesteal back up of until that fight begins.
Wow.
Next Dragon, 30 seconds away.
Junjia is currently 5 levels up on Gemini.
That's insane.
5 levels.
That's pretty absurd. Let's see this then. I believe it was the blue trinket that granted vision onto a recalling Rest, who was going to be able to get out, but canceled at the last second. And Wako, he notices that the W has been used, waits it out, goes for the engage. He did trade flashes, but I think at this point, there was a flash used below there. I think that was Maple flashing away from another engage off screen.
It was Chelsea.
Yep. Look at Junjia now, though. He's got Banshees, Zhonya's, and Demonic, and the Rod of Ages. I mean, this is an unkillable Lilia at this point. And of course, you mentioned being this far ahead in gold and XP is just unassailable.
Absolutely. This is going to be Dragon, third one of the game here for PSG. Really doesn't feel like it's necessary. Maybe next Baron, likely sort of win you in, but we'll see. They are building up this minion wave. I like what Arja's doing here, not instantly pushing it, trying to get a big one up there and give more time for this Jace and Kaiser to land some poke at that inner tower, inhib tower even. Jimmy and dodging out, doing a good job for himself. Does have that crown available for himself for now as well, but the static does get rid of it.
Yeah, pretty hard, I think, to keep your crown up against this sort of comp. It's a big wave. Now, they do have enough wave clear that it feels like PSG shouldn't be able to get something done unless they land a lot of poke, but actually
Chelsea
trying to engage.
Yeah, RJ goes unstoppable. He feels okay. Marco not really missing.
Yeah. Slowly being pressured out here. But I do think CFO will be able to keep their base safe, at least until that top inhib wave comes, which is a pretty big wave. So someone is going to have to go and deal with that. Oh, more poke lands.
Yeah, Shun and Azir can, but the poke landing now. Both carries getting hit. RJ going forward, does go unstoppable. Good job by him. Is going to get grounded in the pullback. But the four-man lofting lullaby into the magnet storm. And Wako has jived on in. And PSG are going to take game number 1.
Just like that, PSG, they will lead the series 1-0 in an extremely dominant game number 1. It felt like while there were windows for CFO in that game, every time it came down to the important fights, it was, of course, PSG that walked away with them.
Absolutely, and that is obviously game number 1 of the series going to PSG, and they're looking very, very strong here.
Yeah.
I mean, Kaiser Jace, pretty scary thing to give over, especially to the likes of PSG, and Wako having a game for himself there. I believe he remained undefeated. He was something like
8-0
Was he 8-0 at the end?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe even more. 4-man ult, by the way, found there by Junjie. Pretty crazy find, I think. Pretty heroic team fights out of Woody and Junjie all game long.
For sure, and it felt like they were so decisive, but also disciplined when they need to be, right? They were letting the poke land, and they were forcing out TPs, forcing out cooldowns, knowing that we're going to bait those out, and then we're going to run away from this fight, and we'll look again later. And it was so cleanly played from PSG, and I feel like that game gave me so much confidence, and that PSG can just play anything, right? They're just so good at playing, whatever comp they want, as long as it's somewhat standard.
For sure. I think they're probably one of the best 5v5 sort of press R team playing comps as well. And they're like the only team that can play the Varus, AP Varus even, and make that look good. So I think, it seems very hard to find out a solution against this team. Because, I mean, while I think CFO can, they're going to have to step it up, because I think early game they lost a little bit too much. Maybe they shouldn't have lost as much as they did. And then that sort of led to the success that PSG were finding, because Jace had his items, Kaiser had his items, and then you weren't being really given a chance around those objectives, because you take away the health bar, recall, and then PSG came back, and then that Baron, that's the macro that happened around the Baron, and I think that really was what sort of blew this game open.
For sure, yeah. I think it's a game that you could look at draft and say, maybe we take away one of this Jason Kaiser and just make things a little easier for yourself. But there were for sure windows in that game, and I think that so much of it was CFO just not playing clean enough, right? I think you maybe look towards Chelsea on the way out of that third dragon as being one of those big ones, because I think that if you can just continue to delay the game, continue to scale, you do have a chance in the later stages. But I think once you're accelerating, the mid-game champs more and more, you just never are able to get that leg up on them, right? Because they're just permanently a full item ahead of you is what it feels like.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's also important to note that while there are the likes of the Jace and the Kaiser left open, I don't think you can ever really just go Azir Xayah. While those champions are phenomenal on the patch, they're very strong, that is a direct team comp counter that PSG just immediately answered into them as the blue side. So it feels like that's pretty illegal and shouldn't really happen. And you have to question why it happened. Was it an answer to the Rel? You see the Rel, so you've taken the Xayah, does well into the Rel, the Azir, which can do well into the Rel, but then you just get immediately countered back. And I think going forward, the coaching staff for CFO will recognize this, and I don't think we're going to see sort of such a blowout, at least in the first 3 picks of the draft.
No, I wouldn't think so, but that was, remember, that PSG had side selection in game number 1, so CFO losing that game will have side selection game number 2, and you'd have to think that they would choose the blue side.
Yeah, for sure.
So we should see a very different draft in game number 2, but honestly, I'm still feeling very good about the PSG gameplay itself, because it looked ultra clean in that game. I couldn't really have asked for anything more. I guess on the side of CFO, it's hard to say how much the stuff around the bot lane ended up affecting it, right? Because they did fall down very early, but they also traded it back really nicely, right? They denied a lot of gold on the Wako. They got a kill, 2 kills, in fact, onto Shud, and we're looking very, very good around there. But unfortunately, it feels like Shud never really found his way into that game. You mentioned, of course, the Xayah into the double poke. It's never going to be that easy.
For sure.
But also just didn't have the kind of performance that we might expect, I guess, from Shun. And taking a look at the damage graphs here, I mean, it really tells the story, right? Especially, I think, those 2 carries, the Jason, the Kaiser, and even the Lilia, right? Like, the Lilia was 5 levels up.
Yeah, that's absurd. I mean, obviously it was like Gemini giving over camps to get ganks off, but wasn't even a hit in KP, so what are we going to ask?
I was going to say, do you think you give MVP to Junjie or to Wako?
I think Wako. Deathless game, looked very strong, found pretty much everything he wanted to. I think it's pretty hard to bet against him. I think you could argue Woody as well, because I think Woody had some massive team fight engages. Found 3-mans, found 4-mans, follow-ups on what Junjie found with those sleeps. I think a very good argument for him. But ultimately, I personally would give it to Wako. I think staying deathless, while it's not the easiest thing in the game, I mean, he did it very well, and he was very aggressive. Flashing under that inner tower top, still picking up that kill, a solo kill on rest. I think that is worthy of MVP.
Oh, it's definitely nice. I personally would give MVP to Junjie. I think just the lead he found while also being able to, be there for those important ganks, and just how many picks and team fight wins came off just his AoE. And it is MVP there picked up by Junjie. And it's so nice to see him on the carry junglers. Feels like we don't see it very often. And it really isn't because he's bad at them. I mean, you can see here, it's just he plays that team fight tank role so well for his team.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think we're going to see more of the carry junglers out of him? Because was this an answer to the team comp? Or do you think it's like, wow, Gingy is really strong on these carries. He hasn't been seen on the carries, so now we could play this angle for the rest of the series?
I think it was more just to give them some more AP in their comp, and I also think that added flexibility, of course, because they had that Rel first pick.
Yeah.
So I would be, I guess, like if the draft fits it, he'll play it again, but I don't think he's going into the series being like, okay, I'm going to play carry junglers. And this felt pretty illegal to me. I can't believe that hit. He finds both, gets the cleanse out of Shun, taking down the kill there, and I think it was Wako that got this one, and he was so absurdly strong, but this was the one
crazy.
This was just the 4-man found there.
Yeah, and then
all
again.
the follow-up.
Absolutely. That's crazy. I think the whole team played very well. I mean, Arju had a quiet game for himself, let's be honest, but you are Cassante to Gwen.
Yeah.
You may as well just not die, and you've pretty much done your job. So I think all around, so far, game number 1, PSG looking very, very strong. And if they continue it, I'm hard-pressed to find a way that CFO pick up a win. But if CFO play how they have been the rest of the playoffs, definitely possible.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if CFO went down without a fight. They're not the team that's going to step back. I mean, you can even see it in that game, right? At times, perhaps when they shouldn't be, Chelsea is still flashing for the engages. He's still willing to get involved, and I think if they can keep that confidence going, that will bode well for them, because I think the worst thing you can do here is just start to fear PSG and then end up giving them even more than you already are.
Yeah, definitely. And I think next game, obviously, it's going to probably be CFO on blue. We don't know for sure yet. But do you think that changes the pick ban? The bans especially, I think, because they banned Maokai. But Gemini looks like a very good Maokai. So do you think they try leave that open and try and get that for themselves?
Possibly. I would say the biggest difference might actually be in the mid matchup, because something I said before the series was that both Azir and Jace would be hotly contested. I didn't expect, though, to actually just see them both up against each other. And I would be very interested to see what happens when one is banned away. Then do we see the priority on the other rise super highly, or is there going to be something like an Ari from Jimmy and maybe that'll come through as an answer? So I think that could be a really interesting place for the teams to explore, but ultimately we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty exciting to see if Jimmy can pick something with more early game potential, because we saw even on the Azir, he was finding a lot of those team fights, getting 3-man Emperor's Divides and really setting up around those dragons. And so I think maybe something like the Ari that you touched on could do a lot to aid his team sort of through that middle game into the late stage where Shun really takes over.
Yeah, that could be the way. And I do think if they can kind of bridge that early game, that would be the way to do it, because I think for so much of their playoffs leading up to this, it was Rest who was the bridge, right? Playing something early game, something like the Renekton or just some champ that had advantage in the lane, and that would get them into that mid game in a really solid spot. Now, they had a gold lead this game, but it wasn't like huge, and also they had given over 2 drags, right? So they still felt pretty under pressure, and Rest definitely didn't reach the point where it felt like his champion had reached, its main power spike. Whereas sometimes you're looking at the Renekton and you see, picks up the Gore Drinker, and it's like, okay, we're ready to rumble.
Yep, full build.
Exactly.
Kind of like a rallier and Blade of the Ruin King. You get that Gore Drinker on Renekton, and every objective that you attend pretty much is yours.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we'll have to see, obviously. Game number 2, I'm excited. I mean, I want to see something different, for sure. But what do I want to see? Not entirely sure.
No, I think, I don't know, maybe red side, we'll change the bans a bit and we'll see something different.
Absolutely. But we are going to head to a break, get the players sort of back into it, get back into Champions League, sorry. But please do rejoin us here at the Hepping Gymnasium, and we will be back for game number 2.
培训！用热情的掌声欢迎培训 Sisters 上台来为 CFO 应援加油！
到亚运，看中华，场场必追，超精彩。还记得国际大赛带来的感动吗？期待已久的杭州亚运，准备嗨爆全场，4K 超高画质转播，让你有身临其境的快感。MOD 独家热点回看，夺牌时刻再三重温。哈密 Video 网络独家13个亚运频道，上山下海看好看满，一手掌握激烈赛况。杭州亚运9月23号到10月8号，一起成为中华队的最强后盾。
嗨亚运看哈密 Video， 独家网络转播，6场赛事同时看，290强势应援，运动影视首选哈密 Video。嗨亚运看 MOD， 独家4K 转播，6场赛事同时看，热点回看。新升装 MOD 加指定方案，加码1200点。运动影视首选 MOD。
布拉格，整座城市都是故事，有卡夫卡的故事，文艺复兴的故事，唯独缺少你与布拉格的故事。7月18起，华航独家直飞布拉格，带你写下新故事，更有多班直飞欧洲6大城。
臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡
啊！现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
布拉格，整座城市都是故事，有卡夫卡的故事，文艺复兴的故事，唯独缺少你与布拉格的故事。7月18起，华航独家直飞布拉格，带你写下新故事，更有多班直飞欧洲6大城。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
布拉格，整座城市都是故事，有卡夫卡的故事，文艺复兴的故事，唯独缺少你与布拉格的故事。7月18起，华航独家直飞布拉格，带你写下新故事，更有多班直飞欧洲6大城。
I'm so good
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hepping Basketball Gymnasium ahead of game number 2. Now, Shock, give me your thoughts heading into game number 2. Obviously, we saw a pretty strong start for PSG, all things considered, but they got a better draft, and now it will be CFO on blue side.
Yeah, I think I still favor PSG coming into game number 2 just based off the strength of their gameplay in game number 1. But I think it should be much closer this time, right? I think that CFO, they get to respond to what they saw out of PSG and, of course, are back on the blue side, which feels like the side that has just more agency, maybe, right? You get to choose your bans a bit more. Obviously, the first pick goes a long way, and it doesn't feel like red side last pick is really the pick that decides the game all the time. Sometimes, you see something, even like the Gwen last game, where it can come in and just 1v9 a game. But I think as you get kind of higher caliber teams and the difference between players kind of becomes smaller and smaller, it's more difficult to make that happen, and blue side tends to be the ones putting together the really good comps these days.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to kind of play devil's advocate for that, because I think last game, if the rest of the draft wasn't so lopsided when it came to sort of how the teams interact, I do actually feel like the Gwen had the opportunity to look to 1v5 that game, because really was able to do whatever she wanted up against the Cassante. It was really the rest of the map that was kind of falling apart, which is what you get when you have short range into long range. And so I think ahead of this, if you do look for something like that for the side of PSG, I feel like they are better at drafting around what they know they want to look to counter towards, and it could be something to look at sort of ahead as we go into the draft.
Possibly, yeah. I think Arja's counters tend to be a bit different, right? You see something like maybe the Cannon or the Naga coming through. Not that he can't play the Gwen, but it's definitely not a champ I really associate with it.
Hanabi game against Hanabi where he absolutely giga smurfed. He's like 3-0 at level 5.
He's definitely capable of playing it, right? Like, no one's going to say that, but I think that, yeah, it just doesn't really strike me as what they'd look for. Now, they might choose to instead hold that red side pick for a flex, right? You mentioned the Poppy, the Rel. They might even have, a couple more coming through. Can't think off the top of my head, but it feels like the Poppy and the Rel for PSG are two champs that they can flex to a level that other teams cannot, right? I don't think anyone else has nearly as good as a Rel flex, and I don't even think Poppy is in the consideration, really, for other teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, really, Arja is kind of the only guy that still plays the Poppy top, and it kind of feels weird because there's no reason not to, I feel. A lot of the matchups, like the Renekton, like the Jax, you can't just pick Poppy, and it kind of doesn't win, but it neutralizes and then sort of has more impact in team fights. And so it's something that I guess RJ has been really comfortable on, and maybe Rest. Honestly, it's a champ that you feel like Rest could just pick up and play because his wheelhouse is so odd. I mean, you got the Udyr, the Gwen obviously last game, and just so many more that he just randomly picks up out of nowhere, and he's like, wow, this guy's incredible on the champion. And so, yeah, I feel like Rest could play it, but again, it is RJ and Junjia. They're both very, very good at that champion, so we'll see, though. Taking a look at the crowd. A lot of CFO again.
Yeah,
I do see a PSG man there.
Yeah, they're going to have to get their CFO energy up for game number 2 here. Obviously, want to see them bounce back, and I think there's definitely the potential for it. This is a team that will fight back, and they definitely are a caliber of team that could take this to the series to the distance. And of course, that will start with game number 2 here. I think I'd like to see a better game from Shalcy as well.
Yeah.
I don't think it was awful, but I do think it wasn't at his normal level of oftentimes he just finds, winning engage after engage. And it felt like that game, while he did find some good ones, he was also giving a lot back. And of course, the first blood definitely wasn't the way they wanted to start that one, as we will head into game 2's champ select. The Blitzcrank ban does remain, and so does the Tristana. Now, do we think the LeBlanc also gets banned again? No. Okay, so they changed it to the Jace. There's still potential for that, but I think now we might see that Azir Jace kind of broken up, and one of them will remain if the Azir is left open, and that would become very high priority, I would imagine.
Yep, definitely could. We'll see, though. I feel like PSG probably have the room in their draft to ban it if they need to.
So the Rumble ban comes out again, which is kind of interesting, because I think the Rumble obviously pairs a lot better with the Tristana and Jace, right? So you almost feel like maybe it wouldn't come through. I guess Jimmy could pick up something like the Cassante, though.
The Yone.
So
he's played a lot of Yone.
That's true, yeah. Maybe they just want to shut down any sort of AD mid option and make it a little more difficult. Maokai ban comes out again.
Maybe just putting a lot more priority on the likes of the Poppy. It is something that pretty much every jungler has succeeded on. So we'll have to see.
It's definitely a little different. Now, last ban, what will it be? I mean, something like the Rel could come through. I wonder if, do we think Gemini would play Rel in the jungle? Because I think he's played it before.
I think he could.
Yeah, okay, so they ran the Renekton instead, so just definitely don't want Rest to have that. So first picks, obviously, the Kai'Sa, if they value it that highly, which I don't think they do, there is obviously the Rel, which we've been talking a lot about, and because it's so valuable for both teams, it could be picked up. But the Sejuani, so not a champ we've seen a lot lately, and Nico has gone through as well. I would be not overjoyed to see this, to be honest, because I think Nico is still a very, very strong mid laner, but I don't think Jimmy has looked that good in it, and I like the Rel a lot more.
Yep, okay, so it will be the Rel.
This does potentially give over the Nico to Maple, though, and I think Maple has been a much better Nico than Jimmy.
Yeah, we've seen some 4-man, 5-man ults out of this guy, so someone to look out for.
I would be totally down.
Yeah, I think I almost expect it, because what can you pick into it? Maybe the Ari doesn't do too poorly,
Yeah, I mean,
but
you can play Azir.
Yep, Azir as well, but you are going to, again, give over pressure in the mid stages of the game, which can also play into how PSG like to play. And now, a completely blind pick, red first.
Yeah, are they going to take Sedge with that then, do you think?
Ooh,
because
it could be.
Otherwise, I mean, it is with Renekton gone, but it does feel pretty strange to bring that in so early, especially when it feels like Rest is capable of playing the AP counters. So it's an interesting choice, and I think the Sejuani kind of has to come in alongside it. Otherwise, it'll make things a little too difficult in the top sides. They do lock that in. It's going to give them a very strong top 2v2. And what now will the answer be? I think you can still go Poppy and put that in the jungle. Alternatively, I don't think Rest would play it, but Poppy top against the Jax could be good. And do they just lock Azir here? I think I like it more for them. Again, I don't really want to see Jimmy and on the Nico, but this does feel like you're potentially too weak in the early game, right? Like if there's a Jax Sejuani Nico coming through, you're not winning any 3v3s anytime soon.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see though. They get to pick another champion here alongside it. Could be the Xayah. I almost feel like it's likely to be the Xayah.
Yeah.
Seems to be something that CFO have preferred. And admittedly, so far from what we see, it does do a lot better because you can't get that Jace to come through. Means that at least some of that poke will be gone, and currently the hover will likely be locked in.
They do get the Azir Xayah once again, and I think this looks like a much better game for it. You already see two champs that kind of have to engage into you, and you've got a mid AD duo there that can kite back so well, deals so much damage as well, and of course have that Rel in the mix. So now Kai'Sa could be the pickup. Ooh, will they go the Yone? It has been picked plenty of times into Azir.
Oh, and the Maple build is also something special if he were to go for it, but it looks like he's gone away. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see him pick something else. And Talia will be locked in.
Okay, yep. I like that. I feel like it does deal pretty well with these champs and can really annoy them. And of course, if you get more CC on your team, makes your job even easier. So moving towards second phase ban, I think if you're PSG, it can be difficult to ban supports because, again, Rel can always go down there. You could still ban junglers because I think it's less likely that Gemini picks up Rel in the jungle. I don't feel like it's a champ that is amazing. And I like the Poppy ban. I think that goes a really long way. Denies Azir Poppy combo, and of course, it's one of Gemini's best champs.
Now, what will be the answer? Probably supports. You expect something like, okay, actually, looking like AD carry.
Yeah.
So, taking away the Zeri, it does feel like there's just going to be something Barker. I mean, he's got the Kai'Sa still that he can pick, the Aphelios, which he probably looks like the best Aphelios in the league, which is still open. So, I don't think he feels that hindered by these AD carry bans, because ultimately he's going to get something he wants.
Now that is the tough thing, right? With Zeri, Kai'Sa, and Aphelios all available there, always one of them is going to get through. Now the Alistar is banned away. Do you think that means that PSG are going to take away the Rakan? Because they might just be saying, okay, it's for sure Rel support, and we don't need to get rid of it. But if it ends up being Rel jungle, and then you have Rakan on the team as well, that's going to be an impossible comp to play against. So we'll see. Aphelios is left up. They ban the Kai'Sa instead. And I think now they probably will take away the support denial, I think. Yeah.
I think
you have to. Okay, so they lock in the Rakan. Now 4-5 for the side of CFO. We'll reveal where this Rel is going and, of course, pick up our top laner. Jax Cassante, a matchup we've seen all year long. I kind of feel like it's fairly average, though, right? I feel like I'd prefer something like a Gragas to come through. But maybe you don't feel like you can get enough done, and maybe you feel like Jimmy and on the solo AP Azir is going to do it for you.
Yeah, for sure.
I think you're very happy with this as Arja, though, because I think that CFO relies on Rest to build some sort of lead in the early game, and I think a 50-50 matchup like this, maybe not what you want.
Yeah, I think importantly, too, it's not a 50-50 matchup when it's with the Sejuani, but Pike covered.
Okay,
Will
so
we see it? That would be very exciting.
It's possible. I mean, Chelsea is the kind of guy to play something like that. Might go back to the Nautilus just for some more consistency. Locks it in. That does mean, of course, Rel is going into the hands of Gemini in the jungle. We'll see how well he does on that. Last pick here for Wako. What's the ADC going to be? Aphelios may be the likely choice.
Oh.
Vayne, it's a pretty good Vayne game. I have to be careful of Azir, but against everything else.
Yeah, will it be locked?
I think he might do it.
It's hovered for a long time. I think he's going to go back to Aphelios, and everyone's going to be sad.
Ah, Smoj. Okay, well, that did feel like the safe choice for sure, and for good reason. I mean, I think it does very well in the hands of Waku, like most AD carries do, to be fair.
Yeah. It's not really an AD carry when you look at this guy and be like, oh, he doesn't look too good on that.
Yeah.
Occasionally, maybe he has a bad game on it, but not a whole lot of bad performances overall. Something that is kind of sad for me is we don't get to see him on the Lucian anymore, because I think it was very exciting to watch.
Yeah, he was definitely one of the scary Lucians.
Yeah.
But what are you thinking about game number 2? Because for me, when I look at this, I'm thinking that, okay, CFO, they got a lot more engaged than they did in the previous game, which they like that, right? They always fight these guys, so that's really good to have. And the other side, though, it feels like PSG have a very good time dealing with that, right? They've got good disengage with that Talia Rakan. Also have the option to then re-engage that, which I really, really like. And I think I prefer the PSG draft again.
I think I do too, and I think more than just that, they feel like they got counters in pretty much every lane. While yes, Cassante Jax should remain relatively even, I think when it's also considered that you have Rel versus the Sejuani, I think that means now the 2v2 for the Jax and the Sejuani should go pretty heavily in favor of the side of PSG. And then, of course, Talia is picked as an answer to Azir. Not necessarily because you're going to look to kill him or anything like that, but it's very hard for Azir to ever play aggressive against you. And it's quite easy for you to just chip away at Azir quite constantly and get pressure over that lane. And so I think, all things considered, I agree with you. I think PSG are favored to win this one. And I don't even think it's particularly close, although it's also not an entire blowout.
I would say it's still reasonably close. I think that CFO... this time, I mean, if they're wanting to play the Azir Xayah, and they've been having a lot of success on that, I think they will have more success with it in this game than they did previously. And I think it's also really good that Chelsea now has some follow-up, right? There's also Gemini in the mix. So I think that CFO have a much better chance in game number 2 here. But again, I think that PSG will walk away with it. We'll have to see, though. I mean, a lot of that can come down to how that top and mid matchup ends up going, because I think the top side 3v3 is pretty important. You know, especially when you've got the Jax Sejuani. A lot of PCS teams have just kind of left the Jax on the weak side. You know, the Sejuani never ends up being involved. And then you'd much rather have the Rel, wouldn't you?
Yeah, for sure. I think in terms of a team fight, Rel almost certainly would be your pick 100% of the time. And futures market, actually, for Rel here. I wonder, genuinely, if that was maybe an accident somehow. Because I almost feel like 100 times out of 100, you would prefer to have Hex Flash.
Yeah, that is really, really strange. I've never seen that on Rel, I don't think.
Neither. I mean, maybe it's support. I could see it maybe, but like Hex Flash just seems so important. Anyway, Chelsea looking for an engage. Walking in. This is going to give over a little bit of gold there to Maple on the Talia with that first strike. Nothing does come, though. And now, what do you expect? Give me your prediction here. Game number 2, First Blood. Who you giving it to?
Game number 2, First Blood. Ooh, I think it might be Wako again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Bot lane, I mean, these two bot lanes, they just want to battle. Gemini, is he going to try to take away the Raptors here? I think he is. He sneaks in. Is he spotted? Did he get spotted? I don't think he did.
Oh, okay, Jajir.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to take these away. Does he finish it in time to go to the red? I don't believe Rel clears that fast, no. So this is just going to be one camp taken away.
Rel actually does clear a lot faster if you start W.
Okay, drops that ward on the way out. So we'll just retreat back to his side, but gets away a little bit of a takeaway. And we'll get to spot Jinjia out later in the clear. And Hook almost finds Wako, but here comes the trade back.
Repeat. There is Ghost available for Wako, but does choose not to use it.
A little bit of damage put over there. And that ward, I believe this would have spotted Gemini at some point here, so they should have the knowledge. And now Jinjia is going to find that those Raptors are missing.
Yeah. He's not going to be happy.
No.
Missing pings.
A little bit of a missing ping. Onto the bot side, though. And that's going to mean that he will be around this bot side first. So if there is some more aggression, he'll be there to back it up. CFO, though, they have control over the wave. Level 2 now picked up for PSG's bot lane. Ward drop there by Shun. Ooh, a nice little trade. It comes through. And mid-pro will go to Jimmy and early. It's really when Maple starts to get more points in queue that he can start to shove out. We'll still need to be careful, of course, of the gank setup, because it can be quite fierce, but he's doing what he can to poke out. And with that first strike, is once again going to be making a lot of gold. And he took first strike last game as well, so he's just come in to become a rich man this finals.
He's Bezos.
He is. Okay, both junglers on the bot side. Last time it was Junjia who got the double crab. Don't think it's going to happen this time as RJ is already proxing nice and early. It's going to give him a lot of tempo. We'll see what he ends up doing with it. Might just be a reset that comes out.
Yeah, I do feel like it's most likely to be so. Take a look at the bot though, Woody. It's Woody going down here. First blood to Shun on that Xayah feels very, very good. And Junjia is in the area, but this could quickly turn into a 2v3 if he were to progress.
He's going to have to back away there, and it feels like just a repeat of what happened in the previous game, but this time it was CFO. They got their first blood onto the AD carry. Let's take another look at it. Woody, I believe he died with both sums up, so he must have been just bursted down. Tanks the hook. Wow. Just a chain CC and all that damage that comes out of Xayah. Taken out immediately is
Waco's
Wako.
ghosting. He does a flash, but he's rooted. These guys are so good at chain CCing, and he's looking to turn it around. Does that the grab determined? Woody! He's gone and laser Q, and that's the kill back now. And what a series of events down in the bot lane that leads to Woody picking up a return kill onto Chelsea.
Nice pickup there, of course. It did come at the cost of both of Waco's sums, so it certainly isn't for free, and we'll have to see if CFO can look to punish that. As Gemini, he's actually in the bot bush. He might look for a flash onto Wako. The wave, though, is not that favorable, and it's not going to be for some time. We'll have to see how much time is he willing to invest here. There are only the Grand Pup, so he can be here for a while. Wako needs to be so careful.
Woody, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
He's found. Oh.
Okay, does get that Grand Challenge off. Battle Dance! And it's going to be Shun missing out on that feathers. The Blade Caller will not connect even. My goodness.
Yeah, I think big misexecution from CFO. That was Shun burning both his sums for a kill that was not found. And I think you almost could have just waited for Wako to walk back up, right? The kill on Woody ultimately is not that important. I think that denying that CS would have been far greater. We'll see, though, how this ended up going down. I guess Chelsea just flashed the wall. Yeah, what a Chad. So he goes in. Wako, he burns the ghost very, very early. And he was so close to being taken out here, but the flash gets him out. Lots of damage traded back, and Woody is quick to punish that. The Gravitum comes through. Ignite dropped as well. And are we going to see the jungle thing? No, we're not. I think they could have gotten a kill, though. Still, 1 for 1. Shun has a kill. Wako does not, and sums are all down on the bot side. So there can be some more attention put down towards that. Lost chapter comes through for both mid laners. We'll see if there are any Leandries and Joyers. You'd hope to see it. Dragon is starting up.
I can't believe there's only been 1 kill.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of battling going on.
Looks like priority around this dragon maybe, given to PSG. See if they choose to do it.
Maple's here. He wants to punish while they have no sums.
Does have Weaver's Wall.
They're going to find Gemini here. And with the Talia here, this should be a winning fight.
Okay, Gemini does have Crash Down available to him. Maple, though, trying
Nothing on Shun.
Not very good guns available, but the Great Entrance finds 2. The knockback there onto Chelsea, but it's a kill first. Found for Shun. Wako gets hit by the tower, but will survive. And it's CFO who turn the dive and pick up a 7 kill here onto their Xayah.
A big misexecution, I think, from Maples to Leah. He didn't manage to find Shun in his knockup despite being CC'd. I think it was just slightly out of range, and that means that so much damage, so much additional DPS is put down. And in the meantime, Jimmy was just sieging up mid, took a plate, which he's going to use to fund those 2 pink wards in his inventory.
Absolutely. There's a lot of pink wards
yeah,
early on in the game.
I would have done that, but hey, I respect it. He's a team player.
Now, I mean, all things considered, game's going very well here if you are the bot lane for CFO. Shun 2-0. Wako yet to die, though, so that's always something I think you got to keep in the back of your mind, especially on this Aphelios.
Mid pressure remains here for Jimmy and shouldn't feel under any threat whatsoever, especially with how much control CFO have over the river. And CFO starting up the Dragon, something that they've done well for a very long time is stacking up those drags. But I think so important is they're ahead, and they're so good at playing from ahead. As they're so good at just forcing the issue. And this could be it, as shall see. He forces that flash out of Junjia. Woody's
re-ingressing, and he's going to land all of the CC here. Weaver's wall comes out, and shall see is going to get taken out, but not before Wako does. It's a 1-for-1 for now. But the AD carry off PSG is dead as should. Featherstorm comes out, Jimmy also goes forward, and that's a kill for Eurazir.
Flash is burned as well. CFO off to a nice start here in game number 2. They don't want to go down without a fight. And I think those kills, I believe they're all on the carries at this point. Okay, there was 1 kill onto Rao, but I mean, look at your Xayah and Azir getting this far ahead this early You have to feel very, very good about that. Now, the Dragon didn't end up going down for either team, but I think that it's not too important. We'll be looking towards the Herald instead. And just look at how much control Jimmy has around mid as Maple. He's pretty low on the mana. Will be forced away. Chelsea, only level 4. So, okay, hits 5. Just ahead of this Herald, but is still very far away from 6. Let's see it again then. And PSG, I think, you know, without the pressure in mid or bot, look how much vision control CFO have. And they play around it super well. PSG punished very heavily for walking forward. Wako tries to DPS, misses the ult, finds himself in this corridor with nowhere to go. And it's so, look at the CFO carries, full HP behind their tanks. And there just is no way for PSG to take this fight. And I really think with having no control, no prio anywhere, should have been willing to give it up. Instead, they say, okay, you know, in game 1, we out-team fought you no matter what. But CFO with the lead and with the control, they managed to get that one up. Herald will go the way of PSG, though. And it doesn't look like CFO have a trade back. There's nothing on the bot side. They're not starting drag. They're not looking for dive. I think it was just resets that came through. So PSG, they trade a little back.
Yep, and there's much-needed gold. Almost feel like it has to go on Wako at this point. He does feel very far behind the Xayah, and that in itself can lead to these teamfight losses, but we'll see. It is Woody now redeploying back onto the map down to the bot side. Jimmy, again, has his crown picked up, is just going to retain at mid-prio for pretty much the foreseeable future at least. Maple only sitting at, for now, the Lost Chapter. Does have boots for himself, but we'll see if that matters.
CFO now looking back towards this Dragon, and I think while they are, of course, looking for the Dragon, also just looking for opportunities to fight at this point, they are very, very strong, and if they can bring PSG out to play, they would be very happy to do so. PSG, though, wisely, they give this one up, say we want a little bit more time, maybe hit at least one item on both our carries here. Jimmy already feels like he's so hard to target.
Yeah.
You know, while the crown is much lower DPS than Leandry's, and I would still prefer the Leandry's, don't get me wrong. I think this does mean he's pretty much just unkillable in this game and will be able to DPS very consistently. Bot side, level 6 advantage here for Shao C. If he hits a hook, can definitely follow it up. But without enough vision, without enough info, they might try and play it cool for a bit. Gemini is down here, though, for a counter, and I think they're perhaps expecting the Herald to come down. Spotted by a ward is going to give PSG all the info and all the time, importantly, they need to make this decision. Do see him walk away as well. Reset comes through, and are both top laners just proxying each other?
They are. What gentlemen.
It's just a PvE game.
Wow.
Imagine you've come to stage to play the finals and you're just fighting creeps.
That's right. Not even near each other. Yeah. Just, there's not even a top laner in the top lane at this stage. They're just at each other's inner towers. You know, I wonder who that favors. Almost feel like probably Jax, but at least for the immediate future, Cassante will feel pretty strong in those fights.
Yeah, I honestly think it just favors whoever's winning bot side. It just doesn't.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, both top laners not interacting. Just hope your bot side wins. And
Rest doing a great job.
Yes.
Sitting there while Shun's 2-0 and 2.
Okay, so both objectives are 3 minutes away here, and I'm not sure we're going to see. I want to say we're not going to see too much action, but at the same time, it's CFO, and they don't really let. I don't like to let a 3-minute period go unchecked. Probably will look for something aggressive. There are a lot of flashes up, though, so I think it's pretty hard for either team to really force the issue right now. Instead, probably just are going to sit back and wait for those next objectives to come up.
The Herald might just be coming top. Are they going to look for something here onto Rest?
Yeah.
They get his movement out, and there is a pink, so Junji is going to be up here, but by using that, they will know his location, of course. Picking up the Scuttle Crab, and Rest trading back a lot of damage for himself up on that top side.
Gemini is around for the counter. I think it probably would be best at this point if Herald just went towards mid, but I'm not even sure you can because it feels like Azir has so much priority at this point that it's difficult. TP comes in though, so I think this will just be looking to Herald mid. They've got support up here as well. That's going to force Jimmy in at least to consider his positioning here. So this Herald will get to charge, but I think all the gold is going to go to Sedge.
Oh, they missed the knock-up.
Oh
no.
Maple forced a flash.
Maple flash. That's going to be the Emperor's Divide, and Maple goes over the wall. Is going to be getting hit up by these Sand Soldiers, and he is not long for this world. Loses flash, but the flash follow confirms that Jimmy will select his second kill.
Yeah, fantastically played from Jimmy. And goes in, baits out the flash, and then follows up with a flash of his own, and he got him over the wall.
Yeah.
That was super well played. I'm very impressed. And now what can they trade back from that? Looks like it's just going to be more gold onto Jimmy, and as he's going to hit some plates, force Junjie to come there and show. Topside, health bars are getting a bit lower. Not too low.
We're getting very low. Time to start proxying again.
Okay, Shalsey is around bot. And remember, with Junjie showing mid, CFO can know that there's no follow-up here. Big trades in top. There are TPs available for both, but I think they'd like to keep it for Dragon if possible. So see this again there. Maple, he tries to greed, and so nice from Jimmy. You know, follows up with that flash, and just the angle was super good.
Is the longest knockback I have ever seen.
It was a bit of a long boy. Now, Gemini did commit his flash as well, which may be unnecessary. Rest, I think, is in trouble here. Nowhere to go.
Should be getting stunned up. He does go unstoppable, and there's going to be Junjie who's tanking up, and he is very tanky.
Last hit.
Does get him with that glacial prison.
Yeah, snipes him on the way out. And dying here, I think it is pretty important, because if he might just lose his top tower, and that's going to be first tower gold given over the Jax. CFO trying to trade on the bot side, and it looks like they will force CFO away. Who gets the tower first, though? I almost feel like it's Jax.
Maybe. Zaya does do a lot of damage to towers herself. Oh, it is Jax.
Yeah, Jax did pick it up. Okay. So it is traded. Not the worst. And Wako will be able to pick up the gold, but 30 seconds ahead of the Dragon.
Okay. They're getting aggressive. There's a Weaver's Wall.
Shun.
But Shun has found the stun. Wako gets himself out, and he's healed back up here with that Severin gun. He's looking for Shalsey. He picks up one. Is he going to be able to find more? Teleports are coming through, and Wako's building up those chakrams. He's going to get himself a second. PSG are going to win the team fight. RZ flashes forward, uses that Grandmaster's might, and secures himself another. All the while, though, Jimmy picks himself up a tower mid.
It was a big team fight win, and one that happened without the Azir involved. You know, Jimmy, he didn't have TP. He couldn't manage to get in that fight, but he did trade back a tower. So despite all that, gold remains only slightly in PSG's favor after that huge win. Now, it looks like Dragon will just go the way of PSG, so it's still a very even game here. And I think CFO, honestly, you know, it's both their blessing and their curse. They're very good at looking for fights, and it was a nice start, I think, for Shun. But your Azir is not looking to go to this fight. He doesn't have TP, which is the problem, right? And it's so long for him to get here. And Maple's Talia is already here. Nice wall as well. Cuts off any reinforcement. Just able to kite back super nicely. Wako free hitting the entire time. And they managed to get so many kills here and so much gold. And I think importantly, RJ gets a kill on top of all that gold he already got off the top tower. He must be so far ahead of top now.
He still hasn't backed.
Yeah, he's maybe not done yet, though. Rest in the wings.
There is a crown available here for Jimmy, and does get that Empress Divide, and Rest is here. RJ, though, pops that ult. I don't think it actually committed, and the all-out comes through. RJ trading back some damage, but it's going to be Rest who picks up that kill. Junjie with that Glacial Prison isn't going to be able to lock up Rest for long enough. The flash might just get him away. He's got that Radiant Virtue healing ticking. Does manage to get himself to the Hex Gate, but it's stopped. Jimmy gets the stop, and it's stopped again. It's a shutdown. 300 gold onto this Azir. And Jimmy even set up for success.
Jimmy not just setting himself up for success, but the entire team of CFO. That's another kill, or another couple kills, found off a great Azir wall there. And Herald dropped mid. They're going to break this tier 2 mid tower at only 16 minutes into the game. And that's going to just allow so much control, so many options for CFO. And goes home, grabs himself a Nash's. I mean, this is an Azir that is so absurdly far ahead of his counterpart here. At just the right time as well. He's even going to come towards top and get more gold for himself. And an Azir this fed is not easy to deal with. Not with the comp that PSG have. They're kind of relying on, you know, Azir not being the one fed. Because Azir is going to deal with the Jackson Sedge, no problem at all.
For sure. Now, it is only 2.5 minutes, really, until this Baron. Very similar timing on the Dragon, which could just potentially be our next team fight.
Could be. As Jimmy, and he walks towards top. Wants to continue to push this out. Of course, with all that gold in his pocket, he feels very, very difficult to stop. But without control of the river, does have to respect a little bit of the roam up. Currently, though, CFO, they're going to fix that up. They're going to drop this vision, allow the Azir to continue to push. You really do want to pressure that top tower if you can. They've already broken so much on mid, so want to spread that lead around the rest of the map.
Sure. I think while all this happens, though, you can, as PSG, sort of just sit back and let RJ have his time to himself in the side lane. Does feel like he should be stronger than this Cassante for now. The rest certainly doing a good job of trading for himself. In fact, he's going forward. He's going to have to use that unstoppable. Get away from the counter-strike.
And we'll just clear all those up. And I think it's very important that Rest can at least neutralize the bot matchup, or the top matchup here, because he is starting to fall pretty far behind. I mean, you look at all that gold that RJ picked up, the kill, the plates, and of course the CS there as well.
And PSG, they're sending Junjie and Woody down to this bot side, perhaps going to take a look at diving this Cassante. He's very tanky.
Yeah, they might just try and trade it. I'm not sure if he can be dived, though. They're thinking about it.
Yeah, Junjie is here. RJ going to be able to get up to this tower. And they
doesn't feel possible at all.
Okay. The Toffee Strikes misses, and the knock-up from that Arctic Assault will not. But Rest does just get himself away, and now a lot of pings onto this top side outer, as Maple is just going to respect the fact that he is very heavily weak-sided and recall.
This should be Jimian who grabs another tower for himself, even more gold in his pocket. And I'm not even sure. It looks like on bot side, eventually they will get this tower. So they do get it. Better than nothing.
Well, they're denying gold.
But yeah, I think more gold on Azir, though, feels very, very tough, especially ahead of this next dragon. Only 45 seconds away. Now, it's not the most important drag. If you know, either side wanted to try and trade it for gold, they could do that. You know, just continue to pressure the top side and maybe even threaten the Baron. I mean, there is a lot of DPS from both teams at this point. And both these teams are very decisive, so if they see the opportunity, they will take it. Currently, though, it is CFO setting up on the bot side, so it looks like they at least want to play towards that dragon. Let's see what the side of PSG have in store, because, you know, take a look at the mid lane items. Maple is sitting on a lot of gold, but he is so far behind in combat stats right now. So if he can't base and pick up, you know, a rod at least of his own, feels like this fight is pretty much just lost.
You'll see he's clearing out one more minion wave, and that kind of suggests to me that with Futures Market available too, he probably has enough to pick up the Shadow Flame. We'll see though, he's still not recalling actually. In fact, they're forcing a lot of attention towards this top side. It is going to be Dragon, however, taken in the meanwhile by CFO. I think PSG can be okay with this. You don't really need to fight it. It is only the second Dragon. Getting some gold, arguably more important.
Yeah. Well, they're going to allow Maple to shove that all the way in, which I think feels very good because Maple is so far behind in items. And I think with how long he spent on the map, he might actually have his Shadow Flame. Let's see what he gets. Okay, doesn't even have the Shadow Flame, and that's a worry because if you're not already, you know, completed Shadow Flame starting to work on Void, you're going to have a really tough time as Talia because look at all that magic resist, especially for Gemini already. And it's coming through on the other members as well, right? Chelsea's got a lot, Rest starting to work towards it. And while Maple, he still can have a lot of impact just from the Liandry's damage and honestly just from Talia's CC and utility. It does feel like his window to deal damage has closed for a while.
For sure. We'll see though. Of course, if you find a nice combo, nice shove onto that Scattered Earth, can just do a lot of damage regardless. And Marco, he could be going for either the Gale Force or the Infinity Edge. Not yet sure which it is, but he might just be having a flash away. He's going to have to pop his Ghost, which is big for team fighting. But in terms of safety, he feels all right, being that he has retained his flash.
Will we just see CFO kind of run back what PSG did previously, where they just try and start up Baron and force out cooldowns? Instead, they could just force a fight around here. They are very, very accelerated right now. And while the gold is relatively even, I think so much of that gold is just centralized on the Azir, which feels really hard to play against.
Archer's first here, and it's going to be the engage coming out here. Chelsea getting very low. Moonlight Vigil does connect. It's going to be Woody who picks up that kill. Junjie, though, continuing on forward, does use that Arctic Assault, as Gemini will get very low. RG on the flank looking for Shun. Won't be able to find anything. The Graviton comes through, and Jimian does narrowly dodge it. It does only connect there onto Rest, who did use his teleport, of course, and RG retained his. So, all things considered, pretty good win there for PSG. But while I'm saying that, Woody getting looked at by Jimian.
Health bars so very low there for the side of PSG as Jimian was just forcing them all away. And pings on the Baron, despite losing Chelseaa. It looks like they're going to try start this one up.
Maple's back, has his ult, has his flash. Junjie is also here. This doesn't feel
it's going down very quickly.
It's very low.
Are they just going to flip it?
Junjie trying to get himself into the pit. Oh my god, he's not able to get it. The Weaver's Wall does come through, and they're looking for the fight. Jimian, though, Emperor's Divide comes through, and there's going to be 3 men all onto Junjie. The Sand Soldiers are doing the damage they need to. Wako and Maple aren't able to get there just yet, and 4 members strong up on this bottom side of PSG are looking to try and find anything, but it's just going to be the clean Baron for CFO.
What a bold call from CFO. They start the Baron in a 4v5, just knowing that with cooldowns burned and with how much DPS they have, they can just nuke it. And honestly, it pretty much was a 50-50 at some point there, but they just did it so fast. And Junji was actually in the Hex Gate, I think, trying to go past. We'll see it here, though, as Jax was still stuck recalling. Rakan was in base, so not even here yet. And just, I mean, it went down so quickly. You can't smite during the portal, right?
I actually don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear you can.
That would have been an insane play. Oh, Jimmy, though, he's found, and that's a huge shutdown. They now go. In fact, that was a solo kill. Maple, he cut him off, but that is so much gold there picked up. And importantly, delays this Baron very heavily. I mean, without your strongest member on the map for a good 30 seconds, a lot of breathing room bought for PSG.
For sure. And it feels dangerous even though you have this Xayah to walk up because, I mean, all it takes is for one flank to come through and find your Xayah, and that's her going down as well, and that's more shutdown. So Xayah being off the map means that this Baron wave will no longer be able to push. And RJ picked up all that gold for himself. Black Cleaver very close now to the Zhonyas.
So I think at this point, Jimmy hasn't reset yet, and he's just trying to overstay on the map. But if you take a look, he's got no one on the map at all near him, and he just had no idea that Arja was there. Without the ult, has no way to self-peel his way out. So unfortunately, he invested the stopwatch as well. This was actually quite a lot lost there for CFO. But now Jimmy back up and on the map, has TP. So if they want to still use this Baron, they can. Only have a minute left on it, though.
Yeah, a lot of positioning around the bot side. They're going to land a little bit of damage here onto RJ, but it's not going to be all that meaningful. Maple here to try wave clear. Wako also does have that Infernum Gum, so we'll help him out a little bit.
Okay, well, it looks like Jimmy will head up the mid lane. Has TP, so can group with his team, and he feels like a pretty hard target to engage on. Obviously, was found before, but it was a bit of a bush cheese. Now, though, feels very, very safe as CFO, they'll try to pressure, but remember that without the Baron buff on mid, it makes it a lot harder, and I think PSG have just...
Oh, Weaver's Wall coming through. This is a 45. The Infernum ult from the Moonlight Vigil does land, and RJ, he's on to Shun, who does not have Featherstorm, but Shun is kiting. They find a 3-man on top of Strike, and it's going to be Rest, and Jimmy and finding the damage. It's 3v3. RJ does use that Leap Strike to try to get himself away. Woody Flash, and the Battle Dance means that he, too, will be able to survive. 2 for 2, all things said and done, but a lot of gold over to PSG.
A lot of gold picked up, and they do manage to mostly defuse this Baron. I don't think any towers went down. So it was just that Baron gold, but Jimmy, and perhaps he wants more. Hungry for blood. Instead, though, would have set his eyes on the dragon.
RJ is going to have teleport very, very shortly.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be able to get here in time, though. And this is third dragon picked up for CFO, and they feel in a really good spot here, I think, with how strong Jimmy is. And honestly, just how well he's playing, too. He did have that one hiccup. Let's see it again here. You know, Jimmy, he was mid. I believe he did have his TP up, despite what the graphic says. So he was able to get to this fight, but instead chooses just to walk. Knows there's not much point TPing into this. And you'll see how much is used here from the side of PSG. They do get the kills, but as you come into the fight here as Jimmy, there is literally nothing left. And he manages to find the kill there and cleans the rest of them up. I mean, you can just see there's no damage whatsoever that can come onto him. He has got a Rabadon's, and it's working towards his Zhonyas. Also, a lot of damage put out by Shun before he died.
Yeah. He got so low and then managed to do that much damage. It's kind of a disaster, really, for PSG. Rest, he's being respectful, realizes that he could just be the target here. RJ, though, is going to locate him. Does get that stun off, and Maple's in the area. Looking for that seismic shove. Will not commit, though. And this is going to be Rest, who gets himself away.
Does manage to. And Maple is still so far from Void Staff, and there's too much MR for him to play into. I feel like, even just off...
He just picked up Void Staff.
How much gold did he have?
I don't know.
Okay,
he was
well,
sitting on a house
now.
deposit.
I mean, that is a big pickup, and he really did need that. Level 16 here for Jimmy, strongest member on the map, without a doubt. 3 minutes away from a fourth dragon, a minute away from Baron, and CFO that hold the cards. But PSG not far behind, mate. Here comes the TP.
Oh, this is RJ.
They found
Here comes
him
the
early,
Weaver's Wall. Shun does sidestep out of that glacial prison, and down does go that sandcastle. Gemini, Wako gets hooked. Wako's hooked by Chelsea and is taken out as rest now. Will be able to connect as well onto Maple, and with both carries dead, it's Junji and Aze left to try to defend this base.
How much can CFO get here? There is no wave clear left alive. Not enough threat to stop the Zion Azir. I think this is an inhib going down pretty much without question. And then they can just back away, reset for the Baron. And grabbing a top inhib, especially ahead of 4th Dragon as well, would feel good. They're going to look for more.
They're going to look the hook. Junji getting hooked up. He's stunned. He's knocked up. And the Emperor's Divide lands on RG. He does pop his ult. He does go golden. Woody now back alive. And Wako in 7 seconds. But Woody has it all left to do. 2 Nexus Towers and CFO are raining down on them.
They have no creeps.
But they don't have creeps, and Wako's back alive. And with that, CFO will head back and go towards this Baron.
Yeah, so much picked up, though. I think they will up to reset before going for the Baron. We'll see how this started off, though. It was a TP flank that comes in from Arja trying to make something happen, but you can see the Xayah and Azir this time, you know, it's such a difficult backline to engage on. It was very different when they were getting poked out, but see here, Arja, he can't find the way in, and then a fantastic hook by Chelsea finds Wako, and at this point, the fight is already done. There just isn't enough threat remaining, and just too much damage that can come through. Maple was taken out almost immediately there. Very rough. And I think CFO, they can start up Baron so easily if they want. I don't think there's any way that PSG can win a fight at this point, especially with no TP flank available. Should just make sure that there isn't a chance for a steal, because that is the one way that PSG can stall this game out. They're down 6k gold. 4th Dragon is on the table.
Now, Wako does complete his LDR. So as long as he's able to position in this next team fight, might be able to put out enough damage. But so far, he's just been CC'd up and died pretty much every single time. And it doesn't seem like CFO are going to allow him to really find his foothold in any of these fights.
Vision all cleared up here now, and Jimmy, he's just going to DPS it over the wall. Now, this is seen from PSG. They know it's on, but what about the health? It's already down to half.
Very, very low.
It's gone.
It's gone. Rest going forward, though. Wako going to have to use that Gale Force and still gets hit up. Unstoppable does go rest on the Cassante, but the Infernum ult comes through. Chelsea's 1 HP. In goes the quickness. Chelsea's getting out the Gravitum. Are they going to be able to find the damage with that Emperor's Divide? Almost certainly not. As Shun finds a double, and Jimmy stops any further damage from happening. The flash forward will confirm all but Junjia goes down, and that means game number 2 goes to CFO.
And oh my god, we've got a series on our hands as CFO. They're going to tie things up. And wow, what a performance from Jimmy and Azir. I mean, that was one of the better Azir games I've seen here in the PCS. Very impressive performance. Ends the game 8-1 and 6. Shun, of course, as well. 7-1, and oh boy, the crowd's going to be happy with that one.
They certainly are. Those men on your screen there, it looked a little bit questionable at times. RJ picking up a lot of gold for himself early on, but Shun and Jimmy really looked phenomenal in that game, and I think just really credit to them.
For sure, and I want to say that it felt like PSG, after their really dominant game 1, they didn't really put their best foot forward. You know, there was very uncharacteristic mistakes. I think the first Dragon fight being one of them, right, where they have no prior in either of their mid or bot lane. They have no control around the Dragon area whatsoever, and they just decide to walk in. And Wako, he was really the one who was punished for that, right? He ended up dying a lot, and all throughout the game, it felt like CFO just had his number. And maybe that is the trouble, right, of going for a champ like Aphelios. I think it was smart bans from the side of CFO, right? Obviously, the Xayah's picked up. They ban away the Kai'Sa and Zeri, the 2 next AD carries that have, you know, some sort of mobility, some sort of safety. They force him on the Aphelios without a Thresh, and it was just taken out.
Yep, I do think at times, though, it was more misplay by him than it was
possibly, yeah.
Certainly
I mean,
good
getting
play.
hooked and stuff.
Yeah. He was constantly found by things like that, which did lead to him going down. I mean, how many times did Rest land Qs onto Wako on their Aphelios? It's stuff that shouldn't really happen. And I think, really, after you look at game number 1 and game number 2, a massive change in how Wako played, and that could just be the difference between winning and losing these games, because I think now you've got both these teams, they're both in the finals, they're both clearly worth the while. They both deserve to win, and you have to play at the top of your game. I don't think PSG did this game, but They did lose, so that means they get side select again, which almost certainly means they'll pick blue side, and maybe the draft will just be the difference.
Yeah, I think going into game number 3, it should be PSG once again on the blue. I think the real interesting thing will be, do you think Rel gets through on blue again? Because I think that CFO, as red side, should probably ban it. I think that Rel is looking way too good, and I think on top of that being a flex, makes a draft super difficult. And I think that we might see the metagame in this series develop just to become red side bans Rel.
Yeah, maybe, but who, if you're CFO, do you ban, like, do not ban instead of Rel? Because so far they've banned, if I remember, Tristana, Jace, Maokai. So you have to leave one of those 3 open to get rid of the Rel. Which one do you leave
I
open?
would drop the Tristana. I don't think I'm super worried about the Tristana. I think it's a champ that, obviously, it snowballs extremely well, but I think that with the way that CFO like to play the game of getting ahead early and just keep forcing the issue, that's a game state that I think Tristana can struggle with. So I am surprised that has so much priority, and I wonder if, again, it's more of a scrim thing where Tristan is definitely a scrim champ where it finds leads every now and then and just 1v9s a game, and you're saying, hey, okay, we just can't verse this. They take it away, but I just don't think giving Rel over is the play.
Yeah, I can kind of agree, but I also don't know that it's necessarily the be-all, end-all. I think it's looked very strong. Don't get me wrong, but I also think that we're not playing that great into it a lot of the time, because I think so many times that PSG were looking for these proactive plays. Rel was just somewhere, not on a ward, flashes over a wall, or Hex flashes over a wall. Actually, she didn't have Hex flash, that's right, but just flashes over a wall, finds a 3-man Magnet Storm, and it's kind of all over from there. And I think you have to know where the Rel is prior to engage, or be willing to accept that you've got to react quick to when you do find out. And I don't think that's what we saw. And I think it's something that you can kind of incorporate into your game plan.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, like, as they drafted in game number 1, something like the Azir Zaya actually does deal pretty well with the Rel. So we'll see what ends up happening. But I mean, you take a look at damage, no surprise, Jimmy in it topping the meters, and I think he will get MVP. But for me, I mean, actually, okay, MVP goes over to Gemini on the Rel. He did find
jungle
some pretty
bias, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps. He did find some very good engages. What I was going to say, though, is surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, but just how low Wako was on the damage, right? This is a guy that basically always tops the damage, and being that low is not what PSG need.
No, absolutely not. Some highlights.
Yeah, this was nice. I mean, this fight was looking not over, but it was looking rough. And
look how long Shun just survives on...
Yeah, able to get so much more damage, and now just set up for Azir to just come in, clean them all up at the end. I don't know, man. I swear Rel is broken.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. This is another one, though.
Yeah, this was a nice re-engage. I think the Azir tower here is so annoying because it's hard for Arja to commit, especially with the ult as well. Yeah. And, I mean, look at all that CC in the backline there from Gemini. Just buys them the time, wait out the Jax, and then go for the re-engage. So I think that game, the support, jungle, mid, and AD, I mean, just everyone really played pretty well from CFO. But it's really nice to see, coming in the finals here, just how well both teams are playing. Because I think that sometimes you go into stage games, and the games are actually fairly low quality because everyone's so nervous, right? And it's such a big thing. But these are two experienced teams, and they're really delivering us some good games.
For sure. Neither of these teams want to fall and be that second seed going into Worlds. And I think Game 1, PSG proved it. Game 2, now CFO proving it. And I think we could have a 5-game series on our hands now. Because the difference between Game 1 and Game 2 was kind of night and day for both teams, right? Like, PSG looked a lot worse, CFO looked a lot better, and vice versa for Game number 1. And I think that's probably something that the entirety of this PCS playoffs, we've seen it quite a lot. Like, the BYG series against both CFO and PSG was very similar, where it was like, well, this team did well this game, did terribly this game, and it kind of continues on throughout the series until it all comes to a head in game number 5. So I think, quite possibly,
especially if blue side keeps winning, then we're definitely going to game number 5, and
that would mean PSG win.
Yeah. Which we did predict, but hey, we'll see. I mean, I want to see at least a little bit more stability in the bot lane from both sides, though, because both games it has been first bloods picked up for the AD carries, which you feel like should almost just be GG if you play it out well, right? And so at this level, to be making those mistakes still, it's kind of surprising, but it also just speaks to how good they are at finding the angles, right? I mean, these are not bot lanes that are just giving kills for free, right? It's some really nice angles found from both sides.
For sure, and I think the supports as well to credit a lot of that. I mean, Woody in game number 1 being able to realize Chelsea's mistake and punish it really well. And again, in this game here, we saw Shun being able to pick up the first blood similarly onto Woody. And I think that is something that has to change. It's something early on in this summer split. We saw Wako going down quite a lot early.
We did.
And after that, sort of fix it up. They looked a lot stronger. I think in this series, after that, I mean, I think it was Woody who died twice early game in this game.
Yeah.
And that was Shun that picked up 2 really early quick kills, and it was kind of just GG from there. You saw how strong Shun ended up being. But we are going to take a quick break, so please do join us when we are back for game number 3.
吼嘿吼嘿吼嘿吼嘿！热情掌声欢迎乐天女孩带来的表演，来为 PSG 加油助威！掌声鼓励！
时刻忽快忽慢，悄悄地走远。带脱去外壳，像蜕变的新生命呢。有色彩有的，反正怎样你都不顾。
海报亚运看中华，场场必追，超精彩！还记得国际大赛带来的感动吗？期待已久的杭州亚运，准备海报全场4K 超高画质转播，让你有身临其境的快感。MOD 独家热点回看，夺牌时刻再三重温。哈密 Video 网络独家13个亚运频道，上山下海看好看满，一手掌握激烈赛况。杭州亚运9月23号到10月8号，一起成为中华队的最强后盾。
嗨亚运看哈密 Video， 独家网络转播，6场赛事同时看，299强势应援，运动影视首选哈密 Video。嗨亚运 MOD 独家4K 转播，6场赛事同时看，热点回看，新升装 MOD 加指定方案加码1200点。运动影视首选 MOD。
布拉格，整座城市都是故事，有卡夫卡的故事，文艺复兴的故事，唯独缺少你与布拉格的故事。7月18起，华航独家直飞布拉格，带你写下新故事，更有多班直飞欧洲6大城。
臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道。浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
这不就是我们以前常吃的
三杯鸡
啊！现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
布拉格，整座城市都是故事，有卡夫卡的故事，文艺复兴的故事，唯独缺少你与布拉格的故事。7月18起，华航独家直飞布拉格，带你写下新故事，更有多班直飞欧洲6大城。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
布拉格，整座城市都是故事，有卡夫卡的故事，文艺复兴的故事，唯独缺少你与布拉格的故事。7月18起，华航独家直飞布拉格，带你写下新故事，更有多班直飞欧洲6大城。
From the dark, I
Hello everybody and welcome back here ahead of game number 3 here between PSG and CFO for the Summer 2023 Finals. And now Shock ahead of game number 3. Give me your thoughts. I mean, we're probably going to have PSG as the blue side. What do you think they're going to draft to sort of get them across the line?
I think that it's mainly going to be a draft about trying to shut down CFO. I think that they really need to try and take away as many engage tools as possible, or to draft champs of their own that deal well into engage, because I think that CFO, they're not the most versatile team, but they are very good at their style. And I might even like to see some high priority on something like the Xayah for Wako, because I think that is something that can be really hard for the side of CFO to play there and engage into, or even the, Azir coming through from April.
Yeah, and it also feels like, at the moment, the Xayah almost feels like Shun's best champion, and so not only would it be good against what CFO often like to do, but it's also just good to take away from Shun. And also Wako, I mean, in the past, has looked like a very formidable Xayah player.
For sure.
So it's not like something that you don't want to pick because Wako can't play it. It's more or less that they've just been letting it drop down in priority, and it hasn't really looked like it needs to. Although game number 1 made a lot of sense because, of course, they were picking the poke comp, but now here, game number 3, they've seen what CFO have had success on. Could be a time to take that away.
Possibly. I still think that it can be hard to pick it up on blue just because you have to, a lot of the time there's better first picks, right? And then it looks like the CFO are just willing to take it 1-2 every time. So it's always going to be you're the one responding. Maybe then you go towards something like a Zeri in the first 3. I just think having some mobility for Wako probably would go a pretty long way and reducing the number of deaths he has, but also just, again, like you see the way CFO play, right? Especially Xiaoxi, he is just hooking and engaging on cooldown. So if you have more ways of dealing with that, I think you can sort of suffocate CFO out of the game.
Yep, for sure. And now sort of talking about the hooking, do we think Blitzcrank is still going to remain a ban?
I don't know. I've been thinking about that. I feel like the Blitzcrank ban is actually not that valuable. Even though he's an incredible Blitzcrank, I feel like he's just incredible on all the hook champs, right? So it feels like there's not much point. If he's got something like a Nautilus anyway, does it really make that much of a difference? I'm not sure it does. I mean, maybe they just feel like they don't have another effective ban. But surely you'd be able to find one.
Yeah, I mean,
even something like a Poppy.
Yeah, if worst comes to worst, you could ban the Ral, as we sort of touched on. Or even the Xayah. Because clearly, PSG don't rate it as highly as CFO do, so maybe you just take it away. But who knows? I mean, that's obviously going to be something we find out as we head into the next champion select. And I mean, who do you have for game number 3 prior? We'll come back to this obviously once we see the draft. But right now, who do you have for game number 3?
I think I'd just give it to PSG because they do have the blue side. And also, again, I think they're starting to get a good read on what CFO are playing. And PSG, I think, have always been a team that is... They're very good at reading their opponents and responding to them, and they're very hard to read themselves because they're just so standard that it's like, okay, what's really the weakness of PSG? Perhaps you're looking at this and saying, maybe they don't respect Engage as well as they should, and that could be a way to shut them down. Some cool fan signs here in the crowd. I like the Give Me Silver Scrapes one. I resonate with that.
Absolutely. Imagine the stadium. First time I'd have heard it in a stadium. That'd be pretty cool.
That would be pretty wild.
Chelsea fan.
Cool banner.
It is. Buy those over at the CFO merch shop. Level 2, I believe it is.
Oh, okay.
PSG also has one down there.
For some
That's upside down. Hey, that one's upside down. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
We did it.
We got some CFO and PSG fans right next to each other.
Yeah.
Could be risky business.
That could be. That could be. These guys... They like to fight, CFO fans. maybe not the fans, but the players do. And, if you like the team that fights a lot, maybe you're someone that fights a lot.
Does it work like that?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
Leave
I'm
it for
an
now.
unbiased commentator.
You are. Okay.
A lot of Junjia fans.
Helpix fan.
hey. They didn't even make it to playoffs. Come on. I saw Frank fans earlier as well. Seen a lot of Hellpigs merchandise actually around.
Really?
It really just does show the pull Godtone has. Yeah. It's pretty cool though.
Wow, lots of signs.
Oh, I can't see it. No, I didn't see.
All right.
And the trophy, arguably more important than the signs.
Arguably. Okay, looks like we're about to head into draft, though, for game number 3. And immediately I want to see, is anything going to happen to that Rel? That Blitzcrank ban does remain. Tristana ban, of course, as well. Now, do we really think they're going to get Rel first pick again? I mean, maybe this time, they say, okay, if we give PSG Rel, we take Azir Xayah, as long as they don't have the Jace Kai'Sa, it'll be fine. And maybe you ban one of those now. I think the Jace could be the ban that just comes through.
Yeah, definitely could look for it,
Yeah.
and it will.
Okay.
So CFO keeping the same bans. Now, Rel obviously could be an obvious first pick. Poppy might be up there alongside
I would expect
her.
this to just be Rel, Azir Xayah in our first three here.
It would strike me as quite CFO-esque to pick those champs.
Okay, so the Rel Flex, once again, will be picked up. Affords them a lot of engage, as well as much-needed flexibility in the draft, and they're very good at using that. On the other side, I mean, I think, why not go Azir Xayah, right? I think this time it's much easier to play it. It works well into the Rel, although maybe you want to pick up this in your first three. I could kind of see it. I think that making sure Gemini does have something strong is good, but at the same time, I mean, it feels like Azir Xayah is the obvious lock-in. Yeah, so do take it away. Now, back on to the PSG side of things. And what do you pick up to respond? Because before, it was now that you went for the Jace Kai'Sa. I think still going for the Kai'Sa is probably the right choice, as long as you can get AD from your other roles.
You could look for something like the Zeri as well, I think.
I wouldn't mind it. I still think Kai'Sa into Azir and Xayah, though, is pretty good, the AP Kai'Sa.
Yeah, AP Kai'Sa.
Will they just take Jack Sedge?
Jax?
That feels a little strange to me.
Yeah.
I don't think this is an amazing game. Oh, weird. Okay, so, I mean, the Talia into Azir, I think, again, is fine. But I don't really feel like I don't feel like you're getting much out of this Jax pick, to be honest. It feels like fairly average into the champs showed, and I think that there's a good chance now that Sejuani gets banned in the second phase, and this is just looking like Waku's job. Once again, once those mobile ADs get banned out, it's going to be so tough. So I'm not a fan of what PSG are doing here.
Yeah, it does look really rough. Maybe it's something along the lines of PSG just thinking Rel was the main problem, and now that they've got that, they're going to be able to execute on what they want easier. Now, admittedly, the Rel will set up for Talia a lot
it's
better.
very nice combo.
Which means that they'll have a little bit more success in that mid lane, which could open the map up, being that you do have a Talia. So I don't hate it entirely, but going back to what didn't work last game does feel very risky, considering what's on the line.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're right that there is still potential with it, but it just feels strange. You know, a strange adaptation to the previous game, and I do like what CFO is showing us so far. They ban away the Kai'Sa. I think if they just ban away the Zeri again, it's going to be super hard for Waku to play up against basically whatever comp the rest of CFO put forward. They do ban it. So now, what do you ban as your last ban here? I mean, you can take away another engaged support. It's been the Alistair ban every game so far.
I was going to say.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a repeat of that.
It almost feels like the logical one. I mean, maybe Nautilus after last game. Obviously, Chelsea having a good Nautilus game. But that was because Alistair wasn't even available.
Yeah. I feel like his Alistair is pretty fearsome.
Now,
okay, so
Poppy.
ban away the Poppy.
If a support isn't picked here...
That was a top ban, yeah.
If support's not picked here for the side of CFO, PSG can have their pick of support and just send the Rel into the jungle.
Possibly, yeah. And it might just be that Nautilus taken away again.
Yeah, PSG should feel happy with Alistair, though. I don't see a reason why not.
Okay, I wonder what we go for in the jungle here for Jinjia, because we have kind of run out of picks a little bit. I mean, you could go something like the Nocturne, but it feels pretty useless into what's been shown. I guess you can... What else can you go? I mean, the Poppy was banned by them too, so they don't have a whole lot of options. Even the Vi feels like it's not amazing this game. I guess maybe put Rel jungle and play Alistair. Yeah, I guess that's the best thing to do. So they will send that. I like picking up the Alistair. It feels very strong. But now, question mark for me on what Waku can pick to survive. He might just go the Aphelios again, which I think, if he plays it well, he will do fine, right? But I think it's not making the game super easy for himself. But honestly, it doesn't feel like there's many other choices.
It is hovering it now. Is it just going to be locked in? It will be.
So last pick top.
Yeah, top last pick. You already knew it was against Jack, so not really feeling like anything that special should come out here.
Yeah, it could just be Cassante again with the Sedge.
It probably is.
I feel like that's a pretty nice round out to their comp, though.
For sure.
I think that while it's not the most amazing red side last pick, it's very solid with your comp and solid against theirs as well. So heading into game number 3, I think I favor CFO once again. I think that they have come out of the draft a bit favored here, although I'm not sure. Part of it, I think, is just bias from seeing what happened in the previous game for PSG, and I think it's true that the engage for CFO isn't as clear as it was in the previous game, right? You don't have the Rel and the Nautilus of just being able to constantly go in, but you still got the Sedge, right? You still got potential, so I guess let's see if CFO bounce back from that loss.
They have to. They had their cheerleaders on screen during the break. Every team so far that's had their cheerleaders play before the game has won.
That is true.
So now we've got PSG's cheerleaders just played. I'm liking their chances here. It's irrefutable science.
No. I think something that is actually worth noting is that Maple is solo AP this time. Because I think that if you can just go, you know, full AP Talia, not be forced into the Void Staff, that actually does make a very big difference, especially when games are often ending on 3 items, right? And so it becomes a choice between, you know, can I have Void or Rabadons in the build? And sometimes you don't have the opportunity to get both.
Well, I spoke too early. Now CFO's cheerleaders are on the screen, I believe. Damn. It's a battle.
That is.
I heard during that interview prior to this series, that the very last interview that Gemini did, that maybe the cheerleaders will come out. Little did I know, 2 whole groups of cheerleaders were going to be
crazy.
here.
I thought they were just messing around.
Yeah, no, we're here now. Going into game at number 3. It's a 1-1 scoreline thus far. If you're only just joining us, we've had 2 one-sided affairs, but going the opposite direction. And now it's PSG on blue side, currently sitting undefeated in the series against a 0-2 red side. And what feels very similar to last game in terms of the team comp, the only real difference is junglers are swapped around and we have Alistar instead of Rakan.
For sure. And I believe, I can't remember which series it was one of these 2 teams versus Beyond. The blue side did win all 5 games, went all the way through. I can't remember which one it was. But I think that, you know, that can end up being very, very important. Is if you can manage to sneak a win on the red side, you know, that can really turn your chances around. Some interesting things here. The absolute Gathering Storm on Jimmy, so really does want to play for that scaling. Has the Conqueror there as well, whereas Maple, he's gone for that Scorch. So I'm a little surprised by that. I feel like Talia can't really pressure the lane a whole lot and also can't proc Scorch on cooldown. So kind of strange runes, but if we've been looking at this series, I really don't think it's runes, you know, swinging it one way or another at the moment.
At the moment, it's been someone dying bot lane level 2, so that's something certainly to look out for, I think.
Okay, 2 wards dropped there, so don't want to let a Rel, Solar Raptor start come through. And Maple will start to work on that mid-priority. Solo start will be for Jinjia on this top side. Meanwhile, though, it looks like bot lane will be leashing Gemini on the other side. So going to be a bit quicker, you would think.
Certainly will. Blue buff already pretty much done.
Ooh, did Wako fake leash? I think he used some mana. I can't tell.
You can't use mana as a level 1.
Oh, true. Good feedback. Good feedback. All right, did not fake his leash then. Just came to lane a little late. And level 1, they're already fighting bot lane.
They are. Certainly doesn't feel like the time of the lane where Aphelios and Alistar would like to be fighting, but, I mean, all power to you.
Oh, some trades on top as well as RJ hits level 2. Yeah.
RJ finds a massive trade for himself. Level 2 very soon here for the bot lane of CFO. Wako walked so far up there. I thought we were about to see a repeat. Actually did lose his cleanse.
Yeah, interesting. Well, for now, junglers will be on opposite sides of the map. We'll see if anything comes of that. There's a massive bot wave here for CFO, but with their jungler away from them, I'm not sure they'll be able to translate it into anything. So should just be able to slowly crash this one through.
Are keeping Wako away from being able to last hit quite a few minions, but should be able to pick up the majority of this wave as it crashes. Now, Rest has this wave pretty much perfectly for exactly where he'd want it, and there is no Jinjia on this side of the map, which means RJ has to try and break the freeze by himself. So far, at least, looking like he's doing a pretty good job of that.
Chelsea's around mid at level 2, and he might actually look for Maple here. Yeah. Maple, he is respecting, hugging that top side of the lane, but it could be a flash trade that ends up coming out.
It still isn't spotted, and Gemini comes in, but the hook will not land, and Maple will survive.
It was close, though. 2 flashes invested for 1, so Maple comes out on top in terms of that, and of course managed to live, which is very, very important. And Chelsea, you know, he's putting the aggression on very early. Something that was seen all series long. I mean, I believe it was game 1 where we had 6 kills in 6 minutes already. So compared to that, this is a bit of a slower game. But despite of that, there's still been a fair amount of action. Big wave here for Shun to come and pick up.
Yeah, now, so far, everything remains fairly even. Slight lead, perhaps, given to PSG, but nothing really to speak of. Now, Gemini's looking for another gank here. RJ's very far up this lane, does have flash available to himself, but Rest gets everything to land. Now, RJ will connect on 2 with that counter-strike, gets stunned up though, but will be able to flash on out, and Rest will not pick up that kill.
And once again, it is ultimately a flash trade. They will be able to crash this wave and probably deny Jax a lot of the CS as Junji is looking back up top, and there are low health bars.
Yeah,
no
he
ward as
only
well.
flash available on the map here is Junji. Double stun, knockup comes through, but it's unstoppable. The counter-strike, however, will not be blocked out as RJ, he's trying to find the damage. We'll have leap strike soon, and first blood to Jax.
First blood, as well as that really nice wave stay. That's a big win for the top lane. And he's going to have to do something with it because Arja, he's got to get his team over the line this one, I think. On the other side of the map, though, things remain fairly even. And that was so nice by Jajir to come up, abuse that flash advantage, get those kills. Oh, mid lane.
Wow.
Yeah, Jimmy had not reset yet, and though neither had Maple. Maybe it's the Scorch difference. Let's see this again, though. I wonder if they could have killed because they don't have flash on Gemini. They invest his flash very early, and I think Gemini, he's trying to save Q for the follow-up, but I think rested. I guess he started walking away. I feel like if he'd come, he might have actually been able to kill him. So slight misexecution maybe costs them, and they have to crash this wave, otherwise it's super bad. But Jinjia is in the area, has the flash Q onto both, gets the knock-up, and it almost looked like Rest was going to get out, but taken down by the leap strike at the very end. First blood, of course, there goes to Arjun.
Yeah, absolutely does, and so far, RJ looked pretty good last game, all things considered, despite the loss. And now he started off this game even stronger than the last one, as well as his bot lane hasn't given over 2 kills, so things feel pretty good, really, if you are this Jax. Although Wako, he's getting looked at, is going to be able to get away. That felt awfully close.
Yeah. Now, Jinjia wants to regain some control around mid. Probably needs to make sure that Maple is safe on this window. Doesn't quite have flash yet. And obviously, we saw a few games ago what happens when the Azir can gank that Talia. So they're just going to shove out this wave together. I think making sure that there's just nothing that can befall them. As with that priority, they can move into the topside river, maybe take a little bit of vision ahead of this Herald. That's pretty early to be here. Okay, ward drop by Maple. Fairly shallow, though. Isn't going to give them too much information, but maybe it's still the information they need.
Yeah, now, bot river, obviously, because of all this pressure put towards the top side, is controlled by CFO. Dragon not started, but slowly but surely, PSG will push out this bottom wave.
Chelsea showing his head around mid. They're going to control the bot side river, and we could see a Herald for Dragon trade. Although with Gemini pathing up to the top side, it seems they would want to fly. And that makes a lot of sense, right? I think getting your Sejuani and your top laner involved in early fights is normally good. At the same time, you know, your Azir is not that ready to fight just yet. So let's see what the plan is. Is just going to move towards his top camps for now. Dragon is started up here by PSG, and with the current mid and bot priority, as well as I believe they spotted Gemini on a ward topside, it's pretty easy for them to take this. And I think also they can probably get towards Herald in time. Let's see what Jinjia ends up going, or where he ends up going after this. This is Gemini's spot, and they should know that Herald has not been started just yet, and I think you can even cross mid here. Maybe look for a counter gank as Jinjia.
Certainly is an option. Is able to pick up that Dragon, of course, and no answer, really, which is just feels very good if you're PSG. Game is certainly going a lot better than the last. I think a lot of that comes down to there not being a already fed Xayah on the bottom side. Now, Herald will be started. There haven't been recalls come through since the Dragon for PSG, but they do feel stronger than CFO for now, especially with both bot laners committing to being here. It means that this Herald will be given over.
Yeah, it's a lot of members to commit to this. They are going to pick it up, but at what cost? How much can Shun get and deny onto that bot tower? It feels like it's probably just one plate and a couple waves, which all things considered is pretty even, unless PSG can get a lot more than normal done with that Herald. Yeah, that's quite a lot of gold picked up for Shun.
Yeah, feels very happy about that. Of course, as he works towards Kraken Slayer. Should honestly
Maple being looked at once again.
Yeah,
needs to be careful, but Jimmy also needs to be careful. Oh, he's found.
He does get hit by the ult and everything lands on him. It's going to be Gemini who picks that up.
Oh, Maple, just play safe mid.
Yeah, just play safe mid.
Just play safe mid. It's very hard to play against this as an immobile mid, right? You're playing against a very good ganking support, as well as, you know, obviously all the threat that comes in from Sejuani Azir. So I'm surprised Maple has only gone down once and didn't really have an opportunity to flash there at any point. It is curious to me that he didn't go for the Merc Treads. I mean, there's maybe an argument that solo AP, you know, Sorks are very valuable, and also maybe you can just not be on the same screen as Sedge most of the time, but you can really see here, right, not having the Mercs, man, there was no time to flash this, and yeah, flash at the end, you're still dead, right? So it was just taken out. A kill does go over to the Sejuani, and gold picked up. Passion Sisters. Oh, okay. Walked off bot lane here.
Okay.
Is the side of CFO. They're respecting for now, but Gemini, he's coming back bot. Herald is dropped, so let's see how much gold Wako gets off this. He's going to get quite a bit, actually.
That's a solo plate, and then two combined plates.
My.
So that feels very good. That is a Rift Herald that was worth it. Not often do you see them, but that certainly was one.
No. Gold is still very even, though, and it is just a dragon that favors the side of PSG right now. I think important as well is that Cassandre Sejuani, it's not a combo that really needs to be used as much as something like the Renekton Sejuani, for example, but they still haven't really found an opportunity to use it, right? I mean, not often are you kind of losing that Herald with that. Admittedly, it was because the bot lane came up. Can't really blame it on them. But it's a fact nonetheless. Jajir looking for something top. I think Rest, he's probably tanky enough. Or is he?
We'll see. This is going to go unstoppable, but should get stunned up. In fact, he's knocked up, stunned up, magneted up, and he's getting very low. The top of his strikes will not connect, but the all-in will is Rest. Runs for his life, but it's Arze who connects. Jajir does have that crash down shield, but now it's Jimian as well as Gemini who are looking. Leaf Strike comes through, and Jimian will not be able to connect. Yeah. It is just a kill given over to Arje.
Without the flash there, was unable to look for an Azir at the end. And while it was flashed used by Arje, it was also used by Rest. And another nice pickup. And if Jax can get strong, it could be their way to put this mid-game on his back while Aphelios and the Talia get some more items.
Now Aphelios, Wako picks up his Kraken Slayer. I do imagine that Shun will be very close to his as well. In fact, probably has it as soon as he does recall. Dragon spawning 1 more minute. And at this stage, I mean, it's hard to tell really who's favored. If Jax is there, then PSG certainly should be. But it's not the easiest for Arje to commit to being at this Dragon.
Yeah, 40 seconds away. I wonder if he'll be able to find his way down here or not. Maple does not have one item yet. He is working towards the Leandries, but he might actually be stronger than Azir still at this point. You're Jimian on the crown. It's not the biggest spike in the world, and he did pay some respect. In fact, he went for the Merc Treads, which was a little surprising because I feel like the Mercs, they do get some value, but a lot of that CC is avoidable. So I guess just wants to play ultra safe and perhaps again thinks that, you know, if you just don't die as Azir in this game, maybe you do just carry it.
Yeah, for sure. Certainly something to consider. And Radiant Virtue completed by Gemini just before this Dragon, so perfect timing to be able to pick that one up. Really is the main item spikes. Unfortunately for Maple, is not going to be able to pick up that Leandries, which is a massive item dip that PSG should notice ahead of this Dragon.
I wonder if they start up the Dragon or if they just look to break this bot tower first. Looks like at least for now, they're going to enter the river. Probably need to just try get some control and allow Talia to move. You can see the way Maple has to path. He has to go the super defensive way because he knows that he is going to be the main target of any of these picks. Junjie will be found, but does manage to establish some of that control back and allow Maple critically to walk up to that wave. Rest being zoned off creeps pretty heavily here.
Lots of pings down towards this bot lane. But Shun and Chelsea do just back away. So many pings in this river. But we are watching Jax versus Asante. Oh.
Ooh, so Maple, he was trying to fish for something. I wonder if he just wants to ult the tower and just kind of, you know, split them a bit. Maybe just get a... Because all you need is one auto, or maybe two here.
That is still the first tower as well. So a lot of gold that you really would like to be able to find on your Aphelios or even your Talia.
Starting up this Dragon, though, and Maple's pathing all the way bot, so he is expecting this to turn into some sort of 4v4 and wants to be grouped with his team. They might find Chelsea here.
If Chelsea and Shun walk up, Talia really... Okay, he's going to use it. Chelsea might just have to commit a flash. Oh
So
my
close.
God, that was close. But importantly, it is that Nautilus flash now gone. Rest teleporting down. And yes, Arja is pushing in mid without having to commit his teleport as CFO now gain control over the river. Arja, though, mid-wave prio means that it should have to be answered. Even bot lane prio afforded to PSG. Jimmy in. Does have crown. And will remain safe. But somehow it wasn't the bot tower to go down. It was the mid. This will be shared 4 ways, but importantly it will be the... Oh.
Maybe not. Wako.
A rare mistake. Wako getting very low as Jimmy in finding a lot of damage and Chelsea arriving. Woody might just have to pay for Wako's sins as he's stunned up and CC'd and knocked back. He flashes away. He's all outed and rest. Will pick that one up now. A cleanse from Wako gets him away from the danger that is Gemini, but still he is taking a lot of damage. Junji's back and the Magnet Storm connects up to 5. The Moonlight Vigil will not find too much damage, but does find rest.
They do get rest. They got the bot tower, and this mid tower is about to fall as well. So it should be, all things considered, a win for PSG. We'll have to see how the gold ends up after that tower goes down. But for now, they do have themselves a small gold lead. Although it is CFO who, with that ult used, are just going to be able to come towards this Dragon. Meanwhile, PSG, they're starting up the Herald. Leandris comes through for Maple. So a lot of development, honestly, in this game. And I think PSG, you know, given that they've already got both they've got the tier 1 bot, they should be able to get the tier 1 mid without using this at all. And I think they might even get the tier 1 top because there is a Jax working on it. Okay, it's not that low, but he's getting some damage on it. I mean, they can get a lot done with this Herald, dropping in one of the side lanes, and suddenly if you get one of those tier 2 towers in the side, you get another 600 gold. Let's see this. I mean, just walked away too early. It was left on 1 HP, and Waka, I think he ordered a creep in there somewhere. I'm pretty sure he did. And that could have been a very different fight if he was just a lot healthier here. And it was unfortunate for him that Woody ended up having to go down for it. But you'll see the trade back was actually pretty decent. A lot invested for this Woody kill. They try look for Wako's flash ult from the Sedge. Did not get him. And just look how far forward they have committed. And this sets up for that flank from Rel to get that 5-man. Unfortunately, we'll not get to relive it. Mid tower did die, so more gold in the pockets of PSG. They've still got that Rift Herald in waiting as well.
They certainly do. It looks like they're headed top to try and use it there, break this last outer. Makes a whole lot of sense. Next objective following this is going to be that Baron, which spawns in 3 more minutes. And it is PSG at the moment who do hold all the control, really, over the Rift. This Herald will confirm top tower going down. Should be gold picked up once again for Arja on this Jax, as Jimmian is trying to make work happen on the bot tower. Should be able to pick this up. It is also going to be objective shot down, or maybe it isn't.
I'm not sure, but 5 members up here. We could see a fight.
The Herald doesn't crash, but the Talia wall does come through, and a lot of damage onto rest. It is found back, though, for CFO, as Scattered Earth comes down. Means they will remain safe, and a lot of damage comes through, but stopping that Herald crash and not going down means that, well, not in gold, just sort of overall, it is kind of a win for CFO.
Yeah. Instead, PSG, they will just back off after that. Shouldn't see too much happening, at least for the next few minutes here. As Wako, he's going to path down towards the bot side, so just wants to be the one to pick up all this gold. And if he can get strong, force the side of CFO to build some armor, That can make Maple's job a lot easier. This could be the second time.
We saw this last game. Jimmy's going to get stunned up. It does have that crown proc. Junji is in the area though. Dodges out of the Emperor's Divide. Doesn't manage to land the crash down, but Maple's here now. Skedanev comes down, seismic shove. Will go wide as Jimmy and dodges everything. In comes the teleport for rest, but he is going to get stunned up. He's looking for Woody, but the fancy feed on the Emperor of Shurima gets Jimmy out.
Jimmy, I think, had no right to live there, but really managed to pull a rabbit out of the hat, gets himself out. It did cost him a flash, so it wasn't free, but he lives on for now. And that would have been really nice gold for Maple, especially to pick up. Looks like he's working towards his Shadow Flame once again. 2 minutes from our next drag, and I think both teams will still be looking to fight this. Importantly, there are flashes up for both PSG carries, and they're the immobile ones. There's even a stopwatch on Maple, so he's not the easiest guy to kill right now. So we'll get a second look at this, and it felt like PSG actually did play it pretty well initially. See RJ, once again, he finds Jimmy from the bush. Jimmy kites back, he puts up his tower, but nice delay, I guess, or didn't put up his tower. Nice delay on Jajir to kite that one out. Look for the re-engage, and you're thinking, okay, surely with the E slow, there's no way he can live here. But I believe that the E slow had actually timed out by the time the W was used. So he was actually able to get out.
What an insane way to escape. Felt like certain death. Did manage to get himself out. Feels pretty happy about that, of course. And he is very strong.
Yeah.
So it's important to keep this Azir up, keep him farming, keep him relevant in this game. Baron now will be spawning. PSG with absolute control over the top side jungle of CFO.
Yep. Now, Azir recalls does just grab the Nashes. There's still no 2 items on Xayah, but I think with how strong Jimmy is, you can look to fight this next drag if you like. Alternatively, maybe they do just want to wait till Shun picks up the Navori, because there are 2 items on Wako, and PSG, they're looking to find a pick here.
Chelsea, if you walk any further, you are
I think
dead.
Chelsea, he's going to die.
Someone's going to walk forward.
Oh,
the PSG just leave the bush at the exact wrong time. Jinji is looking.
Yeah, they just have to go back to their mid-waves. Can't stay in that bush forever. So they do back away. Now they're gonna move back in, gonna take away some of this vision here. They take away the pink wood first. And Wako, every time he pushes a mid-wave, he just comes and sits here. And maybe they're looking.
Yeah, but they've found it this time, and Gemini's going to get stunned up. He gets over the wall, but he's waiting into the arms of RJ. That Mega Blast Cone does get him out, at least for now, as he's turning around, and Weaver's Wall does come in. It's trying to split up the fight, but it just puts either team on their own side of the map. And it looks like the fight will end in a 0-0.
Might not be over yet, though. Oh, the hook narrowly misses onto Junjia. So might just see although maybe not, they're still camping this bush.
They're going third time's the charm, double knockup, and everything finds both Gemini and Chelsea, who will go down.
Back onto the Baron now is PSG, and this is a 3v5, but both of the CFO carries are still alive, and they have their cooldowns. But can they feel confident enough to walk in? I don't think they can, so this is just going to be a Baron that goes the way of PSG, and is going to just propel them so far forward in this game. And they probably can go for the Dragon as well. I thought maybe CFO would just be able to send someone to do it right now, but instead, PSG up a lot of gold now. Up 4,000. 2 items come in for Maple. So some big spikes here. There is Navori now for Shun too. So they might have the ability still to fight that Dragon if they can get to it. PSG, they can just use this Baron buff to push out those waves and make it impossible for CFO to contest.
There are a lot of members here in the top side for CFO, so trying to trade back that tower at least while this Dragon's taken out. And it's really up to PSG now. How much can they take for the duration of this Baron? 2 minutes left, 2 minutes 20 even.
Looks like they will just work on their Dragon. And then managing to get a tower trade back here is pretty decent, I think, as well as there is time spent doing the drag. There isn't time spent pressuring. And I think if you're PSG, you aren't really in a rush. I mean, you still scale very well. And I think you feel pretty confident about the way the game is going. So don't really feel the need to rush. They're just going to play it out safe, securely. You'll see, though, CFO, I mean, they felt like this was all done, I think. They felt like surely they're not in this bush anymore, but they don't see anyone on the mid-wave. And while, right now, Shun is showing on mid-wave, so they know it's a 4v5. They walk in, and they're both just immediately deleted. So CFO, they skip steps, and they're punished in a big way for it.
Certainly are, and now PSG, with still a minute and a half remaining on this Baron, look to start sieging away at this bot lane inner tower. All the while, we have RJ up top, who's starting to push towards and will soon be doing a lot of damage to the top lane inner. Wako, though, he's the man that leads the pack in gold.
He does. Very rich man right now on the Rift. And it looks like CFO might have just completely defended off this Baron. There's still another minute, so PSG probably should be able to get at least a couple towers. But as long as all the inhib survives and the base remains unbroken, you're still in a pretty solid spot to fight for this game. But maybe I've spoken too soon, because we can Talia ult off one more tower. And if they want to do it off bot side, that could be the way to break open this base at least a little.
A lot of pressure towards RJ on the Jax. And it looks like PSG will just be willing to give over the rest of the Baron. Obviously picking up their Dragon, picking up a couple towers for themselves, as well as the CS and the gold from the 2 kills. Means that PSG did find themselves a nice little advantage. Possibly a little less than we're used to seeing, though. Yeah. I'm starting to think a little bit of jitters, perhaps.
Maybe. I mean, it is difficult, I guess, to siege into Azir Zyre, because they both have a lot of wave clear. They're also very difficult to dive. Last time PSG played against that, they had all the poke, so it wasn't really a factor, but it's just not easy up into those carries. And I think PSG can continue to play for Dragons. They've got 2, another one coming up in 3 minutes, and I think at this point your carries are still stronger, but maybe not for that long, because I think that Jimmy working on the Rabadons, whereas Maple going towards the Void, it definitely lends itself to the Azir coming into this next fight. If he gets the Rabadons, much, much stronger. And of course, Azir does just outscale Talia eventually. Now, Talia is no slouch in the late game, does a lot of damage herself, and of course can't ignore the utility that a well-placed E or Weaver's Wall can provide.
For sure.
Jimmy has to be a little careful here. Woody is looking for the long flank. He was spotted out.
Do get that ward over, so they'll know of his location now, of course. And for all 5 members of CFO headed towards this top side.
A lot of control here afforded to the side of PSG, and it's not very easy to retake this because there is just so much engage. And no one on CFO really feels tanky enough that they can face check without having to burn a flash or something on the way out. So they're going to have to do this through waves or maybe finding an engage of their own. They're kind of looking here as Gemini, he's getting very aggressive. Aftershocks were burned. But back to waves for now.
Yeah, shouldn't be too much. Well, Woody, and everyone's looking at Shun, actually.
This tower.
They're going to force him away from this tower, and a lot of damage coming through. Wako should be able to help his team pick that one up, and they will.
Nice pick up for PSG. Good macro, abusing this inside track where you can freely rotate much quicker. And now they're actually going to use that to grab another one as well. So very nice macro from PSG. Oh, will they look for more? No, they won't. Not often do you see tier 2 towers dropping without a Baron or a Herald, and it was just very nice rotations. Having so much control of the jungle allows you to move through this inside track much quicker, whereas CFO, obviously forced to rotate the very long way every time, which costs them, right? It costs them a little bit of chunk here and there, and eventually PSG, they pull the trigger, they pop the ult, and they grab them both.
Things looking very good here for PSG in game number 3.
Okay, Void Star for Maple. I did see a second rod on Jimmy as well, so some pretty big spikes coming through. But importantly, the Rabadon's not completed in time for next Dragon. And I think as for CFO, it can be a little scary, I think, to give over a 3rd drag. Because while you do probably outscale in the ultra late game, it's not so one-sided, right, that you could play into a Dragon Soul.
Yeah, I find it even hard to say you necessarily do outscale. Aphelios feels very scary, as does, honestly, Talia and Jax. Oh, red buff picked up there by Ginger. Even Woody securing himself the soul.
Hey, we take those. Okay, 15 seconds on the drag. Remember that PSG can trade this drag for the Baron if they so choose. They definitely have the DPS to do so. To CFO, they have to position very carefully around this. Don't give PSG the opportunity to just take that free Baron. And they're going to continue to control this top side. I think that bush has been played in more than I've seen in a very long time this game. And Jinjia, he's trying to show some presence, really just wants control of the mid wave, wants to be able to move back to Baron. I think if you're PSG, you can actually just start up the Baron and look to force, because you do feel very, very strong.
Yeah, current Aphelios guns as well.
Nice chunk.
Yeah, it does get
I think you start this Baron. I really think you should just force CFO to fight you.
For sure. Sandcastle goes down. And it is going to be started up. They do find it with that scrying orb. Are they going to look for a fight?
Very, very low.
This is getting one shot. It's gone. Jinjia secures that one, and the scattered ground should be meaning rest goes down, and Jinjia picks himself up. That 1-3-2-man Magnet Storm as Ozzy joins the fray.
Nice
Chelsea getting so low, and Maple from downtown with the Weaver's Wall means Shun has nowhere left to run. Gemini too, he's left all by his lonesome.
Does he get cancelled?
He gets it started. Jimmy's gonna be taken out. Maple 400 IQs, but Jimmy is fighting the damage, and he finds one. He's looking for Woody. Woody will get away, and in the meantime, it's going to be RJ and Wako who end the game in game number 3 for PSG.
Wow, and this series is delivering so hard right now. Game 3 is picked up for the side of PSG. They now lead the series 2-1, but man, I think we're going to game 5.
Yeah, that was an insane way for the game to end.
I mean, how decisive was that, right? They just nuke the Baron pretty much out of nowhere, win the fight after, and then managed to stop Jimmy's base, and that allows him to end the game. But Jimmy, he really did what he could at the end there. I think he did 6,000 damage in that team fight, and straight 1v2ing at the end. So
if he got like one more Azir auto off on Woody there, he might have been even able to recall
reset.
And get the defense off on that base. But man, how decisive, as you said, pick up the Baron. And then, obviously, it was Woody and Maple who went to ensure that they could stop the base. Wako and Arja just beelined it straight to bot and just ended the game. I mean, how often do you see after a Baron, your bot laner and top laner just ending bot?
Yeah, especially because Wako, he didn't TP there. He just ran all the way
just
bot.
Strolled on over there. That was pretty insane. And, I mean, we had 2 one-sided games. This one honestly felt a little one-sided for a bit there, but that end game was crazy. So it's like, it's hard to call it one-sided simply because of what Jimmy tried to do.
I think so, yeah. It was Jimmy, he really did what he could at the end there to save the game. I think really the difficulties for CFO in that game actually came around playing around that top bush, right? Yeah, because it feels like, okay, CFO, they've never really been a macro team, right? They're a team that's very good at skirmishing, they're very good at brawling, all that sort of stuff. They push their advantage well, but I think PSG, they really played to their strengths of just kind of out-rotating and just like, continually almost like skill checking, not skill checking, just like checking, okay, are you going to respond to this correctly? If you do, fine, we'll just go back to farming. If you don't, we're going to make a pick here and we'll take a little bit more. And they just do that over and over, and it feels like eventually, at some point, CFO, they fail that macro check and were punished exceedingly hard for it. First with those 2 towers falling, which allows PSG to maintain even more control, right? Extend that vision even further, and just every time CFO tries to regain a little bit of it back, because they can't walk down the lanes, they have to go through the jungle, and you saw what happened.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. There was just 3 back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah,
death bushes. I don't know if you call it death bush when it's just like, like the Fnatic bush type of thing, except PSG just kept walking back into it and waiting for CFO to come to have to check Baron. And I mean, by God, it worked, because they found the picks, they found the Baron eventually afterwards, and that really opened up the map even more for them. And we saw very dominating performance, I think. And looking at MVP for game number 3, I think it's very difficult, but I think maybe it's got to be Arja.
Really? I was going to say Jinjia.
I
think that he found, he found that,
and all.
Of course, he found that top play, and that ended up getting the first blood for Arja, and he found some really good engages, right? That one that came from that death bush was from him, and I think, again, Rel, every game is just popping off, and I really think that whoever's red side has to start thinking about banning it.
Yeah, absolutely, and maybe the cheerleaders too. I mean, just going to say it, as the cheerleaders are still sitting at 100% win rate currently, but it is also Rel, I think. Rel is 100%, right? Was she in game number 1?
I believe she was, yeah.
But I mean, in any case,
yeah, it was first picked by PSG game 1. It's been first picked every game.
Yeah, it looks very, very strong.
It does.
I mean, knowing that PSG are going to be on red side, do they look to ban it? And if so, what do they replace in their bans?
I'm not sure. I think they should look to ban it, but it'll be interesting, I guess, to see how it changes the draft. Taking a look at the damage here, I mean, the damage across the board is just very, very low, because it was a game that, it had a lot of back and forth, but not a lot of actual fighting. And when it happened, it just all happened at once. I mean, something that I think both teams have been very good at this series is that decisiveness, right? You saw how fast these Barons have been going down. A team, they look at it, and just 5 seconds later, it's gone. And part of that is just the comps that we're dealing with, right? We have just a lot of DPS.
Yeah, for sure. I think the most noticeable thing on this for me is the difference in AD carry damage, because it does feel like, even though it's not the easiest game to play Xayah, especially when the Jax gets fed, you should still have the room to play and find some damage. I mean, I feel like in a 30-minute game, 2,600 damage at Xayah truly is just not acceptable. And it's kind of similar to what we go back when we said about Wako when you looked at game number 2, is that he kind of played really well game 1, didn't look so good like game number 2. And game number 3, Shun kind of going through the same thing, but I called it. RJ was the MVP, and I think, in my opinion, it was well-deserved.
He was up a lot of gold, and I think that, you know, previously when he played this matchup against Rest just earlier on, he was doing well for himself, but it didn't end up converting, right?
Yeah.
But this game, right, he was so far ahead. He had much more impact in the fights. And I think you maybe question a little bit of the Sejuani-K'Sante priority, because I think that the Sejuani has been fairly mediocre, right? It doesn't
it's falling out of favor.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it could be any other champ. And I think that, you know, K'Sante Sedge, of all the Sedge combos, is probably the one that needs to fight around top the least, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't, right? And I think you'd much rather have a different jungler at that point going into the game later on. And this was one that, remember, at this point, RJ, I believe he already has a kill, right? He got the first blood, and then they managed to pick up this kill as well. And I think this is really, you know, one kill is manageable. I think once you're starting to get to this point where your Jax is so out of control, I think Jax is one of the hardest champs to stop when he gets a lead.
Yeah, definitely up there. I mean, there's things like, it's actually usually like the top laners.
Yeah,
right? Renekton's really hard to deal with, Jax is really hard to deal with. But at the same rate, they're not the easiest to get ahead, especially in coordinated play. Because like in a sort of environment like that, in that replay we saw, if there was Gemini in the area to come and protect him, he wouldn't have gone down. And in fact, maybe even could have turned it around. And so it is kind of that dance almost, where if they do get ahead, they just sort of explode and they're very difficult to deal with. But if they go too far forward trying to get ahead, then they just get punished and it goes the other way. And I think the fact that the Rel and Jax were the ones getting so much priority against the Sejuani-K'Sante, which while isn't the most potent combo, it's certainly something that pairs well together and can play off each other. That is a problem, I think, going into game number 4.
I think so too, because again, so many of CFO's wins in the past came from, you know, Rest on the Renekton, very easy to play around. And I think that other top laners, other than RJ, haven't actually been that easy to play around when they don't have the Renekton, right? But even if you remember back to the very start of this second split, PSG were doing a very good job of playing around RJ. In fact, you'd probably say Junjia and RJ are the best at playing around, you know, not even unorthodox picks, but just things that aren't as obvious maybe as how you play around them. So that bodes really well, I think, especially, and maybe matches up really well against CFO, because so far Rest has been, I want to say, kind of invisible, which is crazy considering, you know, how much impact he's had in the playoffs so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a ways that I sort of view it is that PSG quite often find early advantages through top jungle, but then use that to then spread it to bottom and mid. Whereas other teams in general, they like to send their junglers bot and try and get bot ahead just like that. And while either way can work, absolutely either way can work, it is in general easier to find something top just because there's less vision available for those top laners. And you go there once, you clear out their ward, they don't have another ward for another 3 minutes. So it's just like, you have so much time to go and look again, especially if the jungler for that team doesn't go and protect them.
That's the thing, right, is with so many teams putting that much jungle priority around the bot lane, you almost know that there's not going to be a counter gang, and the top laner is just going to be left on an island. And if you've got a carry matchup in the top side, and you come away with that big lead, it almost secures you. Feels like the next few fights, right? Just because your top laner is so much stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's also an important thing to mention, is that while you do get 80 carries ahead or something, they still tend to be weaker than the top laners if they immediately get ahead. But that will do us now for game number 3. Once we're back, we will have game number 4, where we'll see if CFO can take us to Silver Scrapes.
报亚运，看中华，场场必追，超精彩！还记得国际大赛带来的感动吗？期待已久的杭州亚运，准备嗨爆全场，4K 超高画质转播，让你有身临其境的快感。MOD 独家热点回看，夺牌时刻再三重温。哈密 Video 网络独家13个亚运频道，上山下海看好看满，一手掌握激烈赛况。杭州亚运9月23号到10月8号，一起成为中华队的最强后盾。
嗨亚运看哈密 Video， 独家网络转播，6场赛事同时看，299强势应援，运动影视首选哈密 Video。嗨亚运看 MD， 独4K 转播，6场赛事同时看，热点回看。新升装 MOD 加指定方案，加码1200点。运动影视首选 MOD。
布拉格，整座城市都是故事，有卡夫卡的故事，文艺复兴的故事，唯独缺少你与布拉格的故事。7月18起，华航独家直飞布拉格，带你写下新故事，更有多班直飞欧洲6大城。
臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
这不就是我们以前常吃的
3杯鸡
啊！现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道，
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
布拉格，整座城市都是故事，有卡夫卡的故事，文艺复兴的故事，唯独缺少你与布拉格的故事。7月18起，华航独家直飞布拉格，带你写下新故事，更有多班直飞欧洲6大城。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
布拉格，整座城市都是故事，有卡夫卡的故事，文艺复兴的故事，唯独缺少你与布拉格的故事。7月18起，华航独家直飞布拉格，带你写下新故事，更有多班直飞欧洲6大城。
Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
I'm running blind. I know sometimes I never know what I'm even doing. Won't look behind, won't it rewind?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for what could possibly be the last time here in summer for PSG versus CFO. We're in game number 4 ahead of us, but it is PSG currently that lead 2-1, so they are on match point. Now, Shock, for CFO to come back, they should probably be blue side. What do they have to do in draft?
I think that if they can keep getting what they've gotten before on the blue side, they'll be looking good. I think they just need to have a lot of aggression and the ability to make a lot of plays in the early game. I think that crucially for CFO, maybe the big difference maker is getting rest on something where he can really have a lot of impact on early. I think if they can secure, not only the first Herald, but just being stronger in some of the early fights, I think that could go a really long way. It is going to be harder, I think, to get that on the blue side naturally because you generally just don't get the counter pick, right? But it still can happen. I mean, like a lot of the time, we saw, I think it was a Jack Sedge picked up by PSG at some point, and there was potential for the Gragas to come through, but he went Cassante instead.
I do think that PSG are one of the teams more likely to just blind a top tank.
Yeah.
I think they do that more often than not, and if they do want to counter, it's almost always the support role, which is kind of weird, right? Because I think a lot of the teams that we traditionally think are the strongest in the region for the most part, have these top laners that want to get the counter. They want to pick something that can carry in the top lane. But PSG are just the opposite. They're happy to in the first 3 just to randomly pick a Jax, randomly pick a Sion, a Poppy, whatever, and they just fit it around their comp.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Civ HD.
Oh my, here he is.
That's a person I haven't seen in years.
He's just here, watching us. So what do you think? I mean, do you think that CFO are just going to pick up the win here in game number 4? Because it feels like while Blue side is maybe making things easier, I don't think it's uncounterable, right? And I think if the first pick Rel comes through again, I would be pretty confident, I guess, that CFO pick up game number 4. But I really think, you know, PSG especially, I think they have enough flexibility in their draft so they can just ban it away.
Yeah, I agree. I think PSG's drafts are the most flexible. And you can swap it out for the Blitzcrank, but...
yeah, maybe not.
Not this one.
Interesting. So I guess we're just going to see repeat bans most likely, and maybe a very similar draft to what we saw before.
The last 2 games. Even.
Yeah. Let's see what this ban will be. They're thinking about it. So they ban away the Renekton. I still think probably is the right choice. I am a little surprised. I mean, surely the Blitzcrank is not more valuable than the Rel, but maybe they just they kind of want to be able to trade things as opposed to, you know, just giving over maybe 1 power pick. Okay, Jax was banned. First 3. So that is instead of Tristana, which I like. I don't expect to see Tristana picked up. But the Jax still feels relatively strange to me.
Yeah, I guess RJ had 2 good games on it.
Yeah, I guess Rest is just unwilling maybe to play AP, like even though he can, right? Like maybe they just really want Jimmy to be their big AP.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. Okay, Rel last ban. I really like it. I think that shuts down CFO a lot, and I bet they weren't expecting it given what's been happening. So now what's your first pick instead? I mean, the Poppy could be the play. Alternatively,
I'm so surprised by the random resurgence of Sejuani Pryor in this finals.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a Sedge fan. Not anymore. So this looks like it will get locked in. Okay, I will hold that until we see what top gets paired with it, but I'm not liking it so much so far. And PSG, what do you respond with? I think taking the Poppy for PSG is really good because the Poppy does well against almost all the tops that'll be paired with Sejuani. And of course it's a flex, right? You can hold it for longer. Taking away Azir, would it be Maple back on it?
Looked really good in game 1.
Yeah, nice pickup. I would like to see Poppy here. Alternatively, you know, what do you take? You could take the Xayah yourself, but yeah, I think taking the Poppy, it looks so good with Azir and of course the flex.
Yeah, now what do you think CFO go for? Because they could go for something like the Xayah again, but doesn't do that well into the Azir.
Yeah. I'm worried that this is just going to be like Xayah Cassante, and I think it would feel really weak. So
I would be surprised to see the Cassante this early. And honestly...
oh, okay. So the Rumble obviously made it through. Could it just be Rumble Yone?
Could be.
Yeah, I think it will be.
All right.
I think you probably just take Rumble here as well. Yeah.
And if you guys at home cannot hear it, the crowd just erupted with that Yone pick. Very happy to once again see Jimmy. He played it, I believe, against Beyond, right? Did he play it twice against them?
I believe? Remember.
He looked very good on it in any case.
Yeah, he's definitely probably our best Yone. Now, what do you respond to that with?
Well, now, one thing to point out, I guess, is that Azir should have a fine time in the lane against Yone. And honestly, Poppy does well against Yone in those fights. So you do have sort of a saving grace there. I think this makes a lot of sense. Having the Xayah can provide some safety up against the Yone. Obviously, if that sort of Fate Sealed is used and it's matched with a Featherstorm, you feel pretty good about yourself in those fights. So I think Xayah makes a lot of sense. It's also the first time we're going to see Waka on it in a while. That's just been Shun playing it for the rest of the series. And our second bans to come through. Support seemed like the obvious choice.
Yeah, okay, because Kai'Sa ban comes out, just again try and limit, I think, mobile options. It could be the Kai'Sa's area that we've seen the CFO side actually looking to ban, but maybe this time for PSG. And what do you ban? I mean, banning away, yeah, engage supports I think is the real obvious one, but do need to be careful limiting yourself too much. Just because obviously with the Rel off the board there, it won't be any flex. So ban the Rakan, not going to be willing to let that be paired up with the Xayah.
Okay. Now, Zeri, could be something to look at.
Yeah.
It would be very similar to what CFO were banning up against PSG. And then what it shouldn't go towards, I almost suspect it would be something like the Jinx. He tends to like playing Jinx a lot more than he likes the Aphelios, and I understand why. Naziri will be banned. Last ban, Azir, Nautilus, all...
Yeah,
Azir, sorry,
they definitely
Alistair.
don't want to self-ban, but it's tough. I mean, maybe you just look to ban a top laner here.
Yeah. Or even
I'm
a
not sure
jungler
which one it'd be, though.
Could be worried about Poppy being a top laner.
Yeah, surely Rumble deals well with Poppy, though. Yeah, they ban away the Ornn. I think that's a good decision, ban away a top laner. So this should probably be just top picked up and then counter pick support. But honestly, with the engaged supports, you can just pick one. And maybe they want Alistair denied away from Chelsea, which is what they end up going for. So now Chelsea probably just going to pick up the Nautilus again. And then whichever ADC Shun wants to play. Will it be the Aphelios? I mean, obviously options are slim here. You mentioned the Jinx, which
has fallen out of favor, but he plays it quite a lot.
He does. He likes it.
There's something like Draven, which I actually don't think does too poorly into Alistair's Aya.
Yeah, into Azir Poppy, though. Doesn't feel that fun. Okay, Thresh. I'm down for this. I'm really down for this. So we haven't seen Thresh in a while, but it obviously pairs really well with the Aphelios. Chelsea's very good on the champ. Renata. Okay, I don't hate the Renata, but I think the Thresh is better.
Yeah, I agree. Something we saw a lot in the spring split, really fell out of favor. Sorry, when those support items got buffed and the melee support items got nerfed. But now,
ends up going away from it. I guess just wants the point and click engage.
For sure.
I'm sad that we didn't get to see it, though. I mean, Nautilus is a much stronger champ, so you kind of understand why. Last pick, though, will reveal, I guess, if Poppy is a flex. I feel like it's not. This could actually be an Udyr top game if he plays it.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same earlier, but that doesn't strike me as an Arja type of champion. Cassante does.
Yeah, so he's just going to lock that one in. I guess the very solid standard comp coming through for PSG and CFO, they've gone wild this game. And I think wild is what they're good at, honestly. If they can get a lead and snowball it further, that seems to be what PSG is struggling with, you know, respecting when they start falling behind. I'm not really sure who I favor going into this game. I feel like, on paper, I'd probably just give it to the PSG comp, right? Like, it just looks very well-rounded. It looks really hard to deal with. But CFO, they've got that explosiveness, and it plays so well into their style that I'd maybe give them a leg up just for that.
Yeah, for sure. I will say, honestly, it feels like when you give PSG a comp like this, it just feels like you have to play so well to win it. Because in general, their fundamentals are just better than most of their opponents. And so they've got pretty much a team that if you play perfectly fundamentally, you do just win. It's just so well-rounded. Damage profile is really good, as long as Maple doesn't fall too far behind, of course. And then you've just got Waka on a champion that's so hard to dive up against a team that just wants to dive.
Yeah, definitely got his work in store for him. As soon enough, we will be heading on to the Rift for our fourth game and potentially the final one. It's been a pretty banger series so far.
Just behind us in the stands, we had the Passion Sisters cheering up the CFO fans just behind us. This is wild.
Yeah.
Game number 4. Winner, if it is PSG, will be just going to Worlds, will be the winner of the Grand Finals. First seed for the PCS. But it is obviously up to CFO, who have found success on comps similar to this many a time before to bring us to Silver Scrapes in a Game 5 here.
That's the crazy thing, right? Backs against the wall, potentially last game, and you just lock in a comp like that. I mean, they have come to play.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited. Honestly, the Jimmy and Yon is the obvious one, but I'm more excited for Rest Rumble, if I have to say. I think that Rest is an extremely good Rumble, and it's a very exciting champ to watch in competitive because, well, it has just such a strong laning phase, but also has the potential to just single-handedly turn team fights around with the ultimates.
Yeah.
Look at all those cosmic insights on PSG.
Yeah, a lot of cooldown reduction on their summoners. Honestly, feels so broken. Do you know what's not so good? Oh my goodness.
Some emotes in the mid lane.
That's right.
What's Maple got? What's
we got
his
TSM
response?
chants. We got TSM chants. Unreal. Now, coming back to the game real quick, there were 3 biscuits on the side of PSG.
No.
Arju, Maple, and Wako.
Well, it's getting late. It could be a bit hungry.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what are we going to see from Jungle Stars this time? It's going to be a leash on the top side, pathing down for CFO. Maybe want to try and put some pressure towards that bot lane as Jinjia. He wants to try sneak in to start Raptors. It is going to be spotted out. Is he still going to go for it, though? I think he can get this, but obviously with full info granted to Gemini.
Yeah.
I wonder, does this mean a map split, or does Gemini path down and try to stop this red?
I think it probably means a map split. I think you don't have to feel that bad about it, although...
Yeah, Gemini doesn't seem like he wants that to happen. And I mean, he should know that Poppy is low.
Yeah, but I don't know that Poppy's particularly killable. Phase Rush available, of course.
Oh, is he going to show up in time? He went the long way to not show, but is he actually going to get here?
Last cone.
Oh,
this could come down to a smite fight.
Whoever wins this, oh, he chases Jinjia away. I feel like that's super big.
That's a big win there for Gemini. We'll be extremely far ahead here on this jungle clear.
And that forces Jinjia to go back to single target camps as well. So now Sedge is on this bot side a lot earlier. I don't think much will happen, though. Feels pretty hard to dive an Alistar.
Maple putting that ward down. He knows as soon as a Scuttle Crab spawns, games are won or lost by it.
That is true. Nice trades coming out of Jimmy already, who has himself a small CS lead. Obviously, this wave pushing back out, and Gemini, maybe they will look for a dive with this crashed wave, or perhaps he will invade on the blue.
They're going to find this.
Oh, he got
Jinjia
the
is
smite.
able to pick that one up. Now going away to his wolf camp.
Yeah, he might not be done, though. Okay, looks like he is done for now. He's going to take over that bot side river. Mid lane's actually going real well for Jimmy.
Yeah,
a lot of the time you see Azir winning out early game and then kind of struggling around that kind of level 6 to level 9 mark before he starts to come back, but this is a very solid start for Jimmy.
Yeah, I think a lot of it probably comes from the fact that Maple went for that Cosmic Insight and then Biscuit delivery.
Yeah, which is weird, right?
But yeah, now Yone obviously does have this Doran Shield, and second wind means you're just going to sustain any damage, really, that Azir can do without the extra damage coming through from runes.
And it does feel odd. Oftentimes, Mana Flow Scorch into those melees can get a lot more done. Top Scuttle does go the way of Jinjia there. He might look for something on top side. Rest is pretty far up, but unfortunately, Arja feels like he can't really chase him down. It's Gemini. I believe he crossed mid, so this should have been spotted out. Although maybe Jinjia doesn't know.
We're going to see a third brawl. Oh, wow, he certainly does. Finds the stun. Won't be able to find anything else, though. Could be a fight over this red buff, as Gemini is not willing to back out yet. And Jimmian should be a lot stronger if it comes down to a skirmish, being that he is on that Yone. Has the lethal tempo. Oh, Maple controlling the wave.
Yeah, that Prio makes it difficult for Jimmian to get in this fight, even if he wants to.
Oh, Gemini picks it up.
Oh,
but he's going to get slammed against the wall.
Needs to be real careful on the way out. Jimmian is falling
Steadfast
very
presence
low.
might be close. He is going to pop it now. Permafrost comes through. Jimmian flashing forward, but doesn't have the damage, and Maple's waiting. Maple might just have to get away here. We'll be able to shuffle on out, only just having the mana for it. Well, that's a flash now down on this Poppy.
Wow, a lot of action here very, very early, and Jinjia should be able to get this without too much trouble. And Jimmian, you know, he's landing on very low health here, but I believe he has second wind and the D shield, so should be fine. Swifty's picked up for rest. It's kind of odd.
That's what we saw Driver doing as well.
Yeah.
And I guess it just means that you're able to stick on people and auto-attack them if you do go into that overdrive. So I can understand it. It feels like the use case is a little bit niche. I guess against Cassante too, he has a lot of slows in his kit, so.
Okay, well, reset will come out for Jimmian. I think every game so far he's gone for what? Was it Bork Evans Shroud? Is that what he's been building?
Yeah.
And we'll see if that ends up changing here.
I think notably, he is playing Yone now into a Yone player. Maple, a man, well, not in professional. He hasn't yet played it in competitive yet, this split. Certainly in solo queue, he's played a lot of Yone.
Lane's pretty even though, although bot lane, there is actually a pretty significant CS advantage for Shun. And that's going to manifest in those items. I mean, take a look at the bot lane. 80 carries. Got the Noon Quiver there for Shun, whereas Tier 2 Boots opted towards for Wako. And so in a straight-up fight, often it is the Noon Quiver that comes out on top. Maybe
Absolutely.
looking for Junjia on the rotation. They have 3. Oh, if they stay here just a little bit longer. Here. They sweep the wood, but here they are found.
Oh, nice. Pulverized there as grounded will be Jimmy, and he's stuck up against the wall now. Does find a lot of damage back, and
I can't believe Jimmy didn't ult.
Yeah, I think it was grounded, and then it kind of may have felt too late.
Never got the opportunity to. I guess it could have been flashed by Alistair, but cooldown would have been better than nothing. Yeah, I guess it was just grounded forever.
Oh, Jimmy might be in trouble here.
Yeah.
Doesn't have flash available.
He needs to be so
waiting.
Careful. Especially while they're on drag. I think if PSG get wind of this, they will just pull the trigger on the mid wave. Although there is bot prior now, so their window might have closed.
And it will be Dragon picked up by CFO. 7 minutes in. Fairly timely.
Yeah, nice. And they might just immediately cross mid. In fact, even Shun's coming. Looks like he will head back towards bot, but they do want to be able to contest this Herald, especially with the Rumble in the mix. As rest, he might battle Junjia for this.
Junjia has not been allowed anything for free ever since invading that Raptor camp early.
It's still up CS though, so he's managing.
For sure.
Shun needs to be careful though. It took a long time to get back to bot after he invested that move mid. And that looks like it'll end up costing him the wave, but no flash on Woody, remember.
Oh, nice snare there. Blade Caller from Wako lands onto 2, and there is Gemini in the area.
Yeah,
PSG, Moonlight Vigil goes wide.
No.
Woody, he's got his trample active, but will just stomp on out of that situation and force out the summoner there. Not the summoner, sorry, the cooldown from Shun.
It's big. And I wonder if that means that PSG just get this Herald for free, because cooldowns are down.
Yeah, first move afforded to Maple and Arja.
Yeah, I mean, with this lane prior, it should just be a Herald picked up relatively for free. Although CFO, they want to do something about it, but I think it's just far too late. Now they're going to have a look.
They're going to have their bot lane coming up as well.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
Shun will be here, but Wako won't be.
Maybe they just play for the fight after?
Okay, it is the hero picked up here from Junjia. It does have X Flash. Oh, he gets it off! That was an opportunity. But Jimmy not able to find it.
No, didn't have a way. And Shun, he manages to sneak a plate mid, but gave up another bot wave. And he's actually ghosting to get back to bot quicker. But Shun has missed a lot of bot waves for just walking around. And while he did start this game with a fairly sizable CS lead, it actually has maintained it, but it could probably have been bigger if he hadn't given up a lot of these waves. We'll just farm this up and crash it though. Narja's actually very low.
I think Rest might be in trouble here. Oh, it comes through. He does escape from that equalizer, but Junjia is stunned out from the glacial prison. Out comes the keeper's verdict as Rest is trying to burn Junjia. Here's flash available. He flashes away, and nobody goes down.
That might not be done though. Health bars are low. I think if you're CFO, you keep the pressure on, try and force this Cassante away from the tower. Is that what they're going to go for? No, it doesn't look like it. Gemini is returning to his jungle, although, yeah, I guess they don't want to go for more. Need to put those camps on cooldown. Reset obviously came through for the Poppy there as well.
Wow, this game has been so full of action, yet no one has gone down. That is insane to me. How many invades have come through 1 HP situations?
There's been a lot.
Gold remains completely equal.
There's lifesteal in mid lane now for Jimmy, so he should be able to weather the storm. And back on top side, I mean, this plate's getting pretty low, but it's pretty risky for Rest to walk up and auto. You can see, thinks about it there, decides to back off. So it's just relying on those creeps to auto it down for him.
Now, teleport available. We'll lose this plate.
Yeah.
There's going to be a plate given over to Rest, which is pretty important gold. But shouldn't be much more than that. Although Arzu doesn't back yet.
It's still standing.
Goes down there. But where is Junjia going to place his Herald? He's in the bot side at the moment. Could look mid.
Yeah. I feel like you just put him mid. I think try and get your Azir towards that 1-2 item spike quicker. And obviously just having damage on the mid tower is never bad.
For sure. Shun there on your screens. Very, very rich. 800 gold above
Yeah,
the
he's
next closest somehow.
Look how far ahead he is. He's like 1K, 1.1 over Wako.
Yeah.
And that's just from plates and CS. Obviously, still no kills here. Relatively, you don't even want to say quiet. It's just there haven't been a lot of kills. There's still been a fair amount of
action.
Action, yeah. Our next dragon spawning somewhat soon.
Junji looking top, perhaps. Would be able to find some
Yeah, no
plates
flash on the
afterwards.
rumble.
And there's no wards.
Yeah, he's been looked
RJ,
at.
if he lands his Natovic strike, he's not even going to have to try. Forward goes Junji. Does have access to that ultimate, and the all-out comes through, hitting Rest back, who's getting very, very low. And RJ, once again in the top lane, finds himself a first blood.
He's been doing a good job making sure this Rumble can't make any headway, and now might be able to make some headway of his own. He's got himself the first blood. Should be able to get some damage on the tower as well. Might even force out Rest TP, which would all be big wins. And this Herald, could be placed mid now? They've got a lot of people around. It is dropped. Will we see Mabel get an auto on this, though? I don't think so. Maybe he can get close enough.
Is he going to be able to stand close enough?
No, I don't think he can.
This is all going to be going over to Junji. But Junji is going to look for a fight. Manages to land the stun on Gemini, and he's going to have to flash away there from that headbutt pulverize coming through from Woody. So it does mean Gemini will escape, but loses flash for it.
Could there be a re-engage coming out from CFO, though? Shalcy's at least thinking about it.
Ooh, Woody just hits level 6, so that's an important sort of threshold to get to.
Maybe looking here.
They're setting up the bush, but it is hard to pull the trigger onto Woody, of course.
Yeah. Dragon is live. Both top laners have used TP. Now, Rest was thinking about coming down. He was in that top river. But without it being started yet, it's hard to commit. And very likely, I think that we'll see a fight in this river at some point soon. They can't stay here forever.
Wow.
Okay. Well, Reset is coming out from Jinjia. Actually, Reset's just across the board, really. Probably just us sitting on a lot of gold. So that's going to mean that this objective still survives for now.
Yeah, kind of curious. Maybe they're waiting for Wako to get item, and then PSG can look towards that. I mean, Maple also seems like he's very close to an item. Recalling now, in fact, so probably has what I imagine will be a Leandri's.
Could be a crown. But Maple's normally, he likes the Leandri's. Oh, no. Not like this, Maple.
I guess, Devil's Advocate, it isn't the easiest here to proc, and it could be very useful up against the Sejuani and Yone.
Okay, mid prio is afforded to CFO with that gank from Gemini. So they might look back at this, and it looks like they will. Can PSG contest? This feels very similar to before, where they don't have prio and they don't have vision, so it's difficult to walk through, but there's less tools to punish than previously. And they're going to try. Wako needs to be careful, though. He has to find a way to start autoing.
Yeah, Jimmy goes forward, does mash, and there's a double knockout. Moonlight Vigil is jumped away from with that Feather Storm. And Gemini's getting so low, but Shun, he's trying to stack up these chakrams, and now with RJ turning up to this fight well before Rest, it means that Dragon should be picked up here for the side of PSG.
We'll just go down, low health bars, but just managed to get out there with no one going down. Picking up the Dragon, though. I mean, do we think Dragon's a big win condition this game? It feels like probably not. It's still pretty far away for both teams. But just having one, I think, is really nice. Make sure that the other team can't stack it up. So
yeah.
That's always good, especially to buy, the Azir some time to really come online.
Yeah, I think in this game we've seen a lot of 30-ish minute games, and so maybe, yes, you would argue that it will be up by 30 minutes, the Dragon Soul. I don't think necessarily that's going to be what breaks the sort of game open. Rift's Herald, though, being looked at by CFO, so it is trades of objectives both ways if this is to be picked up, but I don't know that PSG are willing to just give it over.
Oh, is he going to try to snipe it?
Oh, is he going to try? Or won't be able to. It is going to be a trade, so first Herald goes to PSG, second Herald to CFO, but similar story when it comes to those Dragons.
Okay, and I think this Herald should pretty much exclusively go mid. I think they have to try break in. It's so hard against either the Azir or the Xayah. Whoever's defending mid has a pretty easy time, as Arjo is getting a lot of alone time in the bot side, as Rest will come down, so eventually puts a stop to this, but a lot of damage onto that tower, and feels like it will go down eventually.
It always
Ball
feels
completed for Jimmy.
Oh, it is. Oh, that's a big power spike when it comes to team fighting specifically.
Yeah.
But it always feels so terrible, I was going to say, when you're playing Cassante and you get like free time alone at a turret because you actually just do no damage whatsoever. It's so depressing to watch.
It's no Jax. As PSG, they're the ones with control over mid right now, so it can be difficult, I think, for CFO to go mid and Herald. Gold lead, you know, it's still very close, despite just how much gold Shun has right now. The rest of the carries are in fairly good spots. Especially RJ having second most gold in the game. Obviously, you got a lot of top gold and the kill.
Yeah, RJ once again feeling pretty good about himself. This mid tower, though, is extremely low. Well, at least for now, PSG looking towards Rest, who will use his equalizer here on the wave. Is RJ going to have what it takes to take down this tower? Looks like he will.
Wow, even more gold. That's the first tower. This is going to be a very strong Cassante. While there are threats to deal with him later on, I think he's going to be the real terror of the Rift for a pretty long time here.
Absolutely. Now, Maple and Marco up on this top side. Does feel a little bit risky, of course. Jimmy likely to be able to take out this tower, although Maple's not going to let him do it so easily.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of the window to be able to take that. The side of PSG can keep that alive for a fair amount of time now, I think, especially with Jinjia in the area to protect. Unless CFO try and overload this and bring even more members. They've got 3, but will it be enough to dive his ear popping? Maybe with how low the tower is. It's only a couple autos off. Woody's come up too.
Now, Jimmy is looking for it. This can be scary, but looks like he should be okay. Ooh. Does manage to get on back. Will pick himself up that tower as well. Now, next objective spawning will be this dragon. It is, again, the Air Soul, 1 minute and 30 seconds until that objective. 2 minutes until Baron, which you'd argue may be the more important one.
Probably, yeah. Woody getting aggressive in this top jungle. I wonder if we will just see another really decisive Baron call, because there is a lot of damage that can come through. Maybe not super early, but like if they do a 20-minute Baron, I think it's very stoppable. But honestly, even looking towards like 23, 24, I think by that point, either team could just absolutely melt it.
For sure. Shun's continuously, slowly farming up. He's feeling very good. Looking like he'll be actually going for the Infinity Edge this game. So a bit of extra damage at the cost of survivability. So it's really going to be up to him and his team to make sure he is positioned safely and able to offload the damage that Infinity Edge will offer. And he's actually completed it already. So yeah. I think far and beyond the strongest player on the Rift.
Yeah, he is so strong right now. No Nashes, no Navori on the PSG carries. That's a big window. I think if you're PSG, you probably do want to give over this next drag and just buy a little time for your carries to farm up to those 2 items. Although maybe you don't need to, right? Like Arja is so strong on this spike that maybe you just force everything and hope your Cassandra carries them. And I don't even think that's an unrealistic hope right now. He's just that strong.
For sure.
Herald does get dropped. Oh. He's got to do that.
Gets dropped quite a bit away.
Yeah.
Should be able to eventually get this crash though. Jimin goes forward looking for RJ, finds damage on him, and the crash will come through.
Yeah,
the tower
good
does
damage,
remain.
But it's kept up. And PSG, I mean, the way they're positioning suggests they really do want to fight this. I think as long as RJ plays it well, they probably do come out on top. But a lot of the eggs are in his basket, so he has to make sure he finds some big value.
Now on the other side, Shun, if he is untouched, will just shred. Marco, nice dodge out. Finds himself quite a good bit of damage there back onto Jimmy. And Jimmy does have lifesteal, but there is no minion wave that can be reached right now.
Okay.
We're dancing.
Still posturing around the river, but no one can find the window. Ult comes out, though. Good shot. Wako. He's forced very low. And I think PSG, I think now you definitely just give this one up. It's really not that big a deal. Second drag, and just get those 2 item spikes on your carries, and it should be fine. It's probably best to send people back to lanes now, but maybe a little stubborn is PSG, and it appears they want to still try and fight this. Wako is on the way. They have a TP flank if they so choose, but I'm surprised that they won this fight so badly. Did Wako complete his Navori?
I'm not sure. Through comes the keeper's verdict, but it's stunned up and down will go Junjia. Jimmy managing to pick that one up, and a fantastic ult from Gemini that allows it to happen.
I'm not too sure what PSG were looking for there. It feels like it just shouldn't really be a dragon fight, and they can just sit back a little bit. Shouldn't be a problem, but maybe now they want to re-engage. It is 4v5, though.
RJ will go unstoppable, and it's the dragon will eventually be found here by Gemini, who has been left all as lonesome to take that one.
Gets it eventually, as we'll see returns to the minion waves. So gold lead slightly favors the side of PSG. CFO, obviously, they've got up a dragon here. The question is it going to matter? I think with how slow the game is, it probably will matter, right? Like, I think it's very realistic that there is a Baron or a dragon win condition. That being said, Baron is still so fast for both teams, and it could just go the way of, I guess, the previous game, right? Where it was just a Baron and done, just like that.
For sure. It does feel to me like Shun is just spawning golden, because this guy is just getting exponentially more and more ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, he is so strong.
Jimmy as well completes the second item. Will be the Even Shroud.
It's still no 2 items on PSG carries. I think they should be very, very close. In fact, they might even have it now. They're sitting on a lot of gold. Resets coming through for Jimmy, and let's see if he's got it. I think he should. Yeah, okay, finally he does have it. Very important that they're going to have that for that next dragon fight, so we'll see what he is able to get done with that. I think kind of surprising that RJ hasn't managed to find a bit more.
Wako currently down half an item, but with a shutdown.
Yeah, I know, it's so depressing. Such is the carry life.
0-0-0.
Yeah. They've got 2 items now, so they're all feeling pretty good over that side. And I think at this point, with all these items and components and stuff completed, it does feel like it comes down just to execution. I don't think either team really walks into this fight being advantaged. I think, for me, if Jimmy can find an ult and Rest can follow it up, that's an easy path to a team fight victory. But if that doesn't happen, I do kind of expect PSG to outperform a little bit, or not even outperform, just almost... They're just better, right, in the straight 5v5. They've got that front-to-back comp, and if they keep their carries safe, they will output more damage. Although, Shun might have something to say about that, because he is just so strong.
Oh, but Shun has just walked on by as RJ waits in this bush. This could be dangerous. Something could occur here, of course. Very low mid-towers for either team. And RJ has been so patient with this play. They're walking up. Moonlight Vigil comes and lands onto both carries, and they will find a lot of damage. Featherstorm comes through, so Waka will be able to get away, but RJ is taken so low. And now, what can they find? Woody going to flash away. RJ flashes away, but the hook lands. Jimmy in with the 2-man tempered fate, as Maple will be able to run away. As 2 found.
Can they go Baron?
They are looking for it. Woody and Wako, as well as Jinjia, all in the area. Teleport available.
Yeah, Maple, he has to TP back. They need to be able to stop this right now. There's a lot of cooldowns missing, and their tanks are getting a little lower, though Jinjia is still very healthy.
Oh, hook goes wide. Wako will not be hit by that, as Jinjia and Woody are trying to look to go forward. There's an Azir here, full health Azir.
The jungler's
nice ground, and he gets him out, but down will go Jinjia, and the fight is going back and forward as Wako will have to flash away from that flail. Maple, though, remains full HP.
Wow.
And there will be no more follow-up. All things said and done, it was 3 kills in total picked up by CFO for only the 1 in response for
the
PSG.
Baron is stopped for now, but I wonder if they just go back to it. There is a TP for Jimmy, and they're going to start it back up. TP comes in for Arjun, so we have to keep going. There is no jungler for the side of PSG. Are they going to be able to find this team fight win?
Almost has Emperor's Divide back, and RJ does have all out, so Rest is trying to zone away. Maple's doing so much damage in the pit here with these Sand Soldiers. Baron's getting low. There is all out available for RJ, but through comes the Glacial President and lands onto Maple. The Emperor's Divide don't stop the tempered fate, and Jimmy and Maple's gone in, but will be taken out, and that is Baron for CFO.
A CFO in one of the strangest team fights ever. They come out with that huge team fight victory. They got the Baron as well, and they should be so far ahead. RJ, can he get out here? I think he can. But this should be CFO putting themselves in such a good spot. They knocked down 1 tower. Bot tower should be next. And there's even a dragon coming up soon. So everything coming up CFO here. And look at Jimmy, and now 4-0-2. He's a strong boy.
Showing us why.
He's got the shield bow.
Yeah. Going to be very hard to take down.
Okay, Rest. He should knock this one down.
Absolutely. Now, admittedly, there is still a lot of time that PSG can give to themselves, being that They are still only 4K behind, and there's so many objectives left on the map, as well as the Dragon Soul isn't all that close yet.
Look how nice this was from CFO. Instantly, the Rumble ult is dropped on both carries there. I mean, that was so well played, just conceptually from those two. And then they managed to find this hook on RJ, who flashes, but it's in the straight line. And Shalsey with the longbow. And look at that, Yono grabs Maple, forces the flash out. Shouldn't flash this forward, didn't quite get him. But here, Jungler was dead, so able to just start this Baron up. 3 carries here. All fed ones for PSG, but it's so difficult. And I think it was Jimmian who once again, I believe it was him who kicked this off. Let's take a look. Rumble ult comes through, and the flash knockup finds Wako. Without ult or flash of his own, was just taken out in rather short order. And with no one to stand in front of him, Maple, he goes for something heroic. Unfortunately, heroic is not good enough. And they did go down, and hey, just on the CFO camp, they've gathered more people today, by the way. They had less earlier, but they're been
collecting.
Oh, here we go again.
Oh, we're going again. Hex flashes over the wall, will land, but it's onto Gemini. And the equalizer's massive as the damage is coming through, but Woody taking so little. Jimmian is on the flank. There's so many low health bars. The Sand Soldiers doing a lot of damage into Gemini, and so low health bar. Wako will not find the damage.
Wow, so much. The damage is just so high at this point, right? The tanks walk up and they just get nuked immediately after. This Dragon is still alive. CFO, they tried to get as much done with this Baron as they could. They came up 3K in the Baron power play, which is fairly solid. And now a 3rd Dragon picked up for CFO. And will they send us to Game 5? Remember, this is our 7th seed coming up against our 1st seed here. And Maple, he is looked at.
Yeah, Maple's getting looked at. Does have access to stopwatch. Jimmian's going to have to go away. Will not be able to find that kill, but does get a massive cooldown away from that Azir.
Incredible. Will reset. Should be sitting on a lot of gold himself. I don't believe he reset anytime during that Baron, so... Ooh, he goes for the healing reduction.
That feels weird.
That does feel really strange. I don't no idea why. Maybe he just wants to be able to fight Cassante, but even then, it's like, it's not that much.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Weird. We'll see.
Okay, pressure on towards this top tier 2. They've got a lot of control over this jungle, but the CFO dive feels pretty impossible, and they don't have a lot of poke either, so I'd be surprised if anything can be done here, but they can just maintain pressure, maintain control, force PSG to make some tough decisions. Even taking away the jungle camps can go a pretty long way at this point to just accelerating your lead further and further. Sitting around 5K gold, which is a pretty solid lead for themselves, especially considering how close this game was for so long.
The vision, very worrisome.
Where did CFO learn this from?
Yeah. Wait a second. The names are replaced, or reversed even.
Okay, 2 minutes on the Baron. Remember that both teams take down Baron in a matter of seconds. So it's going to be very important for PSG to be able to push out that line of vision, get towards that Baron, and have the option to contest. Void Staff completed for rest. And that's going to go a pretty long way. Now, there is a lot of pen in Rumble's kit if you can hit both the harpoons. But sometimes it's not the easiest, right? Especially because a lot of the time you will just be dropping the ult on someone. Maple continuing to farm up, but honestly, he does not have a lot of damage. I mean, well, he kind of does, because he is still Azir, right? But he has a crown. He's going towards the Zhonya's. Doesn't have, the likes of a Leandris or a Rabadons that would really kind of cement this Azir as a huge threat. It feels like it might more be up to Wako to try and put the team on his back in these fights. And maybe Arjit, who, he found a very significant early lead, but I think now he's pretty significantly behind the rest. Down a level, down a lot of KP.
Yeah, for sure. Now, really, does feel a lot like it's up to Wako, but to be fair, if there was a man to rely on in this team in late game,
yep,
certainly feels like that's the man.
Look at Shun now. He's got both the lifesteal and the stopwatch. This Aphelios is starting to kind of get into that territory where there's no one that can threaten him at the moment, right? I feel like that Azir DPS is not yet high enough to chew through this lifesteal. And Shun is level 16 as well. He's actually higher level than Maple.
Yeah, definitely concerning. Now Zhonya's will be completed by Maple, so we'll have access once again to that ability to go untargetable.
Okay, lots of members around mid. Baron is 15 seconds away. Ulti is committed.
Yeah, it's committed. Wako getting very, very low. Maple's turning up. And a lot of damage coming through, but the Azir tower. Wako. He lives.
He has to base. He has to base, and CFO, they could just pull the trigger and start up that Baron. They know this Xayah cannot be here, and so much rests on her in these team fights. Okay, Res, he's looking for the flank here. Maybe they'll just force a fight now. Xayah
they're
is not
looking
here.
for it, but they don't find it. Maple looking for that Shurima shuffle, but will go wide. And grounded is Jimmy, and Maple's got the damage. Shajir's trying to find the TC, but Rest is running through them. Moonlight Vigil from down finds two, and they're looking for a third. RJ clearing a lot of distance, and Jimmy's getting very, very low. As Wako finally returns to the fight, his entire team has been dismantled.
And CFO, they should just turn to the Baron, but PSG, are they going to have something to say about it? It's Maple and Wako against the world here, but I don't think they can do it. This Baron will just go down, and you feel like it might be fourth Dragon going along with it, spawning in only 40 more seconds, and CFO, they look poised to take us to game number 5 here. Sounds like the crowd will be very happy about that.
That's right. It does seemingly seem like that at the moment. But wow, how hard does this feel to play as PSG?
Yeah.
Wako just walks anywhere, gets Rumble ulted, has to recall.
The Rumble ults have been phenomenal.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. CFO entering the river. They've got Baron for another 2.5 minutes. They can quickly take down this Dragon and then look to pressure, look to break open the base. It's not super easy for PSG. They do have the wave clear, but...
Chelsea might be in trouble. He does get hit by Pulverizing, now CC'd up. Does commit that ultimate. Jimmy and will not land the tip and fade onto Wako, but certainly lands enough damage down to Jojia. And Wako is taken out. Flash forward onto Maple. The Emperor's Divide is huge, but it's certainly not enough. And now, with only Woody standing, it's going to be game number 4 for CFO, and they're going to take us to Silver Scrapes.
CFO, they're taking us to game number 5 here. Another one-sided game, all things said and done. And man, what a performance, you know, coming in with this comp into game number 4. Backs against the wall, 1 game from elimination. This is your PCS 7th seed taking the PCS 1st seed to game 5 of the grand finals live here in Taiwan.
What an amazingly well-played game by Jimmy and on the own. Backs against the wall, game number 4, they're down 2-1, brings out the own 7, 0, and 4. Looked unstoppable for the entirety.
Yeah, oh man, what a game, and just what insane energy here as well. I don't know how well you guys can hear it, but it's insane being here in person. Okay, going into game 5, it will be PSG who can go back on that blue side, right? And so far, blue side has won every single game. That game, of course, was no exception. And every game has ended up being fairly one-sided, right? It feels like the team that gets ahead quickly wins the fights, and then they nuke the Barons, and then suddenly they just pick up the win pretty soon after.
Yeah, for sure. It does feel that way. I mean, it really is just kind of after a Baron, the game just explodes open. I mean, have we seen a Soul yet? I don't believe we have.
No.
It's all been 3 Dragons,
Yeah,
game ends.
I mean, I guess they got it then, right? Or did they even get it? No, I don't think they did. They just took the fight. Yeah.
Unreal scenes. I mean, game number 5 now is what we have in store for us, and it should be PSG on the blue side, which means I guess they're favored to win, because so far, 100% win rate for blue side. So, I mean...
Okay, I think they do feel pretty good coming into that game, and I think the reason is that this game, they opted to ban, I believe it was the Rel over the Rumble, right? And on this side, you don't have to choose that. You can first pick the Rel, and you can ban the Rumble, which I think is going to look really good, because I think while that Jimmy went like 7-0, something like that game, it was so well done by Rest, who I think, despite falling honestly quite far behind in top lane, absorbing a lot of pressure and being very hard punished for it, he still had some insane Rumble ults. I mean, I always say there's 2 types of Rumbles, right? There's a QWE Rumble, like myself, and there's ulti Rumbles. And Rest, you know, here live on stage, 1 game from elimination. He's got the best Rumble ults I've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think consistently taking Wako out from even trying to be in these fights, just from, I mean, a lot of it was Shun too. I mean, that one team fight where Shun found the Moonlight Vigil, double stun was onto both carries, Equalizer came on top, and that kind of was where they started to get ahead, and they never relinquished that lead. And Shun especially, I don't know where his lead spawned from, but at some stage he was just up 2k gold. It was just like, oh yeah, Shun's got 2k extra gold. He's like 0-0-1, I believe, or 0-0-0, but he just had so much gold. And I mean, these 80 carries, they're quite special, but especially if they're ahead.
They are, but honestly, I think both 80 carries have had a really tough job because it feels like pretty much everyone is just out to kill them. I mean, you saw Wako that game. So often he's 100% HP Xayah, walks up to a fight, gets rumble altered, gets just everything thrown at him and is forced to run away. Even in the last fight, right? I actually think he did a pretty good job, but then Jimmy just flashed him and he was taken out shortly after.
Just flashed and walked at by the Yone, who, it's like there was nothing he could do. He dodged out of the Yone ult. He was kiting away, but it was just, nothing he could do. And some of that's like, maybe it's the team drafted around him. And how much of it is that? I'm not sure. I think you could look at things like builds where Maple has just got no damage. So if Wako's taken out, then kind of that's all the damage threat that can come through. Certainly something you can look at. And I'm almost curious as to now, Game 5, 2-2, will we see Junji on a carry? Because I think the Lilia looked so good from him. And prior in the split series, we have seen, not series, in the summer split, we've seen him on Graves, which looked really good. And even earlier in the yard, he was very good at things like a Lee Sin as well. So I'd like to see him on a carry now that it's sort of the do or die time.
Yeah, could be possible. Take a look at that damage there, though. You know, Jimmy, despite being Maple on the losing team, did still do quite a lot. Probably could have done a lot more if he'd built more aggressively. But I think for me, the big damage really is the Rumble when I look at that, right? Because the Yono is getting a lot of those kills, getting a lot of the last hits, but just the output that Rumble has while being behind, right? We're looking at an accelerated Shun here, who was like, 2k gold ahead of everyone, whereas this is a Rumble that got camped, and look how much more impact he had than Aja.
Yeah, for sure. Very, very well played by Resta, and I mean, it seems like CFO know what to pick against the Xayah, and they know when they want to play the Xayah. And we never talked about it, but it does make a whole lot of sense that Rest was the MVP that game. I think Shun played very well. I think Jimmy also played very well. But for how much pressure Rest took to then have a game that he had, I think deserving of MVP.
I think so as well, and I expect this to be banned away in the next game, especially on that blue side. And I think the fact that no team has managed to win on red side yet is, worrying obviously for CFO, because you're going to have to defy expectations moving into game number 5. Now, maybe you have the momentum on your side, right, coming off a very big win here. But, man, PSG, they're going to feel so comfortable going into the next one, with that blue side. And these fights, man, I mean, so often they become so close.
Yeah.
As here, the carries were forced away. No one else to stand in front of them. But remember that it can just be a TP back that comes in from Jimmy. And obviously, there's no one else really alive at this point. They had to try go for the 3v4, which doesn't feel super easy. I mean, especially when you're low on cooldowns, you kind of need to burst someone to make it somewhat even. And Maple, his Emperor's Divide it wasn't up immediately. I wonder if it was, if he would have just shoved them out of the pit or something, because instead he's kind of forced to use it reactively. And you see here, just the Rumble ult. I think one underrated thing about Rumble ult is even if you avoid it, let's say you're a Xayah and you spend 2 seconds walking away with that, that's 1,000 damage, right?
Yeah.
Like, you can put out that sort of damage in that time. So Rumble ult just for the zoning, as long as you place it correctly, it can be so hard to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. I think very well played. And you're seeing why this champion is so often banned against Rest, I think.
Yeah.
And again, going into game number 5, it should be blue side for PSG, which means they don't have to ban the Rally anymore. They can opt to first pick it and get to ban that Rumble. So we won't see Rumble, I guess. But man, just quickly, the fairy tale story that is CFO this split. I mean, they were obviously the representatives at Worlds from last year in the summer. But now it was like, wow, I don't even know if this team deserves to be in the playoffs. To second first, game number 5 up against PSG, who honestly looked like they should have been taking this sort of going to Worlds with Beyond.
Yeah, for sure.
To get here is honestly so incredible, and I think the underdog supporter in me really wants to see CFO pull this out.
I can see it, especially with how many 5-game series they've played, right? I believe there was like, one against Frank, one against Beyond, one against, now PSG, and then a 4-gamer against DCG. So they haven't had an easy road whatsoever, but
not at all.
If they could take it home here, it would be quite the accomplishment.
Yeah, for sure. And we have heard word it will be PSG on blue side coming into game number 5, so
that'll be exciting.
Just very, very exciting. And
Yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
It should be good. I wonder, do you think CFO will ban the REL?
I guess so. I would
think they might
assume
too.
so. But, I mean, who knows? That is a story
for next game.
For next game. Game number 5 will be coming up very shortly. We are going to go to a quick little break, but we'll join you very soon. And for the last time this year, Shock and I invite you back here for game number 5 of our grand finals between the CFO and PSG. And now, I don't know who to predict anymore, but I'm going to ask you. I'm going to put the burden on you. Game 5, who you got?
Okay, look, the head says that with blue side, PSG should have the better draft and should come out with the Game 5 victory. But man, my heart says I really want to see CFO win and complete this absolute just Cinderella story from 7th place.
Absolutely, and I think, honestly, at this stage, what better way to finish it than an entirely blue side winning up until game number 5?
Yeah.
Imagine it.
Oh.
I mean, they have 3, this is their 3rd back-to-back best of 3. If they were to, best of 5, sorry, where they've gone to 5 games. So if they win this one, 3 best of 5s in a row, they clutched
won
up
the game 5.
on game 5, which is a pretty impressive stat, and it's something you don't often see that commonly. And so here we are, about to sort of get into Champions Select and whatnot for game number 5. We have PSG on the blue side. What are we going to see?
I expect there will be a Rumble ban, as per usual. But I do want to see the side of CFO take away the Rel. I think that giving over the Rel would be a mistake. Which one you actually drop for that, though, I'm not too sure. I mean, I guess they can just keep dropping their Trist ban. I can't remember. What did they ban instead last game?
I
can't remember what it was.
I don't remember either.
Man, it was something.
Yeah, it sure was. There they are. The Passion Sisters.
CFO enjoyers.
That's right.
Base CFO enjoyers.
That's exactly true.
I want them to win. You know?
Yeah. I do too.
I think it'd be the best timeline.
I just want to see some good League of Legends,
That's
all
true.
things considered. But it would be such a Cinderella story to go from 7th after losing 8 games in a row, including one, by the way, to Doish team.
Yeah, true.
Who were not able to pick up a single other win, to now possibly taking out game number 5 against PSG in the grand final to get first seed headed into Worlds.
Would just be absolute insanity. But here we are, game 5's champ select. As it is, the Tristana Jax bans have come through. Rumble, of course, banned away by the blue side. That Blitzcrank ban, Chelsea's been getting respect for that all series long. Renekton comes through as well, going to deprive rest of that once again. And that's, Xayah ban. Okay, so Rel is open with Xayah gone as a response. That feels really strange to me. I wonder what that's setting up for. I mean, Jace is up, so they could Jace Kai'Sa it, but...
It could be setting up for a Vire and Octane.
Okay, yeah, I could see that. So I think if
I don't know what else,
if you're
but-
PSG, I think you still first pick the Rel.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I think you try and get a Zia in your 2-3 somewhere. That'll give you something to deal with the Nocturne. Oh, no shot. I don't think that's enabled, so we won't be seeing that one, but... Okay, so what do you take here? I mean, I think you can take the Jace Kai'Sa if you want to go at it, but obviously you are playing into that Rel hard engage. Okay, so they take the Jace. I think you might as well take the Kai'Sa along with it now.
Yeah, may as well. Then what?
They're going to have their work cut out for them, though, because with that Rel already picked up, it's likely to be a lot of engage that can come out from PSG. You know, I wouldn't even be surprised to see something like a Vi come through for Jinjia and you just really round it out.
I think you could do something like even you could go for something like a Vi for Jinjia and then have your Rel as a support, or you could even go for the Rel be your support and then have your jungler and then have something like a Rakan.
Yeah.
You know, just get onto them nice and quickly, nice and easily. Even Ornn, I think you could somewhere probably fit an Ornn early rotation, because what are you really scared of if you're Ornn? Gwen,
Just Gwen,
maybe?
yeah.
But like even then, is there much reason to be scared? Maokai was left open and...
We didn't even notice.
No, but it will be taken.
Okay, so yeah,
First
Maokai
time
is
this
picked
series.
up. I wonder how good this is, because I think that there isn't really any AD mid you can pair with it, so I'm just going to have to play AP mid jungle, which, you know, it's fine. You can play Azir Maokai, go to the tank variant, but I'm not sure Azir is a great pick here. I mean, while it does give engage, it is very weak against the poke, which is troublesome. Now, maybe you're saying that you have such strong engage that the poke isn't going to be an issue.
Yeah, can be. And in fairness, Maokai does well to enable that.
Okay. The Sejuani, I wouldn't be a fan of, but honestly, I don't think there's many other junglers. I mean, I like the Poppy more, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that does really well against the Engage.
Yeah.
For one thing.
Well, I think I'd like the Poppy more. They go for the Sedge, and maybe they just want to give Rest the ability to, have some sort of big impact around the top side of the map again. So second phase bans, looking towards it. I think if you're the side of CFO, banning away ADCs is probably the place to go. Maybe you could ban away, I don't know, what else could you ban? I mean, you can ban tops.
You could. Ornn will be taken away.
Yeah, okay,
I think that makes sense. Getting rid of some Engage. I mean, what a PSG ban. If you ban Gwen, you probably force a Sion ban or something like that. If you really want to look that way.
You might just want to ban Sion anyway, because I feel like this comp does just need like a strong AD tank.
Yeah.
Maybe you ban the Poppy? I guess you wouldn't blind it, right? Probably. Depends if Gwen gets banned, really. Okay, so they ban away the Alistar. Take that away from Shao Ci. So what's the second ban going to be? Because if you don't ban Sion here, and then the Gwen ban comes through, suddenly you might just be giving RJ the free tank matchup. I guess worst case Rest can play something like Udyr.
Yeah, well, that's something he played in his last series, and it looked... it didn't look as good as solo kills.
No.
Udyr. But it looked serviceable. Aphelios, the final ban. Now that strikes me as odd. That truly strikes me as odd.
I guess it's just
maybe they're just thinking R button.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess it is an engage AD carry.
Yeah, kind of. But I mean, honestly, I feel like here you could still just go Zeri and then R button auto attack.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay, so do you just take support? Because I think it's better if you can give top the counter pick here. They take away the Rakan. I'm not actually sure what I prefer. I guess denying the Rakan is probably better.
But you aren't scared of Rakan on the other side anyway.
Not just for the engage coming out?
Well...
I guess Leona is equally as scary. You know, if you take... Well, either way, they pick up the Leona. Maybe it gives them more threat in the 2v2, which seems pretty important going into game 5. Maybe destabilize that bot lane a little. So 4-5, got to pick up the 80 carry and top for the side of PSG. What will it be?
Yeah, okay, Zeri pretty much immediately locked in. That makes a lot of sense to me, honestly.
Yeah, that's a strong comp.
And it's safe.
Yeah,
it's very safe.
Round it out.
Oh my god.
I like it.
We haven't seen RG on the Aatrox yet. What a time to bring it out.
Okay.
Oh.
Nah, no way.
Yeah, they're just toying with us. And in locks Poppy. Oh my. What will we actually get? Okay.
Okay, so he goes for the Gnar.
I like it.
I like it too. So what does Rest play into that? I mean, I think you could play something like the Aurelia. Would you do it in game number 5?
It does well into... Honestly, it does well into pretty much everyone.
It's good with Sedge too.
Yeah.
If there's a game for it, it's probably this one.
Oh, we're going to see it. Oh my god, what a way that could possibly...
Oh, Rest, come on, man.
Weakness.
It's fine, I'm down for an Aatrox. Okay, what are we thinking then? Because I feel like it's better for PSG.
Oh, I do too. I think honestly, if the Aurelia was picked, I almost think it's better for the side of CFO. And while it may sound weird, I just think that Aatrox is not going to have the easiest time finding a lot of these team fights because he's going to have to get through the Rel, get through Maokai ult by itself, Gnar ults, and of course Zeri is just so mobile that it's very hard to stick on her. I just don't think the sort of how the team operates around each other is that cohesive. You've got a lot of poke, but then you've got sort of Aatrox that wants to drain tank in these team fights. And while yes, there is DPS that comes through from the Jace and the Kai'Sa, I just don't think it's enough to sort of punish the engage that could potentially come through for the side of PSG.
Yeah, the engage is pretty incredible. I think that while this is a very fierce poke comp, it has to deal with, you really have to make sure you're respecting well. And I think that CFO, I would feel almost more confident if the comps were swapped just for the teams, because it feels like PSG, I would be confident could play CFO's comp. I'm not sure if CFO, the way they like to play, they like to just force fights, but you have to be a bit more disciplined with the Jace and the Kai'Sa, right? Admittedly, of the poke champs, they're probably the ones that can just fight on a whim the most.
For sure.
but I'm still like a little worried. So I think I give Game 5 drive to PSG, but I'm not even sure if it's so much an on-paper thing as more of a just, once again, PSG playing their very solid standard comp. I feel like they have the tools to shut down CFO's aggression, and I think that'll lead them to the win.
Yeah, I can definitely see that occurring. Very exciting here, though, for the final time in 2023. We're going to get to see these two teams fight it out for the grand final here in the Hepping Basketball Gymnasium over in Taiwan. What an amazing sort of season we've had, really.
Yeah.
And for it to conclude in this
Like
best
this.
of 5.
Yeah.
So exciting.
Comet Aatrox.
Yeah,
so that's pretty
throwback to old.
Yeah, you used to play Comet Aatrox into these range matchups, even as the the Nimbus Cloak as well, which can make things pretty difficult. If flashes are traded, can sometimes chase down. Everything else though is seeming fairly normal. It probably will be the AP Kaiser. It has to be, right? Especially with the Jace and the Hail of Blades.
It certainly will be.
Well, Shun is pathing. What's he doing? I'm not sure what Shun's doing. Standing behind mid. Maybe he's keeping him safe. Oh, maybe they're trying to defend some sort of top invade? No, I don't think so. I'm not sure what he's up to. It looks like he's pathing back towards the bot side now. As level 1 ward is dropped there. They did spot that out, and there is sweeper actually on Shun. So that's why he was hovering top side, was to sweep that Raptor ward.
Oh.
Instead, they grab it there instead.
Okay. We'll be able to get that, obviously. Red buff, the start for Gemini, while it will be Junjia starting up on this blue buff as the Makai.
And should see them both path down the map. Maybe have a look at this bot lane. Obviously, there's a lot of kill threat with Aurel and Leona involved. Mid lane, Maple the one with the priority. I want to see what Maple looks to build this game, because I really hope that against the double poke that he's not going for the crown. I really would like to see just that Leandry's Nash is picked up.
I'm interested to see this whole Comet Aatrox, because I'm pretty sure that got pretty hard nerfed, just the cooldown and how it interacts, but...
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, certainly will.
Might take a while, I think. Needs to at least get level 3 before he can really do a whole lot.
For sure.
And back on the Gnar. I mean, RJ, he hasn't played it in some time, but still remains a decent pick. Maybe now looking mid onto Maple, but he feels too safe.
Oh, does he? Okay, he does manage to keep himself not... Oh.
Trades back pretty well,
Not
too.
only keeps himself safe, but yeah, what a fantastic trade back there.
Yeah, Jimmy went for the D Blade as opposed to the D Shield, and I think that might actually make the difference. A lot of Jace up against Azir or Ahri are just taking the D Shield because of all the poke that can come out early. So not having that extra sustain means he kind of has to keep orders on the wave with the D-Blade to keep up. And top lane, Rest is shoved it in early, but you do expect that. Wants to just make sure he can get as many of these creeps as possible. Maybe get a little bit of poke on the RJ when he has the opportunity.
For sure.
Oh.
Takes himself a tower shot.
Shouldn't be the end of the world.
He's just proving he can win his lane despite putting himself at a disadvantage. Yeah. I think, all things considered, probably, if we're ever going to have a slower game, it's probably game number 5 of the summer finals and the first live event that the PCS has had in a few years.
Naja. It's going to go Ward, but isn't going to be under threat for some time. Oh, maybe... Is he going to be able to harass this any? He's just running straight at him. Actually,
Gemini no smite yet. Actually just following him. No response yet by Rest. Gemini is forced away from that scuttle, which will now be picked up by Junjia.
Nice defense there. Uses that top priority. Gets his jungler an extra scuttle. Yeah, and mid not in a favorable spot. I think Jimmy definitely falling further behind than he should, especially given that he received a gank. Bot lane, looks like they're trying to get aggressive. They know this Kaiser Leona can get a lot done. I think he collected some of those.
He did?
Some of his little Krugs, and now can go... Oh, is he going to flash over the wall?
Oh, he might.
He's thinking about
There's not enough mana, though, really, to justify it, I feel, on Maple.
Looks like he will just take these Raptors.
Yeah, will be spotted out, but that shouldn't mean too much.
Yeah, it does just pick them up.
Things going pretty well, I think, all things considered here for the side of PSG.
Yeah. Yeah, managed to get a small lead on your jungle and mid. Obviously, top matchup, somewhat to be expected early. Big bot wave is crashing. Sedge is on her way bot. Is he starting drag? Yeah, looks like Gemini will look to do the dragon instead. A 5-minute dragon, so getting this nice and early.
This is almost a throwback to CFO of old.
Yeah, what a way to end it if they could get a soul at 23 minutes. Like they used to. Okay, are they going to... Yeah, it looks like they will keep on doing this. Maple's recalling, so shouldn't be too worried about any mid-move.
Now,
oh, it could just be a 3v3, though.
yeah, might just be. Chelsea going to get stunned up, and Wako stacking up his lethal tempo. Should fall off now. Supercharge used by the Kaiser. Smite away. It is going to be this Dragon found for Gemini. Became a lot harder for PSG to contend as soon as Jimian showed his face with that teleport.
Yeah, Jimian did get there earlier. Didn't have the Dirk, but still had a little bit of damage to his name. But he did have to walk away, or he had to TP away from that mid wave after his reset. So that'll be slight CS advantage for Maple. Should be able to just keep shoving this one in. And doesn't look like any sums were burned during that either, so we might see a slower game for some time. Jimian, he's playing very safe, knows that at level 6, of course, that Azir gank setup needs to be respected, especially with a Maokai as well. Just 2 champs with extremely long gank setup. It's going to be even worse when Jinjia hits level 6. Crashing this wave here is Wako. Has not reset yet, so would be sitting on a lot of gold, but nothing really to do with it just yet. Naja, he's got the wave in a relatively good spot. Rest is starting to work on his lethality too. He has a Dirk, so I imagine that Na could start to suffer. I think with the tier 2 boots, probably is safe to kite out anything, at least for now. But in the future, when boots come in for Aatrox as well, things could start to be a bit more interesting. Top Scuttle is picked up. Maple, in the meantime, is still getting mid-priority, and if he can keep this up, they could probably look at Herald off of it. Jace without Prio and without the Dirk is not going to be strong enough in these fights to really make much of an impact. But maybe the Aatrox Sejuani is just a strong enough pairing, even though Aatrox isn't autoing a lot. Just the chain CC can be really hard to deal with.
For sure. And now, junglers both approaching 6. Rift Shield as well spawning very, very shortly. We do already see that Woody is deploying out to this mid side, and Chelsea as well. Looks like we may have a contest over this Rift Shield. It makes a lot of sense, I think. Both teams would love to get that Rift Shield and get things sort of going early. Getting some items on Azir, of course, as well as some damage to that mid lane tower feels really, really strong. And similar can be said, really, for the Jace.
Jinjia is starting this up. Has that mid prio, has the bot prio as well, as the support will be coming here first, so they should be able to pick this one up. But Chelsea is in the area. Jimmy, though, he's got his Dirk, but he's off base. I don't think he'll be able to get here in time, unless they could somehow delay it. There are pings onto it, but no, it will just be given over. PSG pick up the first Herald here. And where will it go? I think mid or bot seems to pretty much always be the answer, depending on, do you want more gold in your AD carry, or do you want to make mid-game a little easier for yourselves and just deal damage to that mid tower?
For sure. Now both these AD carries going to be very close now to that static shift. And I think, really, I mean, it's just the build that lots of AD carries go nowadays, unless your name's Xayah.
Yeah.
And that allows you to contest those mid waves. Pretty much the main use, almost, a lot of the time for the static shiv. As well as the dopamine, of course, when at 40 minutes into the game, you hover over it and it says it's done 7,000 damage to champs.
It's always nice. Mid lane, I believe it is Jimmy who has an extra recall over Maple right now, so he should be the one getting priority and starting to even up this CS a little. Jinjia could look mid still. There is enough mana for Maple to set up a gank, although this pink ward is doing wonders. Should spot out Jinjia eventually here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we'll spot him now.
Things going pretty good, though, for Maple.
Yeah, he's doing well. I think the greedy item start from Jimmy and has kind of cost him, but obviously coming into that mid game will have a bit more AD for it.
So much that matters. 1 minute until Dragon, which is probably where we find our next fight.
Yeah.
I don't think PSG will want to give it, and in fact, I don't think they have to. See how much gold, that Maple has.
Yeah, he's got a lot, I think. Yeah, just able to buy the Sorks and an Amtome. This is going to be pretty strong. I really hope he is working on the Leandres. I have a bad feeling that he's not. It's just going to be able to go back mid. And Jimian will reset as well. I wonder if Jimian can be getting Mythic, because I think he has Magic Boots and the first strike. Does he have it completed? I don't think so. No, doesn't have it quite yet, but it's still pretty strong for this Dragon fight that's
Radiant
upcoming.
Virtue completed for Junjie.
Yeah.
So he's got the first Mythic of the game. I have a feeling that maybe Wako would probably have static on recall, and he's going to use his recall.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that almost guarantees CFO get this, but they don't know, so they can't start it just yet because they think Wako can still be here. So if PSG can delay this long enough and make sure that there's kind of like that threat of Wako being there, they might actually be able to stall this out. But I think eventually CFO will tire of this and just start it up, especially once they get the bot priority. They should know now that Wako has reset. But is it too late to actually punish with the Dragon? I think it might be.
Yeah, Wako is here, has a static, so we'll quickly clear out this bot wave. Should, of course, will have first move, which can be meaningful enough.
Oh, it's caught up there.
It was going to get away.
No follow-up, though.
Felt a little bit too scary for PSG to walk forward.
Yeah, Junjie does dodge out of that. And then maybe looking onto bot here. They get a bit aggressive, but instead just trying to force out the priority. Herald is drop bot. And that almost forces Shun to stay and deal with this, at least for a little bit. Instead, maybe they want to try and... I don't think they'll ever get Wako close enough to the tower to get plates. That's the problem, right? It feels so difficult to actually get the gold on the person you want it to.
Yeah, for sure. Unless you force something before it and get the ability to look. Now, Dragon is live. Neither team started it yet. It looks like maybe PSG have started up now. In fact, they certainly have. It is Jimian who feels like he should be stronger when it comes to these skirmishes.
Yeah, I think CFO should try and take this fight, but maybe they just want to reset, spend their gold. They're going to give this one up, so it will just be one Dragon apiece.
Sure will. Junjie securing that one for his team. 0 kills once again here. 12.5 minutes in.
Yeah, a bit of a... This one was a bit slower. Not as much action as the previous ones, but I think to be expected from a game number 5, I mean, everyone is going to be very careful not to give over anything extra.
The last game of the year even for the region.
Yeah. It is Shun currently leading the player gold.
Spawning gold out of nowhere, this guy.
Yep. Gold is pretty close for everyone, though, and it looks like, unfortunately, it will be the crown on the Azir. Still has good CS for himself, though.
Yeah, I think...
It's mostly evened up by the first strike.
Both teams should feel pretty good, really, about how the game's going. I don't think there's much argument to make over who outscales who.
Yeah.
It feels like, while, yes, maybe in raw damage, PSG should outscale. It's still 55 minutes into the game will entirely come down to execution. If Jimian and Shun can find damage onto Azir before a fight, then, wow, that guy can no longer fight.
Yeah, pretty much. Without Azir having any access to any form of sustain, it makes his life pretty tough. Just get caught by one bit of poke and suddenly sent home. Now 35 seconds on a second Herald here, which is pretty early. We'll see if that gets looked at soon enough.
For sure. Things in the top lane seem pretty slow. Every time we've gone up there, it's kind of been Arjif farming from range. Just jumping away as soon as Resh shows any form of aggression. Which kind of is just how Gnar operates.
Yep. Now Jimian just stuck here collecting some waves. Does have vision here, so... Oh, will they find him?
Oh, they're looking for it. This could be first blood. Emperor's Divide comes through, but flashed away from Gemini. Jimian trying to get away. Here comes the Nature's Grasp. Aatrox is coming. He's popped the world into flash away from Maple. Junjie is trying to get away. So much used, but Maple remains. So many summoners, so many cooldowns, but they were not able to find the giant bird. Does look like they will be rewarded by this Herald.
Can they fight this, though? The cooldowns are down. TP is here for Maple. And CFO, they need to be careful. They don't have anything.
A lot of damage onto Jimmy, and he uses this to the skies. In goes Junjia. It's going to be Waku who ults, and he's fighting the damage. Woody's trying to stay alive, but it's first blood going over to rest. Quickly traded back though, as Archer's going forward. In comes the Sand Soldier, in comes Junjia, and in comes Waku as they fight four. Immediately Archer back. Shouldn't do, will be looked at under his tower. Will not connect here. He does have Killer Instinct available, so Waku staying at range there. He connects, and he will be able to try and run away. But so much damage coming through. Waku one more, will not find it.
Shun manages to get out, just barely saves his team from being clean aced, but in what was a 4-for-1 trade, PSG come up huge. I don't know who, did anyone even kill the Herald?
No.
No, it's getting killed now, so they
now.
should get the Herald as well. So that's a massive win for PSG, and I think CFO, after using all their cooldowns and not getting the kill, really needed to leave. First tower gets picked up for Maple here as well, so this is everything coming up PSG exactly when they want it.
So much was used onto Maple, and somehow, some way he makes it out. I mean, we're going to get to see it here. It looked like he should just be dead.
Yeah, they see him, but they just don't have the damage. Jimmy goes in as soon as he can, but he doesn't flash the wall. I wonder if he should have. It might have made a difference, but really nice flash from Maple, gets him out. But back to live, another kill found.
Yeah, it is going to be Arze, who picks himself up one. Chelsea trying to run away. There is some follow-up, but they will allow this Leona to live. It was Jimmy, though, who gets taken out.
And Jace is starting to fall pretty far behind. Look how much damage Zeri and Azir did in that fight. Was pretty crazy. So now 40 seconds away from the next drag. Feels like Dragon, not a super realistic win condition, at least not for some time. I think if you're CFO, you almost need to just outperform at this point to win team fights because you're very far behind. Was this actually CFO who looked for this first? Have Chelsea behind. Oh yeah, and then they end up finding Woody, but just look, the Nara just destroys Jason the 1v1.
Wow.
It was up levels, and Chelsea was lucky to get himself out here. And things, they're not looking good for CFO. I mean, you're falling pretty far behind as a comp that definitely functions better from ahead. And not really getting leads in the places you should be getting them. So next drag, I don't know, if you're CFO, you could give it up and just try trade gold on the top. Feels like that might be the best decision. At the same time, if you're playing a Jace Kai'Sa comp and you can't set up around objectives, if you can't be looking for fights, then your champs are just not going to be that useful.
For sure. They are going to look to trade gold, though, try and get some items on this Jace to where he can really put out some damage. It does feel, though, the lead is ever growing for PSG. Still a chance, of course.
There's always a chance.
We're looking here now for Maple, who could be in trouble. Does have his crown obviously available to him.
Is that a Zhonya's sound?
It is a Zhonya's sound.
I'm not sure why I hear that. Well, either way, they have forced Maple away from that top tower for now. But he is able to walk back up to it as the members are forced back away. So the top tower remains, and actually it's just CFO who weren't able to find any trade at all.
Yeah. I mean, well played, of course, by Maple to respect when he is weak side.
Yep. Pretty hard to die this Azir too, just with the strength he's found himself with. So we'll just be able to clear this up. And once again, PSG, they have fabulous Baron DPS. When it does spawn in a minute's time, especially once Zeri gets towards that second item, they have the potential to just chew through that health pool. And while starting up the Baron, I think against double poke can be very risky. If they're just able to find some sort of engage and then start it up, should have no trouble taking it down.
Certainly agree.
Now resets are coming through. Is it just a Zhonya's sound on Chelsea?
Chelsea's just perma running around Zhonya'd.
That's weird, because he doesn't even have a stopwatch.
He must have before.
He must have, had it installed it after he wasted it or something.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Just don't show him.
Here we see just farming, I guess, until Vision needs to be acquired around Baron. Maybe we'll see another death push. Maybe blue side just has such a good win rate because they can camp that bush.
It could be. As this tower will go down. That opens up the map more for PSG there. Continuing to grow this gold lead, slow and steady as they always do it. Ooh, TP comes onto the bot side, so they're just going to overload this tower and take another one. So PSG, they just continue to get further and further ahead. Now they kind of move to the point where they can start taking away those jungle camps, start pressuring tier 2 towers, and eventually control that top bush, look for the Baron.
For sure. Things starting to feel very, very good here for the side of PSG. RJ starting to get himself a little bit more autonomy in that 1v1. Can actually start to play aggressively if he finds the angles now instead of just constantly having to run away. Wonder if he's gonna, well, I guess he's gonna go Black Cleaver now. But I wonder if there's ever a hull breaker on this game.
It's possible. Solo kill would do it.
He certainly would. He does it every game, no matter what champ he's on.
For now, CFO are able to maintain control of this top side. So we'll be able to protect it, but you wonder for how long. Oh, the Zhonya's is still there.
Sure is.
That's a remake angle.
Take us back to Champ Select. We want to see a rallier.
Okay, Reset's going through the Black Cleaver, now completed for Argis, so big spike in for him. Rest also might have a spike. Wako's got his Navori. So a bunch of second items will be coming through ahead of next Dragon. And I think if you're CFO, it honestly might just be worth contesting this next Dragon. It doesn't feel like it's super good for you, but I think just trying to poke them on it while they're doing it is your best chance of winning a fight at this point. And I think you need to win fights to get into this game. I don't think you can just AFK and scale into it. It doesn't feel like you really have the scaling win con on your side. Really just feels like execution and goal difference is going to be what gets you over the line.
For sure. Now, Jimmy and Will have his upgraded Mirror Mana ahead of this Dragon, which should feel pretty good, of course. Poke will land a lot harder. But ultimately, it does feel like you have to be playing so safe, and admittedly, very far range, but if any engage comes through onto you, and with the range that comes out of Mayokai's Nature's Grasp, it does feel like PSG really are in the driver's seat for this one.
Yeah, they feel very in control right now. 45 seconds away, RJ, he's even managing to take away these bot camps, and this is when it can become tough, I think, to crawl your way back into the game, is where you start losing the camps. It's really hard for your carries to continue to farm up any gold, because obviously they have access to the waves, but during that time, PSG's carries are farming camps on top of that. Especially if you have enough control to start farming, you know, all 4 quadrants. You just really catapult yourselves ahead. 20 seconds away from this Dragon. It can probably just be soloed by someone on PSG. I don't think you need to fully commit to it anymore. Unless CFO look like they want to fight, but I don't think they should.
For sure now. Dragon spawning. Lots of members deployed down the side of the map, of course. Jimmy in as well. He's just going to run there. It's important keeping up that teleport.
Yep. Well, CFO, they are posturing for a fight. This is what CFO do. They look to find these engages, and could this be it? No poke has landed just yet.
Arj's Nabar built pretty well. Some poke lands, gets away that crown, but Nature's Grasp coming through means Dragon will be picked up. Are they still going to look for a fight? RJ going to go mega, and it's going to be an immediate kill. Wako's going crazy. The team fight a 2-man. Nah. It's going to be Xiaosu who's taken out as well as Junjie flashes over the wall. Nature's Grasp will land. Twisted advance onto Gemini. It should slowed up, and Wako is coming through. He's got the auto attacks. They've got the stun, and Wako's got the damage. PSG looking to take out game number 5. Slow and steady.
They big win that team fight. Now they're on to the Baron, and this should just be gone. There's no way CFO can look to contest. And it feels like with that, PSG just cemented their place as the grand final victor. We'll see, is there a way for CFO to crawl back into this? You think not, but hey, we've seen crazy things in the PCS before, and I'm sure we'll see them again.
We do. We've once seen the 7th seed off playoffs make it all the way up to Game 5.
And CFO, it feels like in these fights now, they're just too far behind. You can see it, once the poke comp is being engaged on, there's no way they can stand up in the 5v5.
Oh.
And Rel, another insane engage found. This champ just all series long has found impact every single game. And then after that, just all is left to do is run the rest of them down. And Wako, he has to be so happy with how that one ended. Look at the damage in that fight.
Yeah. Wako, going Wacko. Archer as well, doing pretty well for himself.
Okay, that's one tower down. Moving on to this next one, and I feel like if CFO don't play this super safe, they could actually lose the game here. It is just one team fight away from being done. So CFO, they have to try and play this out really safe. Yeah. Try not to give over too much. Just clear out the waves.
I think next wave, they're just going to Maokai ult.
Yeah.
That should be base broken. Now, there is a little bit of strength, of course, in the side of CFO. Rest feels fairly strong. Maybe not as strong as the likes of Wako, perhaps even Maple, but strong in his own right.
Okay, so they're moving towards mid-top now. Decided that bot tower isn't going to be worth it for now. It might be easier to break out top, especially when they've got that wave that has started being built. So this tower's being looked at, and I think it should fall. I don't think the wave clear can feel that confident walking up to it. So this is another one that's going to go down.
And lots of towers taken, and Nature's Grass still is being kept.
Are they just going to keep going? Because they have a big wave. I think they could Nature's Grass this one.
I think so too. This is finally a wave.
It looks like they want it.
Yeah, Rest could block it out. Perhaps. Okay, this should be the... Yeah,
Here it comes.
Maokai does use that Nature's Grasp.
That's the base broken. That's the first inhib that will go down as the top inhib as well, which is going to make contesting that fourth dragon virtually impossible for CFO. They're going to have to find some sort of miracle, probably more than one at this point, to bring themselves back into it. At least they keep the rest of their base alive for now, but it feels like PSG, they've got everything they need. Now they've got BT, Wako, Rabadons on Maple's Azir.
Shun picks up his Gwinsus, so certainly a nice item spike for himself. Although it always feels pretty terrible being Kaiser and not being able to upgrade your boots. We'll see though, certainly has the damage items there to perhaps pull a team fight from the depths, from the jaws of defeat, find a way back in.
He needs something crazy here to turn this around. I mean, Shun has to just go insane in the next fight. Otherwise, PSG should have a relatively easy road to victory now. They can just push out the waves with the amount of control they have and then move back to that dragon, and that should just be the soul given over. And Cloud Soul given over to Zeri, it's going to be troublesome.
Yeah, for sure.
Azonya's sound is still there.
That's right, and he's getting punished.
Okay, 30 seconds away.
No.
CFO, I think you kind of have to contest, but they can't even push out the top wave.
Yeah, RJ is in Mega.
They might just keep going here. The Nature's Grasp is up again. They don't even need to commit it as they break the base without even using the Baron. They're up 10,000 gold, and CFO have no way of standing up to them.
Yeah, this is the problem that comes with a poke comp. As soon as you're behind, it's very, very hard to play. And now PSG claim themselves that second inhib, and they are all going towards this dragon. Should just be given over. CFO really do not have any right in contesting this.
Yeah, looks like it will just be gone. CFO at this point, they're just hoping that PSG makes some sort of mistake. I don't think they have any agency into this game anymore. Next objective, it should be that Baron, a minute and a half away, and that's the one that PSG should use to finish this game up. And CFO, they just have to find some way to leave their base ahead of time. If they can keep this top wave relatively pushed out, maybe that might give them a chance to do it.
Oh, look at the gold.
Look at the jungle gold difference. 3,000.
Yeah, wow. And it's reflected in the items.
Yeah.
GG almost at 3. Still yet to be 2 completed for Gemini. But they are setting up a death bush. Unfortunately, it's against Maokai. Throws a sapling in there.
Yeah.
And it's going to be completely fine to realize what's going on.
And that poke is so much harder to land when you're the ones that don't have control over anything. Just forced to always be reacting and not set up an advance. It just feels impossible
for sure
for CFO.
Now, recalls are coming through here and just getting back onto the map ahead of this Baron, which you have to feel like should just be picked up, really, by PSG. Feels almost impossible for CFO to try and contest it. Although with how far behind they are, it might just come down to a last-ditch effort.
Very well might. PSG, eyes on this Baron now. Spawning so soon. Chelsea has a flank already, but is spotted out. And you can see CFO, they know they have to contest this or lose. But if you're PSG, you just need to wait for the waves, or honestly, just force a fight. You know you win at this point, especially if no poker's landed. I think PSG are just going to kill them.
Does seem that way. Chelsea's caught up the top side, does flash away, uses that solar flare, but RJ's caught back up to him. That's one kill. Nature's Grass coming out, landing on, and a 3-man Magnet Storm and so much damage! PSG have wiped the floor with CFO, and they're going to take out the grand finals in game number 5 in an amazing fashion.
5 games later, it will be PSG crowned your Split 2 PCS Grand Final champion here. As look at that damage in the last fight, 5,000 damage from Azir. And PSG, it felt like they deserved it all along, and finally they've done it.
It wasn't without tests. They went to 5 against Beyond. They've gone to 5 against CFO. But eventually, they were able to take the crown for the second split in a row. PSG will be your first seed heading over to the World Championship. And this team on your screen, CFO, that came from 7th after the regular season to taking PSG to game number 5. And they will also be joining over at the World Championships in South Korea to do proud of the PCS region. And here, PSG get to lift their trophy.
They do. They deserve it. Game number 5, absolute destruction. Really showed, I think, the best side of PSG. And look at that.
What an awesome way to do it.
Yeah. I still can't believe that CFO got this far.
No.
But this is about PSG now.
It is about PSG. It is. Obviously, valiant effort and good try to CFO, but PSG, game number 5, they really turned it on. I mean, at no stage did it seem like they were under any real pressure. I believe they lost first blood, but in that team fight that they lost first blood, picked up 4 kills, and it just really never looked like it was going any other way.
Yeah. Does feel a bit like that. This was earlier in the day. Some of the highlights, some of the best plays of the day. And this was that one here where it was just another massive Rel engagement. In fact, I feel like Rel was by far the MVP of the series. I mean, that champ just went insane every game, and I can't believe that he got through in the 5th game.
Absolutely.
What happened to this one? There's been so many fights today. Starting to lose track.
Just so many good team fights.
So many Rel, every time.
Every single time Rel finds an engage, it's 3 or 4 people.
Yeah.
RJ as well. Crazy. I mean, he had such a good day of Jax.
Yeah,
he ended up getting it banned against him, which allowed them to get things like Azir. RJ as well. Game number 5, picking out his Nah. He played so much of it last split. Not really having it. But I'll leave the rest of the highlights with you. We are going to go to an interview soon. Have a little break before then. Enjoy the interview, and congratulations once again to PSG.
非常谢谢2队给我们这么精彩的打好打满啊，打到了第5把的比赛。当然呢，我们要相当的恭喜 PSG 队，哇，你们是破解了那个统神超强大朱莉给 CFO 的加持，所以呢， PSG 队呢完成了春夏联霸，拿下了冠军。现在要把时间交给小熊来帮我们做赛后访问。
是的，那我们再次用热烈掌声恭喜 PSG 获得2023 PCS 的夏季总决赛冠军。那这次 PSG 队史呢，在 PCS 的第6座冠军，我们马上就来访问一下。我们先来问一下我们的上路阿志选手。其实今天呢，在我们的休息室的时候，我就有偷听到你是不是今天的这个好像身体状况不太好，不太舒服，对不对？
就是每次比赛的时候都感冒吧。
所以你今天也是感冒？今天打5场其实有点惊耶。
没关系。
蛮可爱，蛮腼腆的。好的，那我们这边来问一下我们这个游戏内容，因为其实今天呢，我是听了蛮紧张的，是在第4场的关键局的时候，你们那时候为什么会选出放出蓝宝呢？
那时候觉得能打吧，但感觉还是想太多。
所以有被吓到，然后就讨论一下，觉得不行，下一场还是要 ban 掉。
对啊，所以下一场还是 ban 掉。
好，那最后呢，再问你一下，就是因为其实你去年呢是担任了这个替补选手1年，那今年呢你正式作为先发选手上场，几乎可以说是可攻可守的全方位上路。那现在准备要去世界赛了，这一段的心路历程可以跟大家分享一下吗？
其实本来就觉得自己有这个能力吧，然后今年也做到了。
哦，没有失去自信很重要。
恭喜你，今天其实真的非常感人，而且5场超级精彩的。好，那我们接下来就请我们的这个 Jungle chuyên家来说一下。其实今天我有注意到第1场比赛的时候，你好像是今年第1次拿出了莉莉娅这支角色，那这是针对对手 Gemini 的选择吗？
就是团练也有玩过，然后效果蛮不错的，就觉得自己能 C 就选了。
那你觉得今天的赛事有比你预期中打的还辛苦一些吗？
感觉第4把如果 ban 蓝宝的话，就早就结束了。
那我可以偷偷知道一下这是谁的决策吗？
不好说。
不好说，不好说，队友共同讨论的。好，没关系，反正结果是好的嘛。那其实今天呢，我也觉得好像是一场硬仗，你可不可以聊一下中间你们遇到的困境跟你们队伍中是如何调整的？
我觉得 BO5就是很考验心态的一个比赛嘛，然后就是5场都平常心，我觉得就很看游戏内容，然后我们这几把游戏内容应该算都玩得比较好。
好的，那我们接下来就要来问一下我们的中路 Maple。真的是辛苦了。那 Maple 其实今天呢，还是不得不称赞一下你的对手，就是今天今年的表现其实非常好，但你还是扛住了。可以稍微聊一下今天5场比赛的心情吗？
就其实我们最近状况没有那么好，所以其实有预想到不会赢得很轻松。但是因为我已经拿过很多次台湾的冠军了，所以我觉得，
哇，
所以我觉得就没有压力，我就放开来打。
好，刚刚的最后1场其实至关重要。那在前面开局的时候，有看到对手全部为了抓你交了很多大绝，当时你的心情是什么？你是很紧张的吗？还是其实你是很清新？
第一时间就觉得干完了。
那成功逃脱之后？
成功逃脱就是赢了，他们都没大了。
好，那
冠军也没有嫌多的啦，是不是？
是，越拿越多越好。
对呀。
好，那我这边想问一个比较有趣的，就是呢，其实呢，在赛前的时候，你曾经的2个队友，也就是卡萨跟蛇蛇，他们预测今天 CFO 是会获胜的。你有没有什么想跟他们说的？
他们有跟我说是因为他想毒奶他们，但是我不知道。
不知道到底是官方说法，还是他们真的觉得他们会赢？
因为他也有跟我们团练嘛，所以可能觉得我们状况可能也没那么好。
好的，那再来就是今天我们的赛前影片的时候，有看到你好像对了自己说，今年有可能是你的最后1年。可是其实这个消息蛮突然的，不知道方便聊一下吗？
就打职业打了10几年了嘛，然后也有陆陆续续有一些伤痛之类的，所以有想过休息这个选择。
哦，那这次的世界赛自己有预计要走到哪里吗？你的目标？
就8强。
哦。
哇，想当初我还在主持的时候，有一句话很流行是，Maple 17岁，其他人洗洗睡。Maple 现在已经
25
岁了，希望在世界赛还是可以让其他人洗洗睡哦。
可以，一定努力。
好，我们来问一下 AD Waco。好， 好，瓦口，今天呢，整场比赛，其实我觉得，尤其前几场下路的碰撞是异常的频繁。你们有预期 CFO 前期本来就会一直针对下路吗？
就他们也知道我们队比较强的是谁嘛，所以往那边针对也是很正确的。那我就是小避一下，让他一手。
那前面几场你会觉得压力很大吗？因为其实针对的蛮明显的。
确实有点烦了，不要再来了，来了也不会赢。
好，哇哦，有自信是好事。
是
是。那接下来要问的一下是，因为其实刚刚最后一场你的 mic check 有被偷偷放出来了，有听到你大喊说，现在是怎样？就是一波秒杀吗？你是觉得很惊讶你们最后一场会赢吗？还是你本来就已经觉得最后一场可以赢得很轻松呢？
选完角我们就知道我们赢了，所以给增加一点士气嘛。
可是挖口大家还记得这个时光胶囊的时候，他说在给冠军赛你自己说，什么3-0回家了，0-3回家了，但你们今天打到3-2呢？
这个是我没预想到了，有点累，希望下次不要再打5把了。
是展元，其实挖口真的是老将了，因为我真的从 LMS 时期就算是一直看着你不断的在进步，而且期间我真的觉得你背负了很多不同的压力，而且你又是风格比较强烈的选手，你自己觉得自己现在和以前的心态有什么不同或成长吗？
就是一开始是中路起家的嘛，就是中路其实要顾的事情太多了，感觉没办法处理完全部，所以打 AD 之后就打得很开心了，不太需要想太多事情，就做好自己该做的就会赢了。
这就是挖口。好，那我们来问一下我们的辅助 Woody。讲错，下面尖叫的很大声，讲成下路。好，那我们来问一下呢，这个第一场其实，在第一场你们轻松的获胜之后呢 ，CFO 突然是抓紧了节奏，给了你们很大的压力。当时呢，你们队伍是做了什么样的沟通跟调整，稳住你们的士气？
就我们觉得我们打好我们自己的，就是能赢下他们。
那这边想问一下，因为你过去其实是以远程辅助跟软辅著名，但是在这个赛季开始之后，你就开始尝试开战角色，也进步的很多。我觉得你一定是跟后勤团队下了蛮多的苦功的，那可以稍微聊一下这部分吗？
就每次训练赛完的时候，我们那2个教练就会像老妈子一样一直念我，所以让我逼不得已进步。
你说他是跟你1对1？
对，1对1。
副教练跟教练都是盯着你，哇，那真的是很辛苦哎。那你会觉得这样的调整中，你有遇到什么样的困难，或是你觉得可能没有很得心应手吗？
就开团时期要把握得更好吧，然后别送头就行了。
好，那最后呢，我们就来交给我们这个教练柯基。PSG 呢在春季拿下了冠军，夏季呢是迎来 Maple 的加入。想问一下教练的视角，就是 PSG 在夏季赛，你自己觉得成长最多的是什么？
其实我们整个队伍的每一个选手，我觉得都成长很多，因为毕竟我们换了新的选手嘛，那我们必须要重新的适应。那不管是阵容啊，或者是每一种阵容的玩法，我们都必须要重新适应，因为其实中路的玩法也都不一样。对。
那偷偷问一下，教练刚刚在后面有很紧张吗？
其实还好，因为我蛮常打波舞，然后蛮常打满的其实。
所以其实你也是很有信心，虽然打满，但是你们一定会获胜。
算是吧，对。
好，那最后因为你们也是要准备前往世界赛，教练可不可以在这个时候感性时间跟我们的选手说一些什么呢？
其实我们最近的状态不是很好嘛，那一来的时候我也跟你们说，其实今天也会打得蛮焦灼的。那我觉得这都不重要，因为已经过去了，我们要看的是世界赛。那我们从入围赛走起嘛，那我希望的是我们能够走得很远，因为我觉得世界赛是一个很考验心态的，这对我们来说是很重要的路程。
好的，谢谢我们的教练柯基。
是，不过呢，这边呢，展元要想一点哦。这个 Maple 展元有播过 Maple 的比赛，那时候他才15、16岁，真的
不是 Maple 17岁。
对，结果我今天却听到你不打了，大家希不希望 Maple 继续战下去？好不好？加油！
不要给人家压力啦。
对，我播过他，对不对？哇！好，无论如何，再次恭喜 PSG 拿下了2023 PCS 的夏季冠军，恭喜！ 好，接下来呢，我们要颁发最重要一个奖项啦。总决赛的最有价值选手奖 FMVP， 让我们用一段 highlight 来公布得奖的选手，请看影片。
没错，让我们掌声恭喜我们的俊佳选手荣获2023 PCS 夏季赛的 FMVP。那我们在此呢，也要特别邀请到英雄联盟东南亚赛区赛事总裁 Laura 以及凯瑞国际研究前执行长来上台颁奖。
有请颁奖人。
帮我看一下前面的摄影大哥的镜头。好的，谢谢我们的颜值行长，谢谢我们的 Laura。那请我们2位到舞台后方休息一下，选手先帮我留步。哇，直接先来发表一下 FMVP 的感想吧。
其实我觉得今天这个奖谁拿都蛮不错的，但是其实没有想到是我，但是也很谢谢我4个队友啊。然后，因为我觉得他们今天都玩得特别的好。然后，因为我们这几天的训练其实不是那么的好，但是我觉得比赛打得好就好。然后，希望我世界赛不要发挥的像 NA 赛一样吧。
你说最近训练的不是那么好，是指团练状况吗？
对。
好，那你们刚刚觉得 FMVP 是谁？因为你刚刚说你没想到是你，我好像听到你们有在讨论。
感觉中上 AD 都蛮有机会。包哥
是不是略过了？好像是不是略过了一路啊？好，没关系，我这边还想再多聊一下，怎么想要补充了是不是？好，我这边呢还想要再聊一下的是，因为其实你的队友呢不止一次在赛后访问的时候提到你是一个非常聪明而且有决策力的选手。那你自己觉得你今天在对上 CFO 的时候，你针对他们的重点是什么呢？
就是我们赛前看很多他们抓下路的影片嘛，就发现他们很常硬搞桥，然后就会去应对他们，应该是这样。
因为你也是经历非常丰富的选手，那这样一路走来了，最后我们要前进世界赛，最后有没有什么想说的呢？
就是世界赛加油。
好的。
世界赛，我真的是想要问你一下，有没有信心赢韩国随便一队？是不是？好想赢韩国，有没有信心？
有。
有，再给俊佳掌声鼓励。来，请加入一下你们的团队，因为呢，我们要让 PSG 队呢再一次高高的举起象征最高荣耀的冠军奖杯。来，听展员倒数，3、2、1， 2023 PCS 夏季赛冠军是 PSG 队。2023 PCS 夏季赛冠军是 PSG 队。
Well, we're back.
Well,
Incredibly well deserved.
Yeah, he got another one.
Yeah, 2 in a row.
It's funny.
2 in a row for Junjie. And I mean, who better deserved it, I think. After the gameplay he had, the Lilia, the Rao, it all was very, very fantastic. And I think fairy tale story for himself. Unfortunately for CFO, not quite enough in it. Very, very close, though. I think the only game that really was very decided early on kind of was that last one, unfortunately. The other ones, while they did end up being quick and very one-sided, they at least started off like...
Yeah,
ooh.
I think so. There was a lot of, back and forth
For sure.
for the early games. And that is, of course, PSG then that have the first seed going into Worlds. CFO have the second. And I think that can actually make a pretty big difference. I think you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, like scrims can actually be a thing, right? If you can get access to some of the higher tier regions, scrims, that's really nice. And also I think that just having the first seed and meaning you can verse another region's second seed or a major region's like fourth seed goes a pretty long way.
I think they changed that this season. Yeah, well, because now for Worlds, the minor regions all end up
there's
in
like
the
a
same,
play-in tournament.
and it's PCS first and PCS second are in the same tier as VCS first, and then the rest are all like below it. Is what I read. So I'm not sure exactly what that entails. Honestly, it's every time I look at it, it's like I don't do math. Don't do math in public, and that all is just math to me, really. But the math I do know was a 3-2 to PSG, and honestly, when going international, I think this team really does provide the most hope for success internationally. I mean, you have Junjie, who, while not really playing at the time, was a sub for a World Championship team. Maple, he's been around for years and years. He looks very good. The most recent MSI, I think the best player on the team was Wako. And then RJ, I mean, he just seems neutral no matter what. So I think really, really good looks for this team. And I am so excited to watch both of these teams represent us at Worlds. But guys, it's been over 130 games of the PCS here for the summer split. From myself and Shock, thank you to everyone who's tuned in. Thank you to the producers behind the scenes, the sponsors we have. And I think most of all, thank you to Carry Live for being able to put on such an amazing show. We will see you next year.